Bitch was the problem. Fuck you talking about, my nigga. I got her. I got her. Bitch, what's the problem? Fuck you talking about? Nigga, I got them. Need I remind them? They must have forgotten. Fuck this bitch up from the top to the bottom. Kill them all till they decay and they rotten. Whip shit I can't pronounce, just know it's foreign. Spaceship outside and the fiber is carbon while making them sick again. Bitch, go ahead, vomit. Bitch, what's the problem? Fuck you talking about? Nigga, I got them. Me taking L's and talking so uncommon. They should hide they shit before my niggas rob them. You better off dead or probably playing possum. And stay on the ground cause there's no better option than fuck up this bitch with another concoction. Clear out the block with a blast from the shotgun. Bitch, what's the problem? Fuck you talking about, my nigga? I got them. Clown niggas from miles away, we still spot them. And fuck around and end up on the milk carton. Nigga wondering who shot him. Grave located on pussy nigga garden. Pop niggas up, now watch how I'ma rock 'em. My chopper break up, now watch how they gon' cop 'em. My mop to click up on top of how I flop 'em. Get got in your gut no matter how I drop 'em. Plot against us, don't watch how we just stop 'em. What we supposed to do? Nigga from the bottom. Plant the money tree and get the money when it blossom. How the fuck is they gon' stop 'em? Clout thirsty niggas on the Grammy block 'em. Pull up and watch the way the bitches flock 'em. Flacco! Waka flacka! Most you niggas really caca. And get the passing me my vodka. And bitch, you know I keep the chopper. And every single time I pop up. And Papa make the ratchet pop up. Papa make the ratchet pop up. Think you niggas could fuck with my clique and say, oh no, no. How could he be better? Nigga could be never, oh no, no. Fuck the building up, promoters screaming out, oh no, no. Until they shut us down, they got every hood feeling like, oh no, no. Bitch, what's the problem? Fuck you talking about? Nigga, I got 'em. Watch how I rock 'em and I sock 'em. Outer space rated how I Mr. Spock 'em. Then copy your plan and fuck it up like Saddam. Batmobile whipping, pulling up to Gotham. Chamomile sipping, counting blood with Blackman. Gotta chill, bitches, now I beg your pardon. Bitch, what's the problem? How we fuck shit up, my nigga? I got 'em. Y'all niggas know that what we do is awesome. You better off leaving purchase you a coffin. You gon' thank me in the morning. You know I keep shooting the gun barrel scorching. Lay you to rest and spin the wheel of fortune. Do shit that keep all of you niggas talking.
Listen. To all you gaslighting social media influencers, right? With the TikToks and the Twitters and the YouTubes and the Facebooks and the Instagrams and all this, that, and the other. I need you to do me a favor. That grift that y'all doing, that emotional, godly grift that y'all doing, huh? That unholy, matrimonious bullshit that y'all doing, I need y'all to go ahead and dance to this.
Who's calling it? Who's calling it? Who's calling it? Who? Yeah. OVO Sound 2025. Who's calling it?
Is it Stacy? Is it Becky? Is it Keisha? Is it Abby? Was it Danny? Is it Marty? Where's the function?
Where the function?
Where the fuck the function?
The way I feel right now, I feel like we need to be all alone. So if you just playing around, you need to tell your girl, take a fine home, and that's real. Stop teasing me. Stop teasing me. I could change your life so easily. I keep begging you to stay, but you're leaving me. Leaving me. We got sticks in the club illegally. Got the whole 6 side, they believe in me. We got members east of the DVP. We got members west on the 401. We got a lock on the game, but there's more to come. You gotta pot that till the morning come. You want shots for the girls, they don't order some. Who's calling it? Who's calling it? Who's calling it? Who's calling it? Who? Hey,
Is it
Stacy?
Is it
Becky?
Is it
Keisha?
Is it
Ashley?
Was it
Danny?
Is it
Party?
Where's the function?
Where the function? Where the function?
Baby girl.
Y'all tap dance all
Baby
across
girl.
the grave of Austin Metcalf
Baby
in
girl.
the name of sympathetic and empathetic dollars. Let's go.
Baby girl, let me see you do your dance, let me see you twirl. Shake it in the club with your homegirls. Take a pic for the gram.
Right, this what y'all doing, right?
Yeah.
Y'all
Is that your
grifting.
bestie? I'm an ice boat for y'all like Gretzky. I'm an actual, like bless me. Hit the dance floor, get nasty, impress me.
Baby girl, let me see you do your dance, let me see you twirl. Shake it in the club with your homegirls. Take a pic for the gram, show the whole world. Yeah.
Is that your bestie? I'm an ice boat for y'all
Is
like
that your
Gretzky.
bestie?
I'm an actual, like bless me. Hit the dance floor, get nasty, impress me. Hey, how many in this club? Is it just me?
All right. That's enough of that. Randall, what's going on, my G? What's happening? What's going on, player? What is going on? Listen, as we continue to go down our cavalcade of all of the music that these social media racist grifters, who legitly hate white people, but cannot say that because they don't want to sound like the black Nick Fuentes. They don't want to sound like the modern day. You know what? Let me stop, right? Because y'all hate Reagan, but y'all are practicing niggonomics. That's what y'all are doing. Y'all are practicing niggonomics, and you ought to know.
Oh, you wanna know by now, man. It's Santana. Yeah, now when the beat's on, Santana go ride out. Car still rolling, hop out, block out like. Then I shoot ya, hop back in and maneuver. The V off, skeet off while I'm yelling out. Don't make me spell it out. I push your melon out.
I push your
Get
melon
back
out.
to the block, the package, the rock, baggies, the tops. Should I slap it or not? Fuck it, man. That's what I tell them, man. I'm a selfish man. I need every gram. Once again, not a penny more, not anymore.
All right. You ought to know by now. But you know what? My bad. Let me go ahead and give all of the social media influencers who are profiting from the Carmelo Anthony tragedy. Y'all are starting y'all shows wrong, right? What y'all Negroes, what y'all participants, what y'all all of you people who are living in the kingdom of niggatry, you need the Carmelo Anthony theme song. I got you. I got you.
Touch me and see what happens.
Touch me and see what happens.
Now they grieving in merch. I'm chilling in Turks. Let's go. Brr. Yeah, out on bail like it's fashion week. Told the judge I'm good. He dropped it to a quarter G. Now mom's in the Benz, bros rocking off white, while the news still run that twin boys cry at night. Fox got my mug shot in full HD, but the GoFundMe saying pray for me got him confused. Am I savage or saved? Depends what headline gets the most plays. Yeah, family of faith, nah, family of finesse. Turned grief into gold, put pain in a vest. The tent was a setup, he pushed, I sliced, but y'all turned a school scuffle into Christ's second life.
Y'all turned the school scuffle into Christ's second life.
He said move, I said bet. He pushed me once, I cashed that check.
He pushed me once, I cashed that check. He pushed me once, I cashed that check. Huh? Check your white privilege. Check your white privilege. Check your white privilege.
Now I'm chilling with my publicist posting quotes while the lawyer read Psalms in a fur coat.
The lawyer read Psalms in the fur coat. Huh? That's what the kingdom of niggatry loves to do. Y'all love to quote and use the word of God when it comes to defending someone who is obviously non-defensible. Right? Y'all are quoting and summoning the Spirit of God, the Spirit of the Lord, when it comes to defending this bullshit. And I'm not talking about this man. I'm talking about the ideology that you Negroes, talking about the ideology, that the congregation in the kingdom of niggatry, who puts themselves even above the position of God, who are now saying that we thank God for giving Carmelo Anthony all of the strength, all of the blessing, covering him in the blood of Jesus. Y'all are treating this situation as a Messiah. Y'all are treating this situation as Noah's Ark to your bullshit narrative that you're trying to push by gaslighting a situation and telling us that what we see is not what we know. Right? Y'all are calling him everything up under the sun except of a black man. Huh? Exactly, Dr. Steele. Under the blood. That's what they're doing. Because the grift must go on.
Jesus, cover me. Jesus, you will cover me.
But let's continue.
Yeah, I gave them the truth. They want tears, but I don't cry for Canberra.
Valhalla. What's happening, my G? Valhalla, my brother, my G, my blood. What's going on, dog? Valhalla. What's up, my G? What's happening? And yes, this is indeed a panel show. If you wish to support the show, you can do so by any one of the support links that's posted. I don't need you directed to it because guess what? Unlike all of these social media influencers who are trying to grift off of the blood of Austin Metcalf, who would say that it's disrespectful to the dignity of their sons, who would say that all of this unearthed bullshit is based in racism. To where now someone said, and I'm not going to say a specific someone who moves at the sound of speed, who is an OG, how someone said, oh, appreciate you. Shout out to Mr. DJ Music with the $2 super sticker. Much appreciated, OG. How someone said, oh, you listening to Will? He talking that clan talk. Oh, I'm talking that clan talk. But y'all Negroes can't openly say out of your mouth that you legit hate white people. You love the white man's dollar. yet you hate the white man, but yet you say the black woman is the most diabolical. Huh? Huh? You say the black woman is the most diabolical. Y'all niggas line up in droves to say the black woman is the most diabolical. But y'all are saying that God had his hand all in this because Angela Tucker is the bail, the bail's judge that presided over this little faction of the case. But y'all say the black woman is the most diabolical. Huh? Let me continue, because today is going to be that type of show. I'm cooking all you niggas.
Of fake tears, they said, why'd you run? I said, why'd he touch? This ain't track and field, this is don't do too much. Media flipped it, now I'm the villain, but I'm on Cameo, signing death threats for $1 million.
I'm on Cameo, signing death threats for $1 million. Huh? Check your white privilege. Check your white privilege. Check your white privilege. Huh? Okay.
I'm doing press merch, link in the bio. Meanwhile, I'm ghosting the priest from Ohio. Where's the remorse? It's locked in the safe right next to the knife in the legal briefcase.
Where's the remorse? It's locked in the safe right next to the knife. It's in the briefcase. Huh? What are we doing? But y'all Negroes is firing up live streams, drawing lines in the damn sand. Huh? Drawing lines in the sand, and to say that Negroes who look like us, who are conservative, just because I may and or may not be a conservative, does not mean that I'm going to listen to your niggonomics, which is based off of Reaganomics, and to sit here and say that the white man is the oppressor of the black man. Yeah, here you are proving that the white man's punch is colder. Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch? The white man's punch is colder. It's more threatening. It's more diabolical. I'm a victim, and you should donate to me just because. Try it again.
I asked the cop if it's self-defense, then smiled like, can I leave now?
Can I leave now? Can I leave now? Yes, she is the black queen in the same breath. Come on now. I thought y'all message was against black women. I thought black women was the bane of man's society. Huh? What happened? What happened? Oh, I get it. Because you needed to switch up your grift. Talking about black women only work for so long. Now you need to celebrate tap dance, moonwalk, jigger dance, huh? All over the grave of Austin Metcalf. Yeah, I'm not going to stop saying his name. You know why? Because check your white privilege. Check your white privilege. Check your white privilege. Have the black community unified themselves and stood in solidarity, huh? To give a check in the name of God to a black man. And yes, I'm not calling him a child because he's 17. Guess what? Y'all say that 17-year-old girls are women. Y'all say that 17, exactly. 17-year-old females are grown women, but Karmelo is a child. So which one is it? Do you want Karmelo to be treated like a black female, or do you want Karmelo to be acknowledged and recognized as a black man? Which one is it? Y'all grift is running too close to the grain. You're running out of shit to say. It's not too many more examples you can give that I'm going to debunk. All in the name of shutting down your grift. But y'all got it, though. Let's continue with the Carmelo Anthony theme song.
Yes. They said he died in his twin's arms. So poetic. But tell the twin don't push next time. Pathetic. You play tough, better know the price. I turned his last breath into streaming right.
I turned his last breath into streaming. I turned his last breath into streaming rights. You are now the black messiah of the community. Why? Because what does the community love to do? They love. There's nothing like a good old story, a fable, a wives' tale. Huh? There's nothing like carrying on tradition. Oh, you didn't think I would have that loaded up? You didn't think I would have that loaded up? Oh, I got you. I got you. Since y'all love hip hop so much, y'all got to understand. I'm Detroit born and raised, but nigga, New York is all in my blood. One of my favorite rappers is Nas. Understand? You got to carry on tradition, and that's what you niggas is doing. Y'all carrying on the tradition of Reaganomics and white supremacy, and now y'all just put black color all of it, and you just going to gaslight the situation like we don't see what the fuck is really going on. Got been dead. We the reason it died. Y'all not carrying on tradition. Y'all just pushing along the narrative that's based in propaganda. But y'all can't see that shit because you got your racist blinders on. Huh? Because you got your blinders on, how y'all don't seriously understand how y'all are tap dancing all up on, huh? Horrified parent here. You should be horrified, Megan, because what does the black community do? Check your white privilege. Check your white privilege. Check your white privilege. Got the nerve to sit back and say that since a black man is not going along with the go along, get along program, that since a black man is not going along with the oppressed mentality that y'all have, since a black man is not standing 10 toes down when it comes to the so-called injustices that we faced in America. And I'm not one to sit back and say that they don't exist. But this situation, and you let the black people divide amongst themselves, right? You let the niggas separate themselves away from the people. That's what you do. And that's what's happening right now. Niggas is drawing a line in the sand. Bitch ass niggas is following behind the niggas. And bitch ass motherfuckers is following behind the bitch ass niggas. So bitch ass motherfuckers following behind bitch ass niggas who's following behind niggas who's trying to draw a line in the sand of what it means to be black. Let me ask you a question. Just because I disagree with you, does that necessarily mean that I'm not standing anything against it? Check your white privilege. Check your white privilege. Check your white privilege. Some of you niggas ain't even got 2 quarters to rub together. Here, let me help you do the math. 2 niggas and 2 quarters don't, if you rub them together, you still don't get $1. Some of you niggas are so broken-minded that y'all are trying to grift from the niggas. Y'all are trying to grift from the niggas who are in your own circle. But when others who are outside of your circle do not agree with the perspective that you have, when you're sitting here and you're putting on a whole cavalcade of a goddamn show, how you're celebrating and how you're putting out in the media saying that, oh, if any white person approach me, I'm going to pokey poke, so not. Draw a line in the sand and agree with your black constituents and then draw a line in the sand just because you disagree. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. You cannot say that someone is unintelligent because they cannot see from your overtly gaslit racial bigotry the perspective that you have to sit back and say, oh, Will over there having that clan talk. I'm having clan talk. I'm having clan talk. I and others are having clan talk because I'm not sitting here toting the flag of the blackity black, black, black. Clan talk. Clan talk. Clan talk. Motherfucker, I'm not Clayton Bigsby. What the fuck is wrong with you? And the sad part is, it's you older niggas that's doing this dumb shit. And you got the younger niggas following behind you because they ain't got nowhere else to go. And them niggas don't have a fucking mind to think for them goddamn selves. So how long before the focus goes back on to black women being the problem? How long before the focus goes back to the government being the problem? How long before the focus goes back to everyone else being the problem? But yet we talk about accountability all the time, but I don't see nobody sitting up here talking about that black boy who was killed during a hazing in a fraternity. Where was you niggas at? Where was the live streams? Where was the social media uploads? Where the fuck was the panel conversations? Where was the GoFundMes? Where was the Give, Send, Goes? Where was the Cash Apps? Where was the Super Chats? Where was the likes, the shares, the subscribes? Oh, I know where they was at. I know where they was at. They was not a part of your grift, so you didn't cover it. But as I say, carry on tradition, dog. Open and y'all was dropping that garbage shit. The lane was open to have a legit conversation dealing with this. And what did y'all do? Y'all dropping that garbage shit. Firing up motherfucking live streams. That's steeped in fucking gaslit racial motherfucking discrimination and baiting. All in the name of profiting off the Karmelo Anthony tragedy. Some of you niggas is so backwards minded that you would say that you came a long way just to go the wrong way. Huh? You backwards. You backwards as hell. That you would sit here and you would ride the bandwagon of those who either came up or brought you up, promoted you or propagated you, just because they don't agree with you on this situation. So a difference in of a perspective in the black community means that you're dismissed or you're disassociated from the black community. Yeah, I saw that mess when I was watching the OG channel last night. I saw that bullshit and I slept on it. I thought about it. I thought about it and I slept on it. And I still woke up. Instead of being on 10, I woke up on 50. Valhalla says, I can still come to the barbecue, right? Valhalla, the link is posted. You come up here anytime, all the time you want to, my G. Appreciate you, baby, for becoming a member. Once again, thank you very much. Because look, unlike most, how y'all say, unlike most dangerous and threat.
Kid sitting on my lap. That's why I'm not on camera.
You good? What's up?
No, man, if you think about it, there's another interesting thing that's happening right now that I don't think anybody's caught wind of or paying attention to. You notice how at the beginning of this whole situation, everybody kept saying, nobody had the right to tell that kid to get out of that tent. You know, he had just a right to be in that space as everyone else. But yet the same people that said that now, since that press conference happened, are saying that father had no right to be in their space, that he had that he should be out of there. He had no reason to be there. Why was he even there to begin with?
Thank you. If the father didn't have, hold on for a second.
I'm sure he will be right back. I don't know what happened. There he is.
All right, so dig this, right? While people are saying that Karmelo had every right to be up under that damn tent, how the hell is it not okay for the father to be at the press conference where his son's killer's parents are?
Right. You know, and this is something that I've noticed, and I pointed out before, that you see happening quite often, specifically with these panel discussions on YouTube. You know, when you get like predominantly all black panels, they'll sit and try and push this whole narrative of white people ain't allowed to tell us what to do, but then they'll be sitting up there talking about how it's all right for them to tell white people what to do.
Bro, I don't understand the bullshit behind it. So which one is it? Can white people not be American citizens and be in a public place or not?
And that's it. That press conference was 100% public. There was no chance of Karmelo even being there. He's on house arrest, so he can't even leave to be a part of a press conference unless it's on his property.
Great. So his parents can be there, though. I have no problem with that. So Austin Metcalf's father can be there. His son is already in the ground. As an American citizen, he can't go anywhere in public because his son is dead. That's what people is telling me. That's the tradition that people are trying to get. It was disrespectful and it was out of place. It was disrespectful to the dignity of his son.
Let me throw this thought at you. They're saying it's disrespectful and that he was only there because he wanted to intimidate the family. Or how about maybe think about
intimidate how? His son is dead.
So you let them think that, or maybe use your brain and think about this logically. Maybe the man wanted to go there and actually hear what the family had to say from their own mouth in real time, rather than see how the news media and mainstream media was going to spin it and try and make it sound like.
Oh, and what was? Thank you for bringing that up. And what was the first fucking thing he talked about in that press conference? Money. Money was the first fucking thing that this pandering ass pastor for fucking profit is the first thing he brought up. He didn't bring, oh, I'm sorry, that's not the first thing he brought up. The first thing he brought up was how it's disrespectful to the dignity of his dead son. It's disrespectful to the dignity that he is there in the present and in the flesh. Let me ask you a question. If you was a real fucking pastor, why didn't you take your ass over there and ask him, is it okay for you to pray for him? Why didn't you go over there and show him any of this Christian sympathy? Where was the Christian empathy? Where was the love? Where was the godly movement for you to take this situation and turn it into what it should be? It should be an interaction on a godly level, as you as a minister should have took your motherfucking ass over there and said, my good brother, I'm sorry for your loss. Is it okay if I pray with you? But no, what they do is they use, what they do is they grift in the name of God so they can build dollars for a bullshit case and push a narrative so that niggas across the internet will try to now divide themselves away from those who have an actual intelligent mind, which is the real black community, not this fake ass bullshit. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and that's why you heard him bring up Donald Trump, bring up what's his name, George Floyd, all things that have absolutely nothing to do with this. He brought up Kyle Rittenhouse, nothing to do with this, nothing at all. Why are we bringing other, why are people even bringing other cases and situations into this that have nothing to do with this? If you want it to be 100% transparent and you don't want the well tainted, then you wouldn't even compare it to other shit.
Period. What's going on? What's going on, Mr. Savage? Mr. Savage thoughts? What's happening? Hold on for a second. Randall says, in my opinion, white people did mean and uncivilized things for so long. It's coming back to gag them.
Got to get that get back.
Got to get that. You better go down there. You better get him back. Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the done. Hey, listen, Randall.
When's this get back out mentality going to stop, though? How long is it going to go on for?
I'm sorry. Carry on tradition. What was Reaganomics about? Anybody?
I have no idea. I thought Reaganomics was about putting the middle class in the poorhouse.
Oh, okay. Exactly, Valhalla. I never did a damn thing to black people. Angry Snow,
right.
You ever did something to black people?
No, I not at all, actually.
Ain't that a bitch? So,
if anything, I've tried to help all of them that I've ever come across.
Oh, well, that's what you should be doing, because as a white man, you should be submissive because you are dangerous. Do anybody not remember what the fuck happened during the George Floyd riots and protests? How they had white people laying on their fucking face, how they had them down on one knee praising the black people, praising
washing their feet.
Praising the crackhead that died up under the knee of a goddamn cop. So which fucking one is it? Pick a goddamn struggle. None of you niggas are making sense. All of you niggas sound stupid as fuck. Go ahead, Truth.
What's up, brother? How you feel?
Pissed. Because apparently it's wrong for real black constituents to call out the grift of these niggas that's trying to raise money off of a situation that has absolutely nothing to do with them, but they want to make it more than fucking known that, oh, Kyle Rittenhouse got off for even worse. Thank you, Valhalla. You was there for every fucking second of the goddamn Kyle Rittenhouse trial, just like I was moderating in that goddamn chat.
So was I.
Yeah. How you
Y'all
doing,
Rittenhouse never did anything to a black person either. So why the fuck is people bringing up Rittenhouse? But when I debunked the shit out of it, the first thing they did was switch to case analysis. All right, okay, cool. Let's switch to case analysis. A Mexican who killed a white.
Well, how about this? How about the guy that up in Waukesha, that drove through the crowd of people in that parade, that Christmas parade? You remember how the news media reported that? Red SUV plows through Christmas parade in Waukesha.
Yeah, it's
Darryl Brooks.
Yeah, Darryl Brooks. Yeah.
Where was y'all niggas at with the grip when Darryl Brooks took out all those people? Was that black oppression as well? Where was the sympathetic outrage? Where was the fake selective outrage? Where was the grift for Darryl Brooks? Only one person I know supported Darryl Brooks, and that was Jay Prince for president.
That's what I was.
He actually showed up for his trial.
Fuck out of Jay Prince for president for doing that. Go ahead.
That's what I was about to say, brother. As soon as we brought up the Darryl Brooks situation, it was only one individual that was there on his behalf, and that individual even said it. I am here I don't care if he did wrong. I'm here just because they support their people no matter what. They support, and it's about time we got to get back. This is his exact words.
Niggas love felons more than they love people. That's what you're telling me.
Once again, it shows the ignorance. We make a joke of our illiteracy. We make a joke of our lack of education. And we need to make this known. We have a serious deficiency in IQ and common sense. One thing I've been known, that was made relevant to me when I came on it, common sense is not so daggone common. And once again, right here, bro, and I'm so glad. I can't say this more than enough that I appreciate you keep going just as hard as the other people on the opposite side for the ignorance. I'm glad you're going just as hard as to show somebody that actually has a level of decency, a person that knows how to compartmentalize with emotions versus logic, and also that's going to stand on what's right. So I'm if nobody's not going to say that, I'm appreciating it, because we see, you brought this up earlier, how the grift is started, and the grift is going hard.
It is hard. Pause.
Listen, I appreciate you saying that, and thank you, because guess what I was told today by a black man? Oh, Will over there on that clan talk. Clan talk? Yep. Clan talk. Because what I am saying does not support the kingdom of niggatry. So it's clan talk?
Yep.
So
what the fuck is it clan talk? Hold up for a second. Omni, what's going on, my G? Hey, if you're not on camera, I'm gonna be solo screen.
Yeah. I'm not gonna be on camera. Be on camera.
Go ahead,
I appreciate you.
What's up, Omni?
What's happening?
Yeah,
but if I can real quick. Damn.
Go ahead, y'all got it.
Go ahead, Snow.
I'm trying to remember my thought. My kid just started screaming about something and I forgot it. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, while you do that, let me read Jeff Bo Slice right quick. First of all, truck driver, appreciate you being here. He says, get the likes up for let's get the likes up there for him. Let's go, good people. Appreciate you for doing that. Appreciate you, truck driver. And also, Jeff Bo Slice says, I agree. There are lots of ignorant and illiterate people who just act on their feelings with no thinking involved whatsoever. When you can clearly look at the fucking Texas Penal Code 9.31 and 9.32 and see that this motherfucker Karmelo Anthony, who himself performed a 7-10-30 and admitted to everything before he was fucking questioned. But people are saying, oh, well, he wasn't read his Miranda rights. Guess what? He was never asked a fucking question. When the resource officer pulled up to, and by the way, for those who don't fucking know, you don't have to be read your fucking Miranda rights unless you're detained or arrested.
Being arrested.
Yeah, you don't.
And that's what I was about to say for the dumb
So
people.
for all you ignorant, stupid ass niggas that's grifting off this shit, stop it. You look like fucking idiots and buffoons. That's what you look like. You look like the unintelligent, you look like the unintelligent, fucking stupid ass. I almost said the R word. I'm gonna back off of that.
Every interview.
It's actually in the daggone police report.
It is. And look, what's crazy is these people act like every interview that the cops do with people that they read them their Miranda rights before they do an interview with them.
Right, but Cell said it. You have to be detained in order for this process to happen.
Or being arrested.
Correct.
Just talking to someone, you don't have your Miranda rights read to you. You just have the right not to engage with them. You still have the right to your Fifth Amendment of not incriminating yourself and not saying anything. That's an already given right that we all should know.
Hold on. Valhalla says you don't have to be read Miranda unless you're being questioned. Doesn't even have to be upon arrest.
Correct.
So, let me bring this up. If there is a situation that happened and I fit the description as a suspect, And the officer walks up, says, "Excuse me, sir, can I have a can I talk with you right quick?" And they radio over there, they signal over there. I think I have the suspect in custody. No, I ain't the suspect. I'm him, bro. I did that.
Right.
Do I gotta be read Miranda rights?
Exactly.
Right.
Can everything that I say be used against me in a court of law?
Absolutely, it can.
So am I innocent?
No, that doesn't mean you're innocent. It just means
Okay,
you willfully snitched yourself out. But another thing I'd like to point out is you notice how you hear a lot of these same people always sit on these panels and say how they prefer an overt racist over a covert racist. They'd rather you just be openly racist, which they don't, because we've seen racist white people around here, and we see how these emotional people act when someone is actually overtly racist right to their face.
Correct.
But the truth of the matter is why don't you just come out and take your own words and be honest and tell everybody that this is just about being black? That's all this is to you. It's about being black and getting your get back, because a lot of us whiteys would have a whole lot more respect for you if you did.
You know why? I can tell you why. Because it's all about check your white privilege, check your white privilege, check your white privilege. They are putting a bounty on the white people. That's what they're promoting. Some people is taken as I'm saying that you are tap dancing on the grave of Austin Metcalf when you can't use your own intelligence and see behind what I'm saying. Actually, get the virtues of what I'm talking about. You are promoting the tap dance or the nigger shuffle, the two-step on the dead body of a white man, and y'all want to give him a check. Go ahead.
You remember the other night when you and I were talking up here about this whole the same situation?
Yeah.
And I said, if they're trying to provoke white people to go out in numbers and start rioting and looting in these cities like you would normally see if this was on the other foot, they're asking for the wrong thing, and you know that, right? They don't want to see white. They don't want to see white people act and behave the same way that they generally act when this shit happens.
Lumistrax Cygnus says, "I'm surprised a white boy didn't know urban murder fish are dangerous. Stay away from the street sharks."
That's crazy. That's crazy.
From the street sharks? What street sharks?
Urban murder fish. Wow.
Urban murder. What's an urban murder fish? I've never heard that term used before. I don't know what an urban murder fish is.
It's you guys had brought up something. Two things you brought up. You brought up the situation about the interview. Well, both of these things that you brought up had to do with the interview. The first one was the person that was in representation is speaking for the family. If people can't see right now, especially so-called Black Christians, have turned the church into a monopoly. If y'all can't see, that guy is in grift mode as well. He's promoting his church. He's trying to make sure that whatever, residual.
Oh yeah, I hate that guy so much.
Yeah, money's coming in. Everything. He's trying to make sure whatever crumbs fall from that thing,
they get it.
He gets it.
He wants them to fall into his coffers. You are correct about that, sir.
You talking about buddy that was speaking at the press conference, right?
Yes, the New Age Foundational Black American Church of Christ guy.
No, let me help you out. Let me help you out from a fellow content creator who talks and has been on stream with other lawyers who are also content creators. Where's my brother at? Valhalla awaits. When a lawyer sees a high-profile case, are they quick to jump on it?
Dude, they on that shit like white on rice.
Of course, they jump on this shit like white on rice. Now, when a lawyer sees a high-profile case and they see this, they see that. When they see 409, mind you, when I checked this at 3:00 in the morning, it was at $488,000. They have raised this thing up to $491,000. The original goal was like 400,000. Then it went up to 500,000. Now it's up to 550,000. Exactly, Valhalla awaits.
Money.
What does that do usually? Now, let me tell you, they usually just see the dollars. Now, why is it that in this gives and go, which is up to $550, which is so far raised $491,000 and $491,000 and $491,109. What's up, Masaru? But wait, let's go down here. Purpose of the fund. While legal defense is a critical part of this journey, we want to make it clear that this fund is not solely dedicated to the legal expenses. Oh, it's not? Okay, cool. The
AKA, we just want your money, nigga.
Of course, the funds raised will also support a range of urgent and necessary needs that have emerged as a result of this situation. Let me ask y'all a question. What is the range or urgent and necessary needs that have emerged as a result of him
Oh, I can answer that. Good uncle. $800,000 house with private armed security.
Well, that's speculation. I'm not going to say that they spent that money on that because there's question on whether or not they received it yet or not. But I'm sure it's a lot easier to get something if you already have guaranteed money in the pipeline that's getting ready to come down.
Why would you need private security and you live in a gated community?
Because apparently the people in that community aren't fond of them moving there with all the media attention and that they're getting from this.
Oh, okay. So dig this. How come their house has not been swatted?
I have no idea.
I mean, their house is all over social media. They have pictures of their house all over social media. How come their house has not been swatted yet? But I can tell you who has been swatted. The Metcalf family. They've been swatted twice. Once, I think it was like a day or two before.
Check your white privilege, man.
Check your white privilege. And then 5 minutes after Austin's Metcalf's father was escorted or removed from a public press conference, what they tried to tote as private, he was swatted again. So who's the one that's really at fault? Now, who's the one really in position to be a victim here? Because he's already lost his son. Now they swatting his house. Do you know what happens to people who get swatted? Usually some of them end up dead.
Yeah,
a lot of times they do. A lot of times.
Most of the time, I was about to say, actually, majority of the time they end up,
Wait, when you say swatted, you mean like SWAT team?
Yes.
Yes.
For what?
Bro.
Okay.
Hey, and I'll join back on my computer. Be right back.
Go ahead. So if there was such a threat to the Karmelo Anthony estate, they have the whole house. How come the house ain't been swatted yet?
Yeah, that's the part that I'm glad. Like you took where I was going at, because I was about to talk about the funds that they had. You took that part. The second part I want to bring up is Austin's dad coming there. Now I went on Corey's show, and I called in and told him this. So I'm gonna give y'all something to think about. The whole premise of this situation happened was an individual, Karmelo, went into an environment that clearly he was not. When I say invited, overall invited, you clearly know that this is a hostile environment. You coming there by yourself is going to create a chaotic situation. And then you went there with people knowing you went there and then verbally engaged in the altercation verbally. Now, I want y'all to look at this part. We already know none of this situation would have happened where any of this if Karmelo would have removed himself from that environment.
Correct.
Check this out. The father of Austin went to an environment where he clearly know he was not wanted there.
Yep.
Was then told to move. They physically moved him out of there.
Correct.
And then they had a conversation, and then he removed himself. Austin's dad is playing chess because that hangs the whole case up right there, my brother. And please pay attention that you know that the attorneys have looked at the father removed himself, even though he was physically removed from the situation, without it going into a situation where someone's life was in danger, or even they was in danger of physically hurting someone. It's called chess, my brother.
I thought he was removed by law enforcement.
The police escorted him.
He was
escorted him out the door.
Removed.
Yeah, he wasn't.
So that means
physically.
somebody.
Wait. Are you talking about at the track, or are you talking about
at the press conference?
No, I'm talking about his dad. I'm talking about Austin's dad at the press conference.
Okay, he wasn't. Wait, we got to clear that up. He was not physically removed.
He was escorted.
Yeah, escorted by police.
No, wait. Truth. Hold on, slow down. When you say physically removed, that means someone grabbed him or touched
with force.
He was not physically removed. He was escorted by police off the premises of the press conference. We got to clear that up because we're not going to be like what these niggas is doing and come up with activities.
That's one thing I'm not doing.
Okay, so you mean to tell me that he was grabbed and or touched by the police?
No. If I touch you, that's physical.
Okay, so when you said physically removed,
yes, they guided him up out of there.
Did they touch him?
Actual video, I gotta find it.
Did they touch him?
Yes.
Okay. He was escorted by the popo. Police.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was escorted. I know when they first engaged with him, they did touch him because they touched him and moved him off to the side.
They touched him.
Well, some people are saying, I've heard some people saying that with that situation that you're talking about too, where they did come up with the initial engagement and touch him, that they didn't touch him and move him. That some people are trying to say that the cops came up and dapped him up.
Don't you know how? Let's say I put my hand on you and then I guide you out.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
I follow what you're saying. I mean,
now
it isn't to the level of forceful removal like we're used to seeing.
Yeah,
but
it's not.
Also,
correct. Now follow me on this.
Situation.
Now follow me on this. The video of Austin and Karmelo, if that situation actually took place,
hold up for a second.
It took place just like this.
Hold up for a second.
Would be charged with trespassing if he did not leave. He told CBS News Texas he thought it would be an opportunity for the two families to come together in a productive way. Here's Karmelo's mother once the press conference resumed.
In wake of this,
where did they touch him at?
It wasn't CBS.
Okay.
It wasn't CBS.
Find the link and send it to me.
I am
also I find it real fucking funny.
Yeah, I never said that they grabbed them. I never said, but physical doesn't mean grab. As long as I touch you, that's physicality.
Go ahead, Masaru.
I find it real fucking funny how this was a public event or a public press conference, right? But then the moment when the white boy's dad shows up, suddenly it's private. Right? And then on top of that, you want to know the real reason why they're moving? You want to know the real reason why they're getting private armed security is because they know that this little nigga, if he gets caught in the fucking street, his ass is grass. That's why they're doing all this shit, because they know if someone catches him alone, it's GG.
Can we also say that? Can we stop saying, look, how many of you guys have ever seen a strong safety in a football team be a pussy?
I was about to.
Can we stop saying that this kid was some frail, weak little kid? He was the team captain and the strong safety. Come the fuck on.
And he wasn't 130.
That's all he did was go up against people bigger than him while he was playing football.
Hey, Snow, let's get, for those of us such as myself that play football, wide receivers, cornerbacks, safeties are always usually on the lower end of weight. So that doesn't matter. They still
that's because they have to be lean.
Still are strong.
All right, y'all. Hold up. Wait. Hold on. Raw's on the panel. Hey, baby.
Hey, I'm not staying long. This is the thing, because I think y'all are having, for the most part, a good conversation. But I also feel like, some of it is getting derailed. That's what a lot of people are doing. They come in with a soupçon of the truth and then adding a whole bunch of extra shit to the pot and turning it into stone soup. At the end of the day, this was a bad look for the Anthony family because the family could have came together and that would have had a better impact on the overall case. So them kicking him out was really unnecessary. If you, especially because the mom is like, oh, well, it pains my heart what that family is going through, then that is something that you should have said to that boy's father in his face. And the police did shake his hand as he was leaving. But to Truth's point, I understand where you're going with it, but that at that point won't be able to shore up the thing in the case. They can say that, well, the father was asked to leave and he left respectfully, but it was no physical touch, right? The real issue is that Karmelo Anthony went in his bag first. He went in his bag and then he said, oh yeah, touch me and see what happens. That speaks to premeditation because you were in your bag before someone touched you.
So just so we have an understanding, right? Because I don't want to be like these niggas that's out here grifting, gaslighting a situation all in the name of $1. We have to have a clear understanding. Austin Metcalf's father was not physically removed. He was requested to be removed, and the police escorted him out. We all understand that, correct?
Yes, I already understood that from the beginning.
Okay.
So once again, I'm going to, when I find it, if I could find when they first, because I watched the whole press conference when it had started, and they kept showing them. When I mean physical, I don't mean, if I touch you, okay, let's say, I'll give you an example so you can kind of get the picture. I'm touching you, let's say I'm touching you on your back, and I'm talking to you. And I'm like, okay, come on, brother, let's leave. And I'm walking and I'm guiding you out. That's still physical touch. And that's me guiding you out. That's what happened. No, I didn't say grab.
But even here, wait, even here, when you say that. Right, it muddies the water when you say physically removed, because even here, when they first start walking, wait, even here when they first started walking, he was never touched.
You think this is
all the way to all the way to the door?
Right, you think
this is the whole video?
You got to use the legal definition of the word physically escorted.
Wait, hold on, wait.
Everybody's going to see it. The simple fact that you got to describe what you mean, Truth, is that's going to cause confusion with people.
I just described it. I found it.
Yeah, please go find it, because I don't want the just say you were wrong, man. No. Let them go find whatever it is. And listen, I'm not one to ever discredit anybody from whatever they find. If you bring it that they touched this man and escorted him out, then listen, I'm more than happy to step off of it. But even when I go from this point here, they're over there having a conversation.
Right. Hello, everyone. We are about to.
Now, my question.
Hold on, let's let this play. It ain't that long.
Get started in a few minutes.
I bet you that was that preacher that instigated that shit.
Of course, it was the preacher that instigated that shit, because he's not a real preacher. He's a false prophet. Yeah, he's an idiot. He's a moron.
He's race grifting off of it.
I'm gonna be honest.
Also, wait, Uncle, did you hear what I said earlier?
Hold on, wait. First, Omni, because Omni been waiting to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah. Just on the minister guy, I think he's on the DL. That's just me. But
he does look kind of fruity, don't he?
Yeah, a little bit. But my question is, right? Was the father invited there?
No.
And what was his motive? What was his motive for being there?
Well, Omni, I already gave an idea.
It comes across like if the family didn't expect him to be there, if the family didn't expect to see him there, and he just shows up unannounced or anything, it comes across as though he was being confrontational to me.
Omni, if I can give you a theory, I mean, I can't speak for him, but
out of emotion, because I understand my line of thinking.
Right. I do.
Your son unalived my son. I'm knocking on your door the next day. What do you
Right. I follow you, but let me lay down a premise that might make sense. Okay.
It's despicable.
Now, I'm not saying that this is what happened, or this is why it happened, but this could be a reason, and it to me it's plausible. What if the reason why he went there is he just wanted to hear out of the horse's mouth what they were saying about the case, and not have to hear it from what could potentially be an edited clip from the news or from social media? He actually wanted to see it in real time, what they had to say.
I can see that side. Because social media does skew the issue a lot, and it
But,
is
okay. But wait, time out. Let me read the money. The money first. Vet Life 81 with $10 says, "Salute, Cell and fellas. Truth. Let that go, fam. It wasn't physical. He was escorted out. Words have meaning for a reason. Now we are hung up on something that didn't happen. It's silly, brother. Appreciate you on that. Listen, I have no problem with Truth saying." Oh, that dropped off. I have no problem with Truth saying that, but just like OG said something stupid this morning, where is the substantial evidence that he was jumped? I'm talking about Carmelo Anthony. Where is the substantial evidence to say that he was jumped?
There is no evidence.
And then on top of that, they said that the dude would have been trespassing if he didn't leave. So if he was there uninvited, isn't this whole entire case built upon Carmelo Anthony not being invited up under a tent?
Right.
That was my whole point. That's why to me, that's why I think the father went there. I think he playing chess.
Playing chess under what reason? He said that he went. Okay, so we're not gonna take out of what he said out of his mouth as a valid reason. Cool. So we all think it's an underlying reason. Cool. I can go with that narrative as well. I think it's an underlying reason that why a black man took a knife to a goddamn track meet. I could play that angle too. You see what I'm saying? The man said he went there to have a conversation, or he went there so that it could be a possible moment for him and the parents to have a face-to-face conversation. But
no, I ain't doubting that.
Not you. Right. This is for the grifters. This is for the grifters that like to spin narratives and twist facts. This is who this for.
Yeah, I ain't doubting that. I'm saying, well, I'll put it like this. The way I looked at it is, it would be something that I would do. If the whole case is pinned on why did you go somewhere that you didn't belong, and why, once somebody asked you to remove yourself, didn't you just comply? And he did exactly what was the father did exactly what was supposed to be done in that very instance at the press conference.
Demonstrating exactly everyone's argument. I get what you're saying.
Correct.
I don't see it as a one-for-one comparison, though. I don't see it as a one-for-one comparison.
It kind of is, but it's actually kind of worse. Well, it's actually kind of worse because he's on private property too. We can also automatically assume that because he got trespassed, and he didn't even throw up no problems about that. Right, he just went ahead and left like he was asked.
Understand what I'm saying? He was escorted to. He was asked to leave by other authorities. It's not like the father told him to leave himself.
No. All right. So
where was other students telling?
Well, I'd be willing to bet the only reason why.
Wait. I didn't want to do this, but we all gentlemen here. We don't need to talk over each other.
Right. My bad.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the whole thought out so y'all can actually understand what to argue against. I have no problem with you arguing against me. So, like, it would be a one-for-one comparison for me if the father or something like that told Metcalf to leave, but the fact that didn't happen. And to me, it is actually,
or even the preacher.
It's actually reflective of what should have happened in my mind. Was the Metcalf boys go and get a teacher or a coach to tell?
I get what you're saying. You're being very
specific. And let me be clear. Let me be clear fully clear with my position.
Okay.
This is a tragic event. That boy shouldn't have lost his life.
Right.
And the what is it? That kid is facing some serious time because even let's say they can't make man the primary charge stick. He's going down for something.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, and Omni, I get your pushback on the 1-for-1 comparison, but can I say that maybe the only reason why this is different is because of the situation at hand? In any other given circumstance, if that guy would have showed up there wouldn't be police presence already there, and it would have been probably the church parishioners or the deacons that came and asked him to leave.
Yeah,
before they called the cops.
Exactly, Snow. That's where I was about to go at. So main thing, we're dealing with adults. That was a child situation. So at a child event, it's not going to be heavily guarded with security, just like Snow said. This is an event where it's a high profile case. It's also threats and everything been going on and all this type of stuff. So naturally, there's going to be heavily guarded and security there. That's why they were used in this instance. If that security wasn't there, you best believe them black people would have got up and told his white tail to get up out of there. And they're going to try to...
there's no question in my mind.
Yeah, okay, so that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about the overall premise and the overall environment and the situation.
Okay, we getting hung up. We getting hung up on this way too long. We got it, right? Because we getting hung up on it way too long. I want to move past it because
he's wanting to talk about the grift.
Yeah,
the grift is egregious.
Also, did you guys not hear what I said earlier?
Yeah. Say that's why I wanted to get back to what did you say?
Okay, so you weren't. I guess you didn't hear what I had to say. I said the reason why this.
Don't get snappy with me, nigga.
Oh no! I'm just saying. You did. Okay. I guess you were busy, so I guess you didn't hear.
Hey, that's that white privilege.
Sorry,
he's not white. He's not white. Listen, I don't know how many times I have to say this. Masaru is not white. He's black.
I got that when he said,
dude, he's lighter than I am.
He's black. His parents is black. I've seen his parents.
Once he said nigga, I understood he wasn't white.
He's black. But anyway, go ahead.
But yeah, I was gonna say the reason why they're doing this is because Anthony Karmelo's parents know that the reason they have to move, the reason they have to get private security, the reason they have to do all of this shit is because they know if he gets caught slipping in the street by himself, it's over.
Well, he's on house arrest. He can't go nowhere.
No, I just mean in general. Even after, even after this whole situation blows over, even if he gets sent to jail or even if he gets off, he will never be safe again.
Great point, but here's the problem. Case and Allison has been on house arrest since 2022.
Hey, Valhalla, fuck you. Valhalla, fuck you. You're a Viking. It doesn't count for you. Fuck you.
Hey, I already said what Valhalla said on the panel, and you just let it slide right over.
Anywho, Case and Allison's case happened in 2022. His trial just started last week.
Yeah, that's kind of interestingly ironic too, if you think about it.
I wonder why.
That case starts 2 years later, right after this happens. That's pretty conveniently ironic.
Very conveniently ironic, but you know what people like to do? People like to grift and say that this was unfair. But anyway, let's go ahead and finish attacking these stupid ass points that people like to make. Right, right.
Real quick though, so it's almost like they were hearing what was being said on social media, and they wanted to try and help push the grift, so they could use something that was 2 years old that everyone forgot about, and try and compare it to this because it's more of a closer one-on-one comparison.
Hey, Snow, you know what's crazy?
As long as I don't hear the name Kyle Rittenhouse again, I'm good.
Situation where we're getting a one-up on white people, and all this do is just set us back. Because when we have real instances of situation where it is race-related, it needs to be brought to the forefront. This is what waters down it every single time.
I agree.
Okay, now I want to get to this.
Good afternoon. My name is Kayla Hayes. I am the mother of Karmelo Anthony. 3 years ago, my family moved to North Texas searching for a better life. Like so many other families, we wanted to give our children the future we did not have. My husband worked hard every single day to provide for us, to make sure we're in the best financial position possible. As a stay-at-home mom, I made it my life's mission to ensure our children are loved, nurtured, and supported every step of the way.
So how come your ass wasn't at the track meet?
I was about to say that.
Because she doesn't give a fuck.
Hold on.
She was at home taking care of the other 3 kids, Cell. No one else would do it.
Wasn't at the track meet too. I'm sorry. When I played football in school, all of my siblings came to. I am the youngest of 6. When I played football in school, all of my siblings came to see me with my parents. Hell, when I was boxing, all of my siblings and my parents came. Hell, when I graduated from, well, not basic training. When I graduated from when I graduated from AIT, all of my family came. Not basic training. That's a different story.
That's what we do for all my sons.
We always go to the event.
The whole family goes and supports.
Voice of Venus says, was he playing in that game? What game you talking about, Voice of Venus?
Yes, he was scheduled to race that day, just like the other 2 boys were. That's another piece of the information that everybody was getting wrong.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So he was scheduled to race, and he was up under the other team's tent, uninvited, just like Austin Metcalf's father.
Dude, so you played sports. Why would you even do that unless you're wanting to cause tension? You know damn well if you're rival schools.
Yeah, why the fuck are you there?
And you're at a local invitational where other schools all over are coming to do the same thing. You know you're doing that just to instigate some kind of reaction.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, if I want to provoke the other team to throw them off their game, maybe he didn't feel good. Voice of Venus, listen, I can understand the maybes. I can understand the whataboutisms, but what I also understand more than the maybes and the whataboutisms is the facts. The facts that we know is he was up under that tent. Why he was there, we don't know.
Also, hang on. To add to that thing, someone just like, bro, it's high schoolers. Nah. When it comes to sports, we take that shit seriously. If you are from a rival school, why the fuck are you under our shit for? Go to yours.
We can tell you don't play sport.
Yeah,
dude. You can tell y'all don't play sports, or you wasn't very good at it.
The fact that it's high schoolers actually lends more credence to it being something where they were trying. Look, I'm not saying I think it went farther than what he probably intended, but I still think that there was an element of school rivalry there, and that's why it happened initially.
Voice of Venus says, "Look what y'all are doing. Any reason she could have not been there? The facts is y'all don't know why she wasn't, but look at what y'all doing. Thank you for pointing out the hypocrisy that I just put on display." Now, Voice of Venus, I need you to understand why I did that. Because for those who know anything about me, whenever I'm behind this goddamn camera, I do everything for a reason. When I talked about putting the hypocrisy on frontline display, when niggas was up here saying the black woman is the most diabolical creature on earth, that she's more diabolical than the white woman. Now niggas is turning around and saying that thank God for the black woman for presiding over this case and reducing his bond. Pick a struggle. When niggas are sitting up here saying that, oh, thank God he had 2 parents in the household, I thought y'all said that black women was disagreeable and that they can't be in the same household with them. Which one is it? Y'all niggas don't know which struggle to pitch. But when the grift is grifting, what do? Continue the grift. Why is that? I'll tell you why. Here, it's easy. Check your white privilege. Check your white privilege. Check your white privilege. Thank you for participating in this social experiment, Voice of Venus. At the end of the day, it's facts over emotions over here. What does this have to do with what I'm saying? I never said any of that. I know, but I'm using it as a focal point of pointing out the hypocrisy. Can Sale ever talk calmly asking for a friend? Yes, I can talk calmly. I can definitely talk calmly. But what I cannot do is talk calmly when niggas is sitting up on the goddamn live stream saying that I do nothing but participate in clan talk. That niggas is sitting up here saying that I am unintelligent or that I am not intellectual or I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about when I'm clearly sitting up here and I'm saying read the goddamn Texas Penal Code 9.31, 9.32, stand your ground law, and how it is that you will try to use self-defense in a situation where there's a physical altercation where you're talking about bodily damage or physical force versus deadly force or intent to kill. But apparently, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Wait. Apparently, wait. Apparently, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about because guess what? Since I'm not a black man, since I'm not a part of FBA, since I'm not a part of ADOS, since I'm not a grifting ass nigga who have to sit up here and protrude all of these whataboutisms as to why it is that he maybe was up under that tent and why it is that he possibly killed that white young man and by why it is that all these niggas is doing is just re-portraying niggonomics, not Reaganomics, niggonomics. It's wrong to call out the hypocrisy that these niggas is participating in, and how it is that they are propagandizing the death of a white man and celebrating his death, all in the name of freeing a black man who is definitely, without question, a killer because he killed the man.
Hey, I'm putting a link in the back to a live stream of live coverage of a protest.
Shiesty Bum says, why would they apologize to the Metcalf family? His fucking son's dead.
Yeah, they're bum ass, broke ass, bitch ass, nigga.
No, he's not broke. He not broke.
Hey. Keep it in.
Hey, I put a link in the back. It's the live protest going on in Frisco right now.
Let's not forget that this little nigga killed somebody in cold blood.
Wait. Stop. You mean to tell me that there's a protest going on right now?
That's what I just said. The link's in the back.
Wait.
Go ahead, baby. Go ahead, baby.
So here's the thing. Why talk mess about her and her not being at the event? Because she's trading on sympathy. She's pulling on your heartstrings. We lived in a bad area, and just 3 years ago, we moved to give our son a better chance at life. And my husband works really, really hard, and I'm a stay-at-home mom. So because of this, feel bad for my son. That's why.
That was crazy how accurate that impression was.
Look at
that. Fuck your son. Bitch, fuck you.
Look at this.
Wait, because I'm not finished and I have limited time. So at the end of the day, when we're sitting here and we're having this conversation, and the request is in fact sympathy.
Thanks, Mr. Savage. Sorry, Raw.
Sympathy and payola for Karmelo Anthony taking Austin Metcalf's life. You apologize as the creators of the assailants in this crime. I do feel bad for both families, but I think it's kind of very immature to say, why would they apologize to the Metcalf family? That's insane.
Wouldn't you expect an apology if it was the other way around?
Wait a minute. But here's the thing. The Metcalf child is dead. He don't have no chance for the public, the court of public opinion, to feel sympathy for him. See, while everybody is over here like, oh my God, it's so horrible, and free Karmelo, tell me who the hell can revive Austin Metcalf? Are they Jesus? Lazarus, wake up. No, ain't none of y'all Lazarus. What the hell y'all talking about? That boy is gone forever. And from eyewitness statements, Karmelo Anthony reached in his bag before he was touched by Austin Metcalf and said, touch me and see what happens, which means he had the intent to do extreme physical harm, which means he is a killer. I don't feel no type of way for no killer. He did what it is that he wanted to do. And I'm going to need all of y'all to stop being black first and be a human being first. What if it was you? What if it was you that was saying to someone, hey, get away from my stuff? And they were inside of their bag and saying, touch me and see what happens. God forbid what he had in his bag was a gun and not a knife. What if he would have shot that gun and he wouldn't have even hit Austin like he wanted to, and he would have just hit some random kid in the audience? Then what? This shit gets deeper. And it's unfortunate that his parents now have to deal with that life. They about that life for real, the life that they tried to escape, which was clearly one in a neighborhood that was riddled with crime, right? Which means that Karmelo Anthony grew up in a crime-induced neighborhood by volition of his own mother's statements, which now can be admitted into court as evidence that he did not grow up in a good neighborhood. He grew up in chaos and poverty around crime. He's trying to replicate the image of the thugs that his parents worked so vehemently to move him away from. Yes, I feel bad for Mr. and Mrs. Anthony because their whole life work was in vain, because their son chose to operate in the same capacities as the thugs that they tried to remove him from.
That he felt that was
hey,
the
baby,
only
do me a favor. Read the super chat before you go.
I do feel bad for his parents, though. They didn't ask for this. And because their son made a dumb decision, their life has changed both sides. I agree, Vet. I agree. But at the end of the day, like, you raised your child this way. You told your child, well, if somebody gonna put their hands on you to do what it is that you got to do. This is how you raise them. So for all of these people, like, this is the embodiment of what we talk about. No, this is proof that all that bullshit that y'all be talking about 2-parent households is inconsequential. Because like I've been saying for years, most criminals, and if you look at the DOJ, if you look at the statistics for violent criminals, most of them come from 2-parent households.
Yeah, it's actually just been a recent rash of the school shooters being ones that come from single parent homes or foster homes. That's something new.
Exactly, because I've been saying for years, the shit that y'all talking about, the facts that y'all try to espouse on these platforms, you don't know what the fuck it is that you're talking about because it's something that sounds good. Y'all have penis envy. You envy a double parent household. You envy men that could keep their women at home. And guess what? She was a stay-at-home mom that did not do her job as a mom. Because if you feel good or if you don't feel good, you get your ass up and you go sit at the track meet. It's an all-day event where all you doing is sitting your fat ass down somewhere in the bleachers doing a whole bunch of nothing, waiting for your child's one event to happen. Ask me how I know, because my sister is an Olympian. Ask me how I know, because I was in track. My whole family was in track. It's a sit down all day. And you know what? My mama, being a single mother and working full-time jobs, made it to every single track meet. Ain't no excuse for her. Take a Tylenol, take a Midol, drink some Pepto, and get your ass out the damn door. Man, let me go before I get to cooking too much.
No, Raw. Before you leave, did you just make the electric complex go full circle?
She left because y'all know how she get. First of all, I need you to understand, because a lot of people are like, oh, Raw don't hold women accountable.
Yes, she do.
Yes, the fuck she does.
She's one of the few that does.
She will hold these bitches to.
She'll hold herself accountable.
Listen,
that's why I've been rocking with. That's one of the reasons I've been rocking with Raw since Fight Club.
Yeah, same here, man.
Kimberly Ray in the chat, salute and shout out to you. Thank you for stopping by. I'm so sorry I did not say salute and shout out to all y'all that is in the building. Appreciate y'all being here. Where is the support for the show? Lackluster than a motherfucker. Support the show, right? Kimberly says prayers for both families involved. The moms and dads both lost a child. One is still breathing. The other one will never breathe again. It's a sad situation, and the media is making it worse. Kimberly Ray, let me tell you the honest to God truth. The media is only doing what the media is supposed to do, putting the damn story out. You know who's making it worse? Niggas. The kingdom of niggatry is what's making it worse. People who are at a goddamn protest, which we about to watch for a second, because I seen some signs in that damn thing, like this sign right here. Let me blow this up so y'all can see. Like this sign right here.
Niggas.
Wait, hold on, wait. Look at this stupid ass sign. Protesting that look like against genocide. What genocide?
Is that an
dude? They got an ICE sign up there. ICE.
Wait, is there mass amounts of white people getting stabbed by black people? Wait, huh?
No, this is probably a Free Palestine movement.
And this is the thing about this social media.
No, this is the Palestine movement. Hold on. This is not the Palestine. This is the protest for this is the protest which is being attended by white constituents. This is the protest. Why y'all say that white people are evil? I see white people in the audience. This is the protest for the Black Messiah, Mr. King Stabby McStab himself, Karmelo Anthony.
Yeah, it's actually titled the Hands Off Protest, dude.
Yes, the Hands Off Protest. Get your Karmelo Anthony Not Guilty collection toy today.
Didn't do nothing.
Hit a cash app. Listen, we need a sponsor of the show.
Why is the chair there? What?
Why is the chair there?
The chair didn't do nothing. The chair didn't do nothing.
Because he didn't want to get up out of it. That's why.
Welcome to Niggamania.
He wanted the chair. Now he gets to keep it.
Welcome to Niggamania. We've been waiting on these epic battles all year long. Macho Man Ricky Savage versus Hope Easy. Niggamania. And in a table, ladders, and chairs match, we got Shannon, You Can't See Me Shaw versus Shannon the Rock Tatum. You know he's one of us. Niggamania. Then for the undisputed Universal Championship, we have Young Flair versus Stone Cold Steve Harvey. Niggamania. Then in our main event, we have a casket match. Lenny the Steen Kravitz versus the Booty Taker. The Booty Taker has never lost at Niggamania. Will his streak live on? Tune in this Sunday night on Tubi. Niggamania.
Welcome to Nigga Mania. Oh, wait.
Welcome to Nigga Mania.
No, wait, time out. Before we get to the protest, I gotta play this.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you. But really quick, before we get to King McStab, let's listen to what this wonderful black gentleman
Look at
had
this
to say.
fruity nigga, man.
Hold on, let's listen to what he had to say.
Hey, to all of the people who are against Karmelo Anthony, me as a black man in America, white people, I'm telling you and I'm telling you now, you ever even think to approach me, bully me, harass me, think you're going to be with your twin brother or twin whatever, and do anything to me, I too will poke you as well. Straight to the heart.
I'm gonna tell you why
That's
that is terrifying. That is terrifying.
That is really
Hold on, wait, let him finish. Hold on, wait,
wait.
let him finish. Hold on, let him finish. Hold on. He cooking. Let him cook.
This is not the Jim Crow era. This ain't 400 years ago. This ain't 1619. This ain't back in them days. Y'all don't want to end up like Austin. Leave black people alone. Y'all didn't play fair for 400 years. We ain't playing fair with y'all either.
Go ahead.
Well, Jets, he got to get the get back.
Let me tell you something. He didn't say a knife. This is my concern. And a nigga with eyeshadow telling you that he's going to pokey. I am fucking terrified.
Oh, it's just another nigga that'll be 6 feet under the ground.
You stupid. Really quick, let's read this right quick. The victim, Austin, and the suspect, who was later identified as Karmelo Anthony. Anthony was from Centennial High School and was sitting under the Memorial High School tent. Austin had told Anthony that he needed to move out from up under the team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside and proceeded to tell Austin, touch me and see what happens, aka fuck around and find out. No one really thought Anthony really had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Anthony, and then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens. Sounds like provocation to me. A short time later, Austin grabbed Anthony to tell him to move, and Anthony pulled out what redacted, recalled as a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest and then ran away. Austin began grabbing his chest and telling everyone to get help. Redacted advised he did not know Anthony's name, but stated another Memorial Track member did know his name. I got to take this comment down for 1 second. All right, cool. Stated another Memorial Track member, redacted, was friends with Anthony and he could identify Anthony. Redacted described Anthony as a black male, skinny with possibly goatee and short, puffy hair, just like the toy. Goatee with short, puffy hair. Anywho, this concluded my contact with Redacted. I then was instructed to start a crime scene log. I retrieved the crime scene log from my patrol vehicle and began starting the crime scene log. I was later relieved by Officer Schultz, who took over the crime scene log, and I cleared the scene. 1 second, let me bring up Poppy motherfucking Blanco. I got the perfect intro for him. Hold on for 1 second. Let me get that.
Welcome to Nigga Mania.
What's up, Poppy Blanco? Poppy Blanco, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's happening, fam?
Oh, we about to get ready to watch this goddamn protest that's going on right now. Give me a second. Let me go find this damn protest because this shit is stupid.
Real trap shit. We make it look easy.
By the way, the bounties is on. The bounties is on. This nigga won't stop. This nigga will not stop. The bounties is on for what's this boy's name again? Masaru. For nephew, the bounties is on. So if y'all want to boot that nigga off, boot that nigga off. If you want to boot me off, it's $100 though.
See you later, Masaru. Telling you now.
Damn.
Yo.
Man, you guys some hating ass niggas.
Damn. Yo. Hold on, sir. Well, hold on. Wait. Go ahead. Get it out. Get it out while you can now because you know you're about to get booted.
Oh, me?
Yeah. No. Not you, Masaru. Go ahead, Masaru. Get it out while you can now because you know you're about to get booted.
Masaru's on borrowed time right now. I guarantee it.
Oh, damn.
It's okay. I always return.
Go ahead. Talk your shit. Go ahead. Nothing to say? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Is that a white man for the last time? Masaru, come on camera, please, so I can just get a screenshot of you.
All day long. Yes, it is.
Masaru is a black young man. He is black. I don't know how many times I need to reiterate this, but Masaru's parents is of black descent. Even though he's Canadian and he's white as fuck when it comes to his blackness, he's black.
You sure he just hasn't been in the sun all day?
No, I'm a black who hates being black.
If it's not Facebook official, then it's not real.
Damn.
It's okay. I don't want to be black anyway. It's too much niggadry.
Better scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet, nigga.
Ooh, that brother's floating in the air. How could his hands do this? Oh, someone get him out the air.
I knew it was coming. Thank you to, God damn it, I keep telling y'all, I'm gonna expose y'all real name. Thank you for D Illich for hitting Cash App. Monster, you can come back in 50 minutes. Every dollar equals a minute. So Monster can come back in 50 minutes. Salute to DJ Witch Doctor. Salute Sale and family. What's going on? Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you. He's a black white supremacist. I mean,
he's a podcast.
I mean, you got niggas right now saying that black men who don't agree with the innocent narrative about Karmelo is coons. So he doesn't fit a narrative. All right, anyway, let's continue. Let's hear first how this opening of the protest began.
Yo.
Go ahead.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead before we play the protest.
So let me get this right. You think that Youngin was actually premeditated this whole thing there, right?
I didn't say that I think that he premeditated. I'm not working off that. I'm working off the facts of that what was said in the police report and according to witness statements that when he went there, that he got into an altercation and he stabbed someone. What I'm saying is that he can't, there's no way that this self-defense argument is going to work. And if it does, congratulations. But according to the letter of the law, it doesn't because of proportionality and the fact that he went there to provoke this situation. I didn't say anything about premeditation. Because for premeditation to stick, I would have to believe that the first degree murder charge will stick, and I don't think it is. I think it's going to be manslaughter or involuntary manslaughter.
Because I do believe that that Youngin is innocent. I believe he was acting on self-defense. And what make you think? And what make you think that Youngin went to that tent to provoke these two white boys or this group of white boys?
I didn't say that he went to the tent to provoke the two white boys. I said that he went to that tent with the provocation on his mind because he was up under the opposing team's tent. Now that's just my speculation, but I don't know. You know why? Because I haven't heard from the horse's mouth, which is his, why he was under that tent. But guess what? It might be a couple of months. It might be a year. It might be 2-3 years before this actual case gets charged. Because even when you look at Casey Allison, his case happened in 2022. They're just now starting his case. So I'm not sticking on the side of speculation. I'm just throwing it out there that maybe we shouldn't be talking about all of these things that possibly happen in an anecdotal experience when it comes to being black. How it is that the white man punches colder. Maybe we shouldn't be talking about this right now and painting a racist narrative on this whole entire thing. That's my perspective.
Are you being at a? I got my oldest kid in track. How you being at the track event before?
Yes, but is this about to be? Is this?
Yeah, I used to run track in high school.
Is this about to be an anecdotal situation?
Listen, hold on. Let's walk it down, right?
Yeah,
usually, because like I said, I got my niece and nephew in track and my oldest kids in track, right? So usually you go over there, put on your tent, and guess what happens? Track is an all day thing. Track starts like at 6 in the morning all the way to 5 in the afternoon, right? So what that means? It means that when it rains, everybody trying to find cover.
Okay.
So where did you get this from that this boy went to this thing specifically to provoke these people?
I didn't say that I know that that's the truth. You asked me why do I think that? What I know is the truth is that it's in the statement and according to a witness statement that he was under a tent that was not a part of his school. That's what I do know. in my opinion, it could be a plethora of reasons why he was under that tent. But what I'm not doing is going with the black narrative that he was under that tent because it was raining. He was under that tent because he had a friend. He was under that tent because he wanted to be there. I'm not going with that. What I'm saying is we don't know why he was under the tent. So why is it that people are coming out here and trying to paint a reason as to why he was under the tent, and then try to use anecdotal experiences or examples to try to make us believe that this is the gaslighting truth when it's not? No one knows why he was under that tent. Do you agree with me?
I mean, we going what the police report saying, right? What the police report saying?
The police report said that he was under that tent.
That's all.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And what the few people that actually say some words, what was the reason he being there? Because it was raining, right?
I don't know if we've had any credible person say
No,
anything.
it's not. The police report did not say that he was up under the tent because it was raining. As a matter of fact, the police report also states that it didn't start raining until after the stabbing happened. Yep. What are you talking about?
Yep.
Because, like I said, I have been to plenty track events, right? And when it starts raining, people's looking for cover. They come into my thing. I honestly don't care. What I do is
more anecdotal experiences. What did the police
that's what most people do, bro. Like, come on, stop right there, bro. When people start raining, right? Hold on. All I do is grab my belongings, right? And I make sure everybody got their belongings close to them, and that's about it, man. I don't care about the tent, right? So.
Well, Poppy, he just said that the police report said that it didn't start raining until after.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Please let him finish.
So these boys, and when the lady, the wife, Mrs. Anthony spoke, she said that the boys was the one that was putting pressure on
She wasn't there. How does she know?
Okay, neither do you.
Neither do you. And you're right. Now, just like I did with Venus. Watch this. I don't know. Venus don't know. Shiesty Bum doesn't know. None of these podcasters know. His mother doesn't know. His father doesn't know. So why the hell? I'm gonna stop y'all for a second. So why the hell is there this racist ass emotional grift to try to paint the reason as to why he was there? Give me 1 second before you answer that question.
Who is you?
Murder one for sure. Who are you?
Yeah, hold on. I want to just join the panel if I may.
Okay. Who are you, good sir? Have you been to this?
I have not. This is my first time. Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no problem with that whatsoever. What do you have to add to this before we continue?
Wait, because I'm not staying. Hold on, murder one for sure. Here's the deal, right? And I guess I could take. Do you want me to lead this banner up or no?
Yeah, lead it. And it is. Wait, hold on. Let me make murder one. This is just something that we do in this space because I have been porn bombed before, and I'm not saying that you're that type of person, but just out of respect for the show, I have to have this banner up until I know who you are. But go ahead, baby.
Okay. So here's the thing. I don't give a good goddamn if it was raining. And your mama ain't never told you get more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. See, if you need to be somewhere, right? That's when you're supposed to. Oh, let me mute you, murder one for sure, because you was getting some feedback. If you need to be somewhere, you don't tell somebody, man, I'm staying here. You could kiss my black ass. What you say is, hey, I understand this is not my tent, but it's raining. Would you mind if I just stay here a little while until the rain passes? You don't tell somebody, man, fuck what you talk about. And if you fucking touch me, you will fuck around and find out. That's not how that works. How was y'all raised? Y'all think it's okay that he was like, put your hands on me, fuck around and find out, and because it was raining, oh well, y'all niggas is that entitled that you feel like you should be wherever the fuck it is that you want to be?
That's a public place, and that was a warning. That was not a threat. That's a public place.
Great, but we're talking about the civility of human interaction. If Poppy Blanco, you are having a
wait a minute.
Hold on, wait. Go ahead, baby.
Are you fucking kidding me right now? That's a public place. All right then. So when his ass in that public place did some fool of fucking nigga shit and he's sitting in fucking jail, right? You send him some commissary and write him a fucking letter like you did whatever you wanted to do in a public place, and that shit is all good. Like at some point, black people gotta get it the fucking together, yo. I don't give a fuck what it is.
That got nothing to do with the case. That got nothing with the case.
It has everything to do with the
case. It already happens.
Hold up,
It already
Poppy,
happened.
Poppy, hold up, Poppy. You can respond. Let her finish because she ain't got that much time. Go ahead, baby.
You have every right to know how to speak to people civilly, even when somebody is speaking to you wrong. Or maybe y'all forget an eye for an eye make the whole world blind. This is literally scripture being brought to life. You ain't supposed to respond to people the way people respond to you. You're supposed to be able to de-escalate situations. And if y'all are not teaching your children how to de-escalate situations, when your children wind up in situations like this, don't fucking cry to me. Don't cry to me.
Everyone's supposed to de-escalate.
All right, hold on, y'all. Poppy
Let me
Blanco
go
wanted
because
to-
I'm gonna get the cussing people out. Let me go ahead and go.
Okay,
So,
Poppy Blanco wanted to respond, and then we're gonna get Murder
so-
One for sure. He's the new panel guest. So go ahead, Poppy, and then
So you okay with that kid being charged first degree murder then, right? You cool with that? You think that's the appropriate charge for that boy?
No, I think that they put that charge on him because that's what they initially believe it was, and we all, I think everybody is under the consideration that Murder One charge is not going to stick. I think it's going
There
to
you go.
okay, I think it's going to be dropped down to not second degree. I think it's going to be dropped down to involuntary manslaughter at best. At best, but no, I don't think that first degree murder is going to stick. But then again, I don't know. Wait. But then again, I don't know because why? We don't have a video or audio of what happened. Now, before anyone else say anything, Poppy, did you have anything more to add? Because I want to get to Murder One.
Yes.
Go ahead.
They overcharged the boy so they can get him to plead out to manslaughter. That's why they start with the high one. That's what a lot of these prosecutors do. They start you high, so they lesser. He got to go to in front of grand jury, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in June, sometime in June. I don't know which day in June, but I know it's in June, right? I believe grand jury going to bring those charges down a little bit, probably for N2. I don't know if Texas got an N2. I got to look that up. So he, bro, the white boy started the situation, bro. That's why the reason the man say, touch me and see what's going to happen, fam. I don't understand what is the, listen, my nigga, I don't think like this. Hold on, bro. You gotta understand this.
Let him finish, no man, because after him is Murder One.
I have been in the same exact situation, bro, in high school. That's the reason, like three niggas was trying to joke me, bro. And guess what I did, man? I pulled out that knife and I started two of them niggas, fam. That's why they keep me out of the Brooklyn district school system, bro. That's what happened. You see what I'm saying? So I know I know how it's going to play out when two or more people trying to jump you, fam. That ain't gonna stick, my guy.
I don't know if they were trying to
That's
jump
what I say.
Wait, time out. Murder One for sure. You gotta unmute yourself. Unmute yourself in the StreamYard. Murder One for sure. Look at your microphone button and push the microphone button to come off mute.
People need to stop saying jump because there's no evidence that anybody was being jumped.
Yeah, where's the jump aspect come from?
Facts.
You know, this is like people saying he was bullied when it first happened. That you guys all found out that was a lie.
Hold on for a second. Murder One, that's you?
Yeah, I'm back. I got kicked. Something was happening with my.
No, we had to mute your mic because you have feedback going in. But yes, no anecdote.
So what? Why would that white boy put it upon himself to go and touch that youngin, bro? Why?
Don't know.
If he doesn't touch that boy, he still will be breathing. Okay.
Got you. But he did. And
well, let me ask you this.
Wait, Snowman. I really want to get to Murder One. Hold on. He did touch that boy, and he ended up getting stabbed. Okay, and since that boy stabbed him, he has to pay for that because deadly force should not be used when it comes to physical force. Do we understand that?
But the law that Texas also say that you ain't supposed to retreat either, right?
Yeah, this is absolutely.
Did you read that part?
Yes, but Texas law.
All right,
Hamal versus State 2012, and also Marvin Levin, I believe that was his name. He was charged with the same thing, and his ass is doing 90 years in jail because why? He stabbed someone who physically was punching him. Because it's not punching or fighting. It's not deadly force. Depends on the circumstances. Now, let me ask you this really question before I go to Murder One. They both 17 years old, both captains of the football team, both physically fit players. Do you think that this is a speculatory question that I'm asking you. Do you think that for 1 second that a punch or a fight would result in death between these two boys?
A fist fight? No. Anything is possible. The probability is very low.
Absolutely correct. Now, in that instance, if you look at the law and the case law that comes along with it, that comes from other cases, and you know how they do this shit, right? Where they look at case law from other cases and they look at rulings, and then they come up with a grand scheme of how it is that they're going to judge a case based on what the jury says. Me and you both have done reviews of litigation, how they go through this process. When it comes down to it, it was a physical altercation. It would have been mutual combat at best. It probably would have been assault and robbery at best. Would you agree with me? Would you say, after you answered on murder one, would you say that the knife was what is the word that they use? God damn it.
Equalizer.
Not an equalizer. What is that word? It was unequal force. I'll just say that. I can't remember the word. It was unequal force. Did we just say that?
But the knife happens to be 3.5, so it's actually under the law.
Frisco student code of conduct. Frisco student code. Hold on, Frisco. You good. Frisco student. Hey, thank you, LA Project Excessive Force. Was it excessive? That's what I was trying to say. Frisco student code of conduct on page 11 says that no knives of any kind is welcome at that or on school grounds or at the event. Now, before you say anything, we got to get to murder one. Go ahead, murder one.
Yeah,
somebody's got wicked background noise.
It's murder one. Murder one, do me a favor. Pull your microphone there. Are you up under a fan or something?
Just the AC is on.
Okay, move your microphone away from the AC. All right, go ahead.
So so he admitted that it was only between him and Austin when he opened up his mouth and talked to the cop and said he put his hands on me. He didn't say nothing about they put their hands on me.
Bang!
So
Thank you.
He admitted that. So the cops already know that, right? And then the next thing, who walks around at a track meet? You usually put your backpack down somewhere and then you walk around.
Right.
This dude walking around with his backpack after he knows he's got a knife in it.
Hold on, wait, time out. That's not actual fact. The fact is that his backpack was not on him when a resource officer approached him. His backpack.
No, Sal. His backpack in the police report was the one that they put over the tarp.
Yeah, but it wasn't on his person when the resource officer approached him. We got to
No, but he did take it to there. He took it with him to take the knife out of, though, right?
Yeah, that part I agree with you. He took the back.
That's what he's talking about. He talking about prior to this.
Why would he take it with him to go to their tent? Why wasn't it at his team's tent?
I don't know. We'll never know.
We all know that we don't carry our backpacks everywhere. We put them under our tent and we roam around.
Family, it was raining. Fuck that, man. It was raining. He had to keep his belongings. He probably got his clips in there and everything. You don't know what he has on his backpack, bro. Y'all need to stop with this whole reaching, bro. Come on, fam. You cannot make me believe that this nigga with no record, with two goddamn part-time girls.
Wait.
Hold on, bro. Let me get mine off, my nigga.
You cut him off. Let him finish. That's why I cut you off. You let him finish first, and then you can respond. Go ahead, Murder One.
Yeah, he got a record now. I don't care what they say about his reputation before what he did. He murdered that boy. So that's all in the past. He's got a new name now that he will be named.
What is his name?
Y'all need to stop supporting this guy.
Stabby McStab.
Brother.
He was wrong, Poppy. He was wrong. He murdered someone. He was wrong.
So y'all telling me.
Stop following BLM.
So y'all telling me when y'all go. So y'all telling me if y'all go to Walmart right now, if a nigga put their hands on you, y'all just going to let it slide.
I'm a man. So
I'm gonna fight him, but I'm not gonna pull a knife out and stab him for punching me.
I'm gonna see how everything goes before I resort to
situational awareness, sir.
But wait, hold on, wait.
Every man has
really.
Poppy,
really?
Hold on, wait. Poppy, let me ask you a question. Are you a carrier?
Really?
Poppy, really quick. Are you a carrier? You carry a firearm legally?
Yeah, I'm a strap at church, nigga. I'm strapped everywhere.
Okay, cool. And you got a card or you have a document that says that you have a right to have that firearm, right?
It's an open carry style over here, brother. Don't matter.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. What is the laws around open carry? So if you're in a Walmart and I come up to you and I just hit you upside the head, do you have a right, or is it legally within the law for you to pull your gun and shoot me?
Yes.
No, it's not.
No.
Yes.
He going to jail.
Yes.
You're going to
Dude, that was one of the first
jail.
things I was told when I took my carry
brother,
class.
Just
brother,
walking around with a legal
listen.
gun and don't know how to situationally use it.
I don't care about no legal shit, my nigga. You put your hands on me, my nigga. You don't determine how my reaction is going to be, gang.
Legal
That's
shit is
not
what
how that
matters.
works,
You
bro.
better do it at nighttime in the alley, bro. If you do it in front of a
The
witness,
legal shit is what
I don't care,
determines
going to
whether
jail.
or not you end up in
Your
prison or
life
brother.
is
not,
over,
Poppy.
bro. Your life is
If
over.
you
It's done.
go, if you go, okay, cool. If you go out your way to put hands on people you ain't got no business putting hands on people, you cannot determine, homie, how the next person is going to react, gang. That's the law of the nature, my nigga. That's just
I
how it
understand.
is.
Wait, hold
That's
on.
the law of the nigga.
Wait. I understand the moral aspect of the law of nature, but what does the law say?
Brother, listen, if you put your hand, I don't care about no law, my nigga.
No,
I don't care about
Poppy.
none of that shit, bro.
No, Poppy. If you don't care about the law, why the hell did you get a legal firearm?
Why are you even having a discussion about the conversation? Because the law is what matters.
If
We're
we're only
talking
if we're
about
only
the
going to
law.
deal, if we're only
My
going to deal
point
with
is very simple, bro.
if we're only going to deal with what
You
about
can,
is morals, then we don't need the law. If that's the case, everybody who's been accosted by someone go out and shoot someone right now. See how
that's
far
not, brother. Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying, Sel.
Yes.
If you minding your business, bro,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And some nigga at Walmart out of nowhere slap in the back of your head, you got the right to dump on that nigga head, boy.
No, you do
That's not what happens.
No, yes, you do, nigga.
No,
I'm sorry. I mean, that's okay, cool. You operate. So y'all perfect niggas over here. Y'all gonna follow the law to the thing. Go ahead.
Why dump on him? Why not call the cops? Why not call the cops, Poppy?
That's perfection.
Wait. It's not about perfect. It's about staying out of jail. Why would I purposely put myself in a position to end up in jail? As a firearm carrier, if a nigga slapped me in the back of my head, I do not. This is why they have 2A lawyers. Because of situations like this, do I believe I should have the right to shoot that nigga? Yes. But legally, I would end up in jail. Do you know that you are legally responsible for every?
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Hold on,
No,
yes,
you don't.
Hold on, wait.
Okay,
Gentlemen, as a member of the viewing audience, I'm going to say y'all need to stop yelling and have the conversation so that the audience can hear you and understand clearly what you're talking about. Also, please take turns. And Poppy Blanco, to your point about the first offenders, the first offender program or the first offender act is only amenable to people who do not participate in heinous crimes. The court might be lenient if you're a first-time offender, but just because it's the first time that you're being arrested doesn't mean you don't have the propensity to commit heinous crimes. I keep telling y'all better start looking at the DOJ. Stop talking to people saying, well, he doesn't have a criminal record. What the fuck does that mean? Every time somebody gets arrested, the first time they get arrested, they don't have a criminal record. It's a fallible point. Bye.
You know what I said that, Raw? You know what I said, Raw? Because you don't go for no having a criminal record to just clapping a nigga, bro. That's not how that goes, yo. That's not how that goes.
Do you go to not?
I'm a right or wrong. I'm a right or wrong. Usually, hold on, Sel. Let's establish this. I want you to hear me out real quick.
Okay.
Usually, right? Because nothing is 100%. Let's get that clear.
Poppy, don't yell. The people can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
I'm in my phone, so I'm talking normal. Man, maybe it's the volume is too high, but I'm talking very normal. I'm not yelling at all.
I got you. Go ahead.
So usually, you don't go from having no record at all to clapping a nigga. Am I right or wrong? That's not how that goes, right?
What?
It depends on the circumstances.
Wait, ask the question again.
Jesus Christ. Usually, you don't go from having a clean record to just go ahead and clapping a motherfucker. Am I right or wrong?
You're wrong, because I know all kinds of people that have got. We've read about
Jesus
all kinds
Christ.
of people that. Dude, you're lying, Poppy, because most people, when they kill somebody, they didn't have a record and they're doing it the first time ever.
Brother, listen to what I'm saying again. Usually, you don't go from not having a record to go to the next string where we be murdering somebody, bro. That's not how that process go, fam.
Poppy is
It's no.
admitting that
I come from the streets, bro. That's not how that goes, bro.
Poppy is admitting that this kid obviously has a bunch of um, hidden trauma and convictions
No, I'm not saying that. Don't put words in my mouth, homie. Don't put words in my mouth, homie. I can speak for
to
myself,
court
homie.
or anything. They all got dismissed because of money or something like
No,
that. This kid has done a lot of bad stuff. Not bad, I don't know, but he has done a lot of. One of his friends even admitted that they have on tape that he's always fighting.
right. The girl, she said that. But Blanco's correct. He said that the key word was usual. At first, I
Here's
disagreed with him, but he said usual.
truth. Here's the problem. When you say usual, right? Most people who commit a crime naturally don't have a record. Would you agree or disagree?
Not a crime, sir. A murder, bro. I'm talking about a murder.
Okay, cool. Okay, now, let me build to that. I'll always do everything in a line of questioning. Most people who commit a murder usually don't have a record, correct?
No, that's not correct.
That's not correct. Okay.
No.
Percentage
I was looking it up too, man.
murderers who were first time criminals.
You got to start somewhere.
Nah, y'all act crazy in this damn panel because the majority of serial killers went without detection before they were caught. Most serial killers do not have a record. Every time they catch a serial killer, what do you hear on the news? He was so nice. I never would have thought that he could have done that before. Oh my God. Or did you forget? Did you forget about the one that was the clown, right? John Wayne Gacy. Uh-huh. The dude that
Ted Bundy.
Right. And Hannibal Lecter was actually based upon Son of Sam, Charlie Manson, all of them. Nobody
Manson
ever thought
technically
that
never killed anybody.
Okay, now wait. Before we wait,
y'all just went straight to a serial murder. I'm talking about people that committed murder, bro. Y'all come on, man. Y'all need to stop playing, bro. Most people are not serial murder, bro. Most people are not serial murder, my nigga. Come on, bro.
Poppy, let me answer your question.
Hold on, because I'm gonna say this real quick. I want everybody to be very quiet. When I was in college, every single day, I would play spades with this man in the cafeteria of our college. That man got arrested for murder because he was a murderer. He was murdering people, chopping them up and putting them in the walls of his house. He never had a criminal record while he was committing all of these murders. So not only do I know from a historical aspect, but from a personal anecdotal one like y'all are talking about. Plenty of people do not have a criminal record and they commit murder, crimes of passion. I do body cam reaction footage. We just covered a case the other day where the woman got involved with a man and deleted her husband. Never had deleted anybody before, but deleted her husband. Are y'all not watching these things? I watched a woman kill a baby. She got arrested for it. She ain't never had no damn record before then. Like, y'all got to stop with this stupid shit. Y'all making black people look dumb as shit. Let me go.
The Menendez brothers never did anything before.
Wait. Before we go anywhere else, because I want to answer Poppy.
Yeah,
it's difficult to pinpoint an exact percentage of murders committed by first-time criminals, but studies suggest a significant portion of murderers have a prior criminal history. One study found that 67% of murderers had an arrest record, with 38% having a prior felony conviction and 15% having a prior violent felony conviction. So according to studies, most people do have a prior offense, but not everyone. So now that you have the answer to your question, move forward.
So I was right then, right?
Yes.
I'm not saying.
Well,
yes, you're right.
Part of your question.
We don't have to go in circles about it. He was right. Okay, now we got it. Most people who commit murder are not first-time murderers. Now that we got that anecdotal experience out the way, Karmelo Anthony does not have a criminal history. Do you agree?
He doesn't.
Okay. Did he kill someone?
He's innocent until proven guilty.
No, he
Did he
murdered
kill
somebody.
someone?
Admitted to it.
He admitted to it. Did he kill someone?
Okay, he's innocent until proven guilty. Okay,
murder,
he's
man.
still going to the court.
Gotcha.
Okay, he's being charged. Listen to me, so if you look at that man's record, is that going to be on his record? Murder going to be on his record? Yes or no?
Poppy, did he admit to it?
We're not asking if he
I
got
don't
charged
get
with
it.
murder. We're asking
I
did he
don't
kill
give it,
someone?
brother. I don't care if he killed Jesus Christ, bro. He haven't been charged with it. He haven't been convicted of it, bro.
Okay,
He
so
hasn't.
now wait. I'm so glad that you made. I'm so glad that
I
you
know
made
where
that
Cell about to
distinction.
go at. I know.
Is Kyle Rittenhouse a killer?
Was he convicted?
No.
Well, I guess he's not.
Do you think he's a killer?
Do you think? No. We're not going with think. I asked him a pointed question.
No.
Is Daniel?
According to the law, no.
Is Daniel Penny a murderer?
I'm not familiar with his case.
He's the one that choked out the guy in New York in the subway.
We have to. I'm not familiar with his case.
The
So,
guy was
give me
out
another
there,
one.
the black dude was out there accosting people, being disrespectful.
The guy that clapped George Floyd, he was convicted, so he's a killer.
Okay, is George Zimmerman a killer?
He got off self-defense according to the law.
I like the way you think. So you only you only go by convictions. Great. Now, when you're talking about only going by convictions, is that because the law of the land or the law of man?
According to the laws written.
Okay, so you cannot say that morally you should be able to shoot someone just because of GP if you're only going to cherry pick where you're going to follow the law and not. So I'll ask this question again. Wait, I'll ask this question again. In your opinion, legally, did Karmelo Anthony commit murder or kill Austin Metcalf? It's a yes or no question. That's all I want.
But my bad, he's getting a call. Can you repeat that one more time, boss?
According to the law, when in your professional opinion or in your personal opinion, is Karmelo Anthony a murderer or a killer for killing Austin Metcalf?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you for your perspective.
Wow.
And the reason why, and this is what I'm saying. So I want you to get what I'm saying, bro. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The thing is that you, first of all, you made like a serial killer. Most people that clap other people are not serial killers, bro. You see what I'm saying? That's a specific, super small group, right? So you were trying to corner me right there with that one, bro. Come on, bro.
I didn't make the distinction of serial killer. Rob brought up the Poughkeepsie killer. That's what she was talking about. That was a serial killer. Yeah. I didn't do that. We only have to stick with the facts. I did not say serial killer. Yeah. Ross said that.
And when I say, and this is what I'm saying, bro. Mm-hmm. If me and you outside, I don't know you, whatever, right? Mm-hmm. And you punch me in my face, slap me, whatever. You don't get to determine how my reaction is going to be. Am I going to end up going to jail? It's a possibility. But
not a possibility.
You don't want to brother, I just covered an entire case. I just covered an entire case in Florida, man. Travis Rudolph, bro. Them niggas came through. They were trying to pull a fast one on him, man. That nigga got to dump and clap two niggas, man. He went home.
When you say clap, what's your definition of clap? Hold on. What's your definition?
Murder.
Oh, he murdered him, but he got off, right?
Yes.
So he's not a murderer.
Went home.
He's not a murderer.
He's not. Yeah, he's not.
Cool. Great. Now that we have that.
How can you say he murdered someone then?
Because he was charged with that. That's it.
No, he wasn't. Okay. He was exonerated when he didn't get charged. When
he was not convicted of it.
But he was acquitted. Yeah, he was acquitted. Yes, he was according to the law.
Those charges no longer exist.
My point is,
call him a murderer or a killer if he's not convicted of it, right?
Yeah, he got off. According to the laws of Florida, it was a state case. He went home. Like, son, you have all the right to decapitate the niggas. Go home. Have a good night. That's what they told homeboy. But look, one second, and I'm about to shut up. Right. All I'm saying is, keep your hands to yourself, man. Don't think that people want to be thinking about the laws when you're in a heated situation. This youngin right here, he acted on the spur of the moment, bro. He didn't have no time to plan, think, and that's how I know this first degree
It's
murder
all
is bullshit because
premeditated.
first degree shit is premeditated. I mean, you have to have some sort of plan behind it.
Okay, Poppy, do me a favor. Read the super chat. Poppy.
Yo, I'm driving, family. Hold on.
Okay, don't worry about it. Oh, don't worry about it. I'll read the super chat. HQ reacts with 9.99 says the case will hinge on the level. Thank you, HQ reacts for sticking to the fucking facts. The case will hinge on the level of proportionality attributed to an unusual act. Also, Melo's perceived level of threat will also be conjured up to his lawyer to convince jury of threat level. That's what I'm talking about. Someone who's paying a fucking attention, not out here race baiting people and grifting them for a bullshit perspective, which is based in gaslighting. Also, I did not read, hold on, I didn't read VetLife's last two super chats. So give me 1 second, y'all. VetLife with $5 says, man, I never thought I'd say this. I'm so glad ninjas aren't in charge of anything. Y'all, wow, this is why, man. This is why, man. This is why. Salute Raw. And then he also says with $5, so Poppy, who stabbed him then? But we already went over that. So I appreciate you for supporting the show, VetLife. Who is next?
I was saying, I wanted to say this. I think the biggest problem is when we get emotionally invested and we start comparing certain things, certain cases to other cases, or even cases to what we went through, it causes us to convolute legality with morality. And legality is based off of, what the world has created these laws. Morality goes by, hey, if somebody hit me, I believe I should be able to deal with him however I want to deal with him. That's morality. Legally, he does not have the right to stab somebody. Morally, if you go by, hey, you touch me, you can't determine how I react. That's a moral aspect.
Since you jumped in, read the super chat.
Mind Chaos Brew, $10. Him having a weapon in his bag and reaching into the bag is proof of intent. Yes, ma'am. Especially with the provoking comment of touch me and see what happens.
Thank you very much.
I don't know what you're doing.
Also,
trying
the
to see.
fact.
Hold on, wait. Can I say thank you? I did. I don't respect the money. And hit the super chat or the cash app. When you don't respect the money, you got to support the show. All right. And also, I got to give a shout out on the cash app. So give me 1 second. Y'all don't say nothing. Shout out to Charles with the $5 on the cash app side. Much appreciated to you, big dog, for supporting the show. Thank you. Do not let your chat peers outdo you. Support the goddamn show. Support the content, even if you don't agree with the perspectives that's being had. If you have something that you would like to bring to the show, the link is pinned at the top where you can join the panel or you can donate to the show. Go ahead. Who is next?
I was gonna say, then why did he also tell the cop, "Oh yeah, I did it"? I'll wait.
He said to disqualify for self defense, and is the kid all right?
Huh?
That's what it's reading, right? He said, is the kid all right, and does this action qualify for self defense?
He didn't care about that kid. He just murdered him.
Okay. All right. Now, if y'all are done with the back and forth, let us proceed to listen to the opening statements of this LGBTQIA plus protest about handoff.
We feel because we are fighting against the oligarchs and the billionaires is right now. The fight is right now.
What the hell does the oligarchs have to do with this?
Trump,
What did Trump have to do with it?
Orange man mad.
What does Trump and the oligarchs and the upper class have to? Do me a favor, Murder One. You got feedback real bad. Mute up really quick while you're not talking. All right. So what does the cop said? He asked if the kid was okay. Yeah, he did. That's in the police report. You're absolutely right. Artifact says 20 years minimum. I know that's right. Come on with it now.
There's a war that is being waged against us every single day. When billionaires hoard wealth, working class families struggle to keep the lights on, while corporations working.
What the hell does billionaires and corporations have to do with this? This is what I'm doing. Y'all are bringing emotional, unnecessary bullshit, communist, motherfucking Marxist points to something that has absolutely nothing to do with this shit. But anyway, let's continue.
Record profits. Our people.
Record profits. Let me refresh this. Record profits. Motherfucker, y'all raised over $491,000. Record profits? What?
That's wild, bro.
They're going to blame Trump for everything. That's the point.
Trump derangement syndrome at his best.
It's Trump and MAGA's fault that he stabbed the kid.
Damn. All right, let's go.
Are suffering from eviction notices. Stagnant.
What eviction notice? So wait. Where is this being streamed? Oh, wait, by the way, if y'all want to restream to y'all platform, y'all can perfectly go ahead and do so. I meant to say that when y'all first came up. I don't have no problem with that. Let's go.
Wages and hospitals closing in our neighborhoods.
What the hell does hospitals have to do with this? See, this is what the problem with people when protesting, right? Y'all take unnecessary shit and make it part of a protest that has absolutely nothing to do with shit. You call it a hands-off protest, but you're talking about hospitals where doctors literally have to fucking examine you. Stupid ass. Here we go again. Welcome to nigga mania motherfucking because they can't help themselves.
Welcome to Nigga Mania. We've been waiting on these.
All right, cool. Let's continue.
This is a system not by accident. It is the design of a system built to protect their interests while suffocating ours. We are not asking for permission to exist with dignity. We are demanding it. We are demanding fair wages. We are demanding affordable housing, universal health care, schools that actually teach our kids and don't lead to the prison pipeline.
What does any of that have to do with this?
If you don't want to end up in jail, don't commit a crime.
That's simple. Don't act like a nigga and you'll be fine.
To the oligarchs and to the billionaires.
American Nacho, appreciate you dropping down the chat. American Nacho says, does Black America actually give a damn about the Skittles garbage? Gentlemen?
Nope. No,
I don't think I think the only thing they give a damn about is being able to use the quote unquote black struggle for their struggle.
Preach. Say it again, you wonderful white man. I'm gonna put you on the big screen. Say it again.
I said I think the only benefit they have from it is being able to use the quote unquote black struggle for their struggle. They're riding off of the coattails of black people.
Look at that weight. Look at that. Well, look at that wonderful white man.
Don't you ever do that to me again, sir.
Look at that wonderful white man checking his white privilege. Appreciate you, good sir.
I'm just telling it how it is.
Your days of unchecked power are numbered. We are rising.
For a second, D Dollar says you really do kiss white ass. Excuse you? Hold on. Time out.
That was the wrong thing to say.
Wait. You want to hit this motherfucking link?
Oh boy.
White ass?
You shouldn't have said that.
How the fuck? Raw is at work, so let me calm down a little bit. How the fuck do I kiss white ass? D Dallas, the link is at the Dallas. The link is at the top of the fucking stream.
Hey, how does my big white ass taste?
Hold up a second. Okay, thank you, baby. All right, thank you, baby. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Raw cleared that up very quickly. Dallas, you good. He said, I say y'all, not you. Appreciate you. Because I was about to go in on Dallas ass. My bad.
I wasn't speaking for black people, DJ Witch Doctor. I was actually speaking on the LGBTQ community.
Witch Doctor, hit this link, bro. Hit this link. Come up here and get a white man his dessert.
But I thought I could speak on any American people. I am an American person.
You can. Go ahead, Poppy Blanco.
So, do you think it's going to be a great excuse for why young boy had the knife in his backpack, knowing we know that he have 2 part-time jobs? How much you want to bet that not that 3.5-inch knife, box cutter, whatever that was, is going to be related to one of his part-time jobs?
Speculation.
How much you want to?
Speculation. I wouldn't know.
I'm willing to bet you some money right now that's going to be related to his jobs.
I've never seen anybody use a 3.5-inch blade knife for to cut boxes. Usually it's just one of them little corner knives.
A work box cutter. It's not the same thing.
Actually, there's plenty of those.
Okay, do me a favor. Hold on for 1 second. Hold on. Come here, baby. I need you to hand me a box cutter right quick so I can show the people. You know what? That's all right, baby. I don't need you to hand me a box cutter. So this right here.
Actually, I looked at some 3D, biological dummies. The knife couldn't have been.
You talking about 3 inches?
It couldn't have been 3 inches to get to somebody with their muscle mass. Has to go through the muscle mass, has to go through the ribs, has to go through the lungs, then the heart. Couldn't have done that with a 3 inch.
So here is a box cutter. Is this enough to puncture a chest and get to the heart?
Not even close.
Okay. So we can all assume that it was not a box cutter or a folded knife. If it was a folded knife, then you probably have to bring the blade back like right about here. Is this enough to puncture the heart?
Will, the only way that's going through all the way
can
up,
do it though.
No, what I'm saying is if you think about this realistically, the only way that's going all the way up to the handle is that he has to use a shit ton of force. Like really put his body into it to get that to go all the way up there past where the razor blade is.
It's all about the angles, no man. It's going to be about the angle. On your ribs, your third rib, you can get to it, bro. Bro, let's be honest, fam. That kid didn't mean to clap that boy, fam. He didn't mean. You trying to tell me that
he did mean to?
Hold on. You trying to tell me that this nigga is James Bond? Hold on. You trying to tell me that this man is James Bond?
Premeditatively thought about this. He planned the whole attack.
Okay.
Who is this guy, bro, talking, fam?
I'm gonna put y'all in the box. Y'all can go back and forth because this is apparently this.
No, I don't want to be in the box. Like, where you get that from, homie?
Go ahead.
It's unfortunate, but everything that this guy did, from putting the knife in his backpack, taking it to the track meet, then finding his way under their tent, and the witnesses said that he started with Hunter first, and then Austin jumped in because Hunter is not the confrontational person. Austin is, right? He started it. Melo was the aggressor. He started in with them. And then
who started it?
Melo, your boy. He started it.
His name is Karmelo. Melo's the basketball player, dummy.
Okay, Karmelo started it. Karmelo murdered this guy. Karmelo brought the knife so he would have backup, and he was premeditatively edging the whole situation.
That's no premeditative, stupid. He don't even know them guys. How the fuck he gonna premeditate that shit, bro?
He shouldn't have been there, period.
Masaru, you're not in this. You're not in the box.
Everything he does links everything else. Poppy, everything he
man,
did,
this nigga don't know what the fuck he talking about, man. This nigga just fucking lying, bro. That is no premeditation. If this go to trial, I don't think it's gonna go to trial. I'm gonna be honest. I think he's gonna cap out with a manslaughter.
Hold on a second.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
DJ Witch Doctor's in the motherfucking house. What's happening, DJ?
Yo, what up, Sel? Show to the panel in the chat. What's good?
Yo, what up, Witch Doctor?
What's good?
Appreciate you. We're gonna I'll join the panel a little bit. No problem, Pax American. You can come up. All right. So right now we're gonna let Murder One and Poppy have it out because apparently this is something that needs to happen. I didn't want to let it happen, but they want to keep having disagreements. So y'all got it. Go ahead.
Hey, so you can stop saying that he was jumped, right? Because I've told you that he wasn't jumped. He said that out of his own mouth. He wasn't jumped. So you're gonna stop using that. Right?
I never say he was jumped. The twin brother was about to start pressing the line on him. The other twin, while the other one punching or touching, whatever happens.
What?
Why do you think homeboy said touch me and see what happens? Why do you think he say that for?
To egg it on, because he knew he had a knife.
No,
he knew he was.
That's a warning.
That's
a warning.
If he has
that's a warning, homie.
No, it's not a warning, son. If he has a knife in his bag and he knows he has a knife in his bag, that goes to premeditation. Everything this dude is doing, he's messed it up, made it bad for himself. This dude is getting 99 years, man, which means he's gonna do at least 30 or 40.
All right. Seems like that has come to an end. Poppy doesn't have anything. Go ahead, Poppy.
No, my bad. I was getting a phone call. My bad, man. Everybody, man, listen, man. I know like you guys, man. I run a whole business, brother. You see what I'm saying? I get millions of calls. That's why this shit keep cutting. Can you hear me good?
Poppy, you did say he was jumped, though. We all heard you. When you came in, you said he was jumped because I pushed back.
I said it was about to be jumped, homie. He was
There
about
was
to
no
be
about
jumped,
to be
bro.
jumped.
One
There was
guy,
no.
what, brother?
How does he
I
know that
said
shit?
he was a
Poppy saying a bunch
nigga
of
for
stuff up
the
here that he don't even
that
know. He
same
making
way
it
that
up.
you know your little bit of information,
I
pussy.
know. I'm
Fuck you
just
talking
arguing
about?
with you based on what
Poppy,
we
I'm
know so
sorry to
far from
say
the
this, but
preseason.
you can't accept reality. The reality is your little nigga
He's
got
not
caught.
living in
He thought he was
reality.
gonna get got, and that's just the reality. He stabbed someone in
What
cold
that's
blood, and
supposed
it
to
was
mean?
premeditated.
Poppy is
That's not
awake and
permitted.
dreaming.
Yo, if this go to court,
He's wide awake and
if
he's
this
dreaming.
charges, this nigga, man, little clown ass nigga, bro.
I
If
mean,
this go to court with the same charges, the way it is, he got a hell of a chance to beat it because there is no way in hell they're
There is
going to
no
be able to
chance,
prove.
Poppy.
Bro, are you done, bro? Like, are
There's
you
no
done? You gonna
self-defense. I
continue
won't cut
cutting
you
me?
off no more. Go ahead, Poppy. Sorry.
Are you?
Go ahead.
If this go to court to trial the same way it is right now, his chances of him beating this in a trial is going to be even higher because there is no way you can prove this was a premeditated act on this kid, bro. They don't know each
it was
other.
very premeditated.
All right, man, y'all got it, man. It seems like y'all just want to cut nigga off for no reason, bro. Like, okay, bro, you
Because
got
you're
it,
not.
boss.
Because what you're
It's
speaking is
premeditated on him.
stupidity. What you're saying
Brother,
is not
I
true.
don't care about your opinion, my nigga. Like, yo, you
You're
can say whatever
wrong.
you want
Just
to say. I
accept
don't care.
it. You're wrong. It's
Okay, I
okay.
don't give a fuck if I'm wrong or not, bro. Let me get my shit up, homie.
Jesus
I
Christ,
don't
dude.
care.
It's wrong.
I don't care
Accept it.
how you feel, homie.
Yeah,
Like,
no
if
wonder
I
you're a
ask you
hood
for
nigga.
your
You're in the
opinion,
street. You want to act
Yo,
hard.
yo,
You
yo,
get
just
killed.
because, wait a minute, just what I've noticed on YouTube, some people, just because they articulate well, they think that their words hold more weight or is more important than other people. Like, shut the fuck up. If it was in real life, you would have shut the fuck up and let that nigga talk. What the fuck is wrong with
word.
you?
For real, that's a fact, bro. That's why they come to YouTube, man, to like taunch bullshit. But they know they wouldn't be doing this outside, my nigga. They know that, bro. Fucking revenge for the nerd ass niggas, man. Fuck out of here, bro.
Monster,
But
don't
like I
get
said,
quiet
man.
now.
But like I said, homie, like I said, if this go to trial, if this charge you stick, right? They take it to trial. I don't think it's gonna go to trial, but let's just assume it goes to trial. His chances of beating the case it gets higher because there is no way that the prosecutors, the DA of Texas, can actually come out with it, or the jury can come out with a conviction for a first-degree murder when this happened literally on the spur of the moment. This situation happened on a probably, I'm going to go ahead and assume in a 90-second window, bro. In the 90s. Now, if the boy
That's
would have
enough
left the
time for
scene, right?
premeditation, though,
I'm gonna
Poppy.
tell you. I'm gonna tell you how premeditation work. If the
You
boy
don't.
would have left, hold on. If you say, okay, wait until you touch me, see what happened. He would have left and come back. That's premeditation, nigga. That's premeditation right there.
That's not the
Because
whole
he left and
No,
came
premeditation,
just
back.
saying it
man.
is premeditation. You don't need a
All
length of
right, man.
time for it to be premeditation, Poppy. You can have premeditation and decide you want to stab someone right there on the spot.
So you okay with this being first degree murder?
Yep,
I didn't
because he
say
deserves
that,
it.
did I?
I'm asking you a direct
Think
question.
manslaughter.
If I'm asking you, if I'm asking you,
Hold on.
go
Let's do
ahead,
this.
boss.
Anger Snowman, do you think it's first degree murder?
No, I said it best. Probably, I'd say intentional manslaughter.
Okay, cool.
And that's all I'm saying.
Okay, cool.
That's
And
me.
Bobby, we got that
That's
part.
me.
DJ, hold up, DJ. Let me go through my panel first. Because DJ Wish Doctor came up here, and that's my guy. I gotta hear from my guy too. Wish Doctor, first of all, how are you, OG? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm chilling. I'm actually doing some cleaning up, but I definitely wanted to catch you before you you know,
Oh
you
no,
gotta
I'm
go and deal with your Robbie duties. You know what I'm saying?
hey, listen, I always take care of that big dog.
But
nah,
now
go ahead. Do you think this murder one?
I think he'll get manslaughter. I think he was defending himself, but by law, I don't think it's gonna be considered self-defense with everything that we know so far, right? However, I do think he was defending himself, but I think manslaughter will be the more like suitable charge. You know what I mean?
Okay, cool. I appreciate that. Murder one for sure. What's up?
I think he might get second degree murder, even though I want him to get first because I want him to do the most time possible because this was a silly, nonsensical thing to happen. Didn't have to happen. Just because he touched him and he didn't want them in, they didn't want him in their tent. I think he needs to I'd like to see him do 99 years and be in for 30 and get out. But I don't think he's going to
Look
get
at
any
this
better than
fucking cocksucker, man.
second. I don't think he's going to get any better than murder. What is it? Second degree.
All right, Truth. What do you think he's gonna get, or do you think Murder One should stick? Truth. 3, 2, 1. Masaru.
You're away from the phone.
Throw that little nigga under the jail.
Jesus fucking Christ. Masaru, they're gonna boot your ass again because you being disrespectful. All right, so
yeah,
which doctor? Yeah, Masaru. I'm trying to say
he on borrowed time again.
He on borrowed time
I'm
again.
speaking the facts.
Okay, no problem. Which doctor? You just came here, so let me get your thoughts on this whole entire thing. Because my thing is this, right? These grifting ass niggas all on YouTube and social media is trying to paint up a racist, gaslit narrative about this whole entire thing, all in the name of money and using the name of God just so they can invoke the emotions and the hearts and minds of people because they're trying to paint this situation to be something that it's not. That's my whole purpose behind this stream. What's your take?
I do think a lot of people is using this for the political agendas and to gain clout. You know what I mean? I don't think the altercation was a racist altercation. You know what I'm saying? Most young people don't really give a fuck about that race shit as older people do. You know what I'm saying? So, but I think people started making it about race for their own agenda. For example, even Nancy Grace, who always jumps the gun before she even knows shit, she was painting the black kid as some sort of like that shit is crazy to me. And that's why a lot of black people is being how they be, because whether a black person is the perpetrator or the victim, we always dig up their history and try to paint them crazy in the court of public opinion, and that shit is unfair.
It is definitely unfair, but you know what's also unfair? It's not calling the facts as we see them. You know Dominique Alexander, the spokesperson for the Karmelo Anthony family, right? Let me ask y'all gentlemen on the panel, as y'all gentlemen are, I'm only going to not assume, because I know some of y'all don't got kids, but how do y'all feel about a black man who has been charged and is a convicted child abuser? Let me ask you that question.
How do I feel about someone who's a charged and convicted child abuser?
BLM.
As far as I'm concerned, they can be buried underneath the freaking prison for the rest of their life.
Sweet. Which doctor? Poppy, Masaru, Truth, Murder One?
Yeah, anybody abusing a child, that's some predatory shit. You know what I'm saying? Because that's why kids have legal guardians, because they're too young to protect themselves physically, mentally, etc. You know what I mean?
Sweet. Anybody else before I continue?
BLM loves people like that because that's what most of them are.
Most definitely. And the main primary one in all of this is, drum roll, this motherfucker right here. Y'all know who this dude is right here?
Is that the pastor? Is that damn pastor?
That was the spokesperson for the people. What was he convicted of?
Oh, let's see. Bam. Dominique Alexander, criminal record. Karmelo Anthony spokesperson. Felony injury to a child, 2009. Forging a check, post 2009. Leading police on a high-speed chase, post 2009. Stealing a car, post 2009. Falsely claiming a car was stolen, post 2009. Offensive physical contact, 2015. Probation violations, 2016. Felony theft of property, $2,500 to $30,000, 2016. Felony assault causing serious bodily injury, 2019. Misdemeanor assault, 2019. Continuous violence against the family, 2019. Theft, making a false police report, and evading arrest.
Sell.
That's a lot.
Sell.
But what I want to know,
hold on, because
sir.
a person can change their self around. This man very well could have turned his life around, and he's living a good life now. How dare you? How dare you sit there and suggest?
I appreciated this tasteful sarcasm, but what does this guy's credibility have to do with a young man? That
Everything, because this guy's credibility had, when he first came on camera, the first thing he said is, I agree with Austin Metcalf's father.
Well, I hope the lawyers representing the other family don't have no blemishes, because this is the thing I'm talking about. This is the thing I'm talking about, the court of public opinion. Like, what does this have to do with a young man? Like that is crazy. That is
the same
what I'm saying.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Let me talk to Witch Doctor right quick. Witch Doctor, I agree with you on that. But Witch Doctor, you know how I work. I like to do shit up front to point out the hypocrisy in all of it. Dominique Alexander's criminal record don't got shit to do with Karmelo Anthony. Just like people tried to pull up Jeffrey Metcalf's criminal history, which come to find out, which was fake. People saying that he assaulted a child sexually. We've come to find out that that's fake.
I didn't even heard that. I didn't even hear that.
Oh, it's all over social media. It's been all over some content creators panel. Excuse me.
They were talking about that on Iz's panel last night. Come on.
I didn't say no names.
Yeah,
But-
I didn't see that part. But the thing is, even that doesn't have to do nothing. Like my whole thing about this shit is people muddying the water. If this shit was to go to trial, it'll be hard for that dude to get a fair trial because of people muddying the water. That's my whole thing about it. I
And
won't
I
put out
agree with
stuff
you.
about their dad.
I agree with you 1,000%. But here's the problem. When this man is holding a press conference and he's bringing up money and he's bringing up people making accusations and things about him and not about the family, when he says that this case should not be about race, yet you sat on the blue couch on the Real Life Productions interview and you brought up 3 cases that had to deal with interracial incidents. When you set up, is that HQ? I think that's HQ. Hold on one
Rittenhouse
second.
wasn't interracial.
I know. No. He brought up Roy Oliver, Amber Dean, and somebody else. 1 second, because Poppy Blanco fell off, but also HQ, is that you?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So really quick,
the Auntie HQ, man.
I know, right? Auntie HQ be on point. So let me finish this right quick. The reason I pull up Dominique Alexander's arrest record is because it's based in bullshit. It has absolutely nothing to do with this case. But you know what the race baiters are doing? The race baiters is pulling up every anecdotal example as to why it is that Black people should be following this case and why it is that you should be siding with Karmelo Anthony just because you're Black. To me, that's bullshit. Okay, wait. How many people was Bumpkin? I ain't sound familiar.
I know Bumpkin.
Wait, Fight Club Bumpkin?
Yeah, Fight Club Bumpkin.
I remember you for something. I just can't remember why.
I've been everywhere, man.
Because he stalks me, Sel. He stalks me.
No, it was something that he did.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I remember that too now.
Someone
Bumpkin,
paid
what
me.
did you do?
Someone paid me $500 at the N word on Fight Club, or call someone the
What
N
do you
word
mean
on Fight
I
Club.
paid you?
No, I said someone. Not Snowman. I said someone.
Oh.
Someone
So you
paid me $500 Cash App to call Sharon the N word, and I 1,000% did because it was $500 directly
I
to
would
my
have too.
Cash App.
I would have too. I ain't mad at you.
All right,
Did it
but
for
I have
200.
Bumpkin.
Of
Listen,
course, you're not mad at him, Angry Snowman. Why would you be? You're not Black. You
but
know what
hold
I'm
on.
saying?
Here's
Why
my
would
thing,
you-
Bumpkin. Hold on. One thing I do on my show. This might not be done on a whole lot of people's shows. I hold lines, G.
Better scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet, nigga.
I don't play that bullshit. I appreciate open racism, but if you're gonna be openly racist, stay your ass over there. I don't need that shit.
But come on, Ugg, $500 is $500.
I don't give a
For
damn.
real.
I don't
though,
give.
I'm just
Listen,
saying.
I don't give a damn. My thing is this: if I was on YouTube to make money, I would be like the rest of these niggas up here grifting and holding panel shows, all in the name of waiting for someone to get booted off. I'm not here for that. If y'all want to participate in the conversation, then guess what? I have no problem with that. But here's the thing. What happens is a lot of motherfuckers open up panels and they are literally waiting for someone to boot them off. And like I said before, if you don't think I'll hold a line until you see Angel back on my platform, trust and believe me, I won't let nobody who openly disrespects Black people to be on this platform. It's just that simple.
I won't let
So
Angel on my
Deuces
platform
Bumpkin.
either.
Deuces Bumpkin. So now, since everyone says, oh, Will on YouTube just to make money. No, the fuck I'm not. Because I can hold an actual fucking line. If you're going to be on some dumb shit, get the fuck away from here. I knew I remembered him from something. I just couldn't remember why. But I don't need that bullshit on my panel. Just like someone else who I don't need to fucking make mention of just because they had them on their goddamn show, waiting on them to be as derogatory as possible for someone to boot them the fuck off. That's not how I do my fucking show. We're going to have a conversation, but if you disrespectful, Jim, get the fuck on. Now, I don't mind nobody's opinion, but if you're on bullshit, I don't need you. Moving the fuck forward. Anywho, HQ, welcome to the panel. Go ahead.
Hello. Hello, everybody on the panel. How you all doing?
Hello.
I've been following the case, just following the case, reading, following all that. I have one question. The gentleman who said he premeditatedly put the knife in his bag and came to the sports event. Where did you get that information from?
Just if you actually sit back and look at the way everything came out that we know so far, that's documented in the police report, not from hearsay at all. Things that Karmelo said and the things that the witnesses said. It all ties together to show premeditation. There's no way to get around it. He's not going to be able to get around that in court. It all ties together easily to show premeditation.
Usually, like the way I like to do things, whoever was talking last when the super chat come through, you got to read the super chat. So, Murder One, I need you to read the super chat.
Good way to move, man.
Okay, appreciate you.
Oh,
Mayor
sorry,
Monkey
I
with
didn't say his
$10.
name.
No, you good. Mayor Monkey with $10 says, "Good way to move, man. Appreciate you." Go ahead, HQ.
So, your supposition, you're pulling information from supposition as well. The young man has not spoken except to the police officer. That's it. Nobody knows his motivation. Nobody knows why he had the knife in his bag. No one knows why he went under the tent. No one knows why he stabbed him instead of punching him. Nobody knows until the young man speaks in court. We can only, everything that we are hearing is supposition, period. We can only go by the police report, and the police report is what the boy said, not what is his name? Metcalf? Austin said. This is between Austin and the young man. The young man has spoken to the police, and that's it. No one else has spoken. No one else can speak except what that young boy felt at the moment in time. That young man will do prison time. Let's be clear. He's going to do prison time. It's just a matter of how much prison time. Okay? Austin was the victim. You're correct. He was the victim. And Karmelo deleted that victim. But why did he do that? He hasn't spoken as to why. When you talk about proportionality, great. The law says it depends on the proportionality. Now, how do we know how Karmelo felt in that moment when he saw those two big boys, twins, standing over him? If they were standing over him, how do we know how that young man felt when he didn't have any other recourse except to run out under the tent? And he ran under the tent because of who knows what. We're all making supposition, but you cannot supposition about the proportionality of that crime. The proportionality and the law says it has to be proportional. The punch has to meet the punch. The force has to meet equal or lesser force. The young man met the punch or the grab with a greater amount of proportionality. Now, it is up to Karmelo's lawyer to convince us, a jury, that he felt above and beyond the regular threat to his life. We don't know what he felt in that moment. He did not go there to delete someone. That's something everybody should think about. You're saying he went there to delete someone. No one does that.
I say that.
In a 17.
Y'all do me a favor. Have a respectful conversation. My daughter just called me, so I'm gonna let y'all have the panel for a second, but just be respectful, okay? Which doctor you got the show?
Okay. I'm about to finish. I'm sorry. I'm about to finish. I'm saying we cannot say the boy came there to delete anyone because that's not what he said. He said, I did it. Of course, he's talking about stabbing Austin. But he also said, is he okay? Which meant he was not there to delete anyone. Okay? So we can all speculate. It is going to come down to proportionality and what threat that young man felt in that moment. Your feeling of threat is different from mine. When you walk into a booth and there's men in there, you may not feel a threat. When I walk into a booth and there's all men there, I am at a heightened level of threat. There's a difference between my level of threat and yours. So what his level of threat or feeling of threatened is different from yours. And it's up to his lawyer to convince the jury that he had a heightened level of threat.
Right, but what I'm going to say is him not going there to kill someone, that's speculation as well. You don't know that if he did or didn't. None of us do.
That's correct. That's correct. But I'm saying we can't say he went there to do any of the young man said he went there to. Whoever talked before me said he went there to do that.
That was me.
I'm saying that's speculation. We can't say whether he did or he didn't. We're assuming that he didn't. And he's assuming that he did. We don't know until that young man speaks.
But HQ, we can actually say that he didn't because he was the one that got approached. Karmelo got approached by one of the twins, and then the other twin
approached them in the tent. That's
Hey.
Karmelo approaching. Okay.
How did he?
So hey. Amanai said, and I agree. For premeditation in Texas, his decision to get the knife out of his bag is enough to meet the standard. Because the reality is, why did he have the knife in the first place? That speaks to intent. His intentionality was that if someone touched him, he was going to reach into his bag and pull out his weapon to quote unquote defend himself, irregardless to whatever the outcome was, evidenced by his own statement. You know what I'm saying? And the eyewitness statement. He reached into his bag and said, touch me and find out. Then when the boy touched him, he said, punch me and find out. This is by eyewitness statement. So he had more than enough time to flee. He did not have to deploy that knife.
So Robbie, let me ask you this. Robbie,
anybody?
Let me say this one
Go
thing.
ahead, HQ.
If 5 people say Karmelo always has the knife on him when he goes to work, when he's out in the play, when he's out and about by himself, that destroys that argument.
Right, but the point that he reached into his bag to get that weapon, it doesn't matter how many times you have anything. I can wear my gun every day.
But
the moment
so let me get this right, Robbie. Let me get this right. You carry guns? You like a legal carrier gun?
I mean, I believe I was speaking and y'all always cutting me off.
You got it right.
I thought you was done.
So even carrying a gun every day, right? If I pull out that weapon and I use that weapon on somebody, at the end of the day, it's premeditation because I am carrying that gun with the intent to cause physical harm to someone if they harm my person.
That is crazy, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
But let's show some.
So why not take it for your protection? Why is the like?
Okay, so I'm gonna work with y'all there, right? You're taking it for your protection. So what, in order to protect yourself, what are you going to do? Are you just gonna throw it at somebody? Or do you intend to shoot them?
My intentions could be to scare them away. There's a lot of people that carry hammers that never had to use it.
Right.
Most people carry hammer not to use.
Wouldn't it be like premeditated self-defense?
Hold on a second, Swish and Davey. I don't know what the fuck you think you're talking about. But in order to have a conceal and carry permit, you also have to be trained on shooting. You have to know how to shoot. The point is you carry a gun in order to be able to shoot an assailant. Most people hope they don't have a weapon, but if you're having a gun on you, the intent is to be able to shoot. You're not shooting someone to give them cotton candy and sparkles and glitter. You are shooting with the intent to disable or disarm an assailant attacking your person.
I know when I got my concealed carry, the first thing that I was told, not only by the concealed carry instructor, but also by a sheriff, is that if you actually ever have to pull your weapon out and use it, be it out in the public or in your own private home, you might as well be prepared to get arrested.
If he
So you
wanted,
can prove
if,
it's
if
self-defense.
he left the house with a knife with intentions to cause harm, why did he have to wait for somebody to confront him? Why he just didn't go onto the tent stabbing people if that was his intention?
Listen, but again,
He was
y'all,
trying to set it up so it would look like self-defense, maybe.
y'all
Oh my God.
Yeah, that guy's retarded. Go ahead,
y'all
Rod.
can have
That guy's slow.
y'all can have whatever speculation it is that you want to have about the crime, right? But we're talking about the letter of the law. The letter of the law is when you reach into a bag, right? Or you reach into your pocket or whatever, and you tell someone, touch me and see what happens. He didn't say touch me and I'm gonna draw on your face with a magic marker. Touch me, I'm gonna throw some sand at you. Touch me
That's
and
a
I'm
warning, bro, right?
oh my God. It's still intent. What are you warning someone for? You're
So
warning
they
them of
don't
your
harm you. So they don't harm you, Rod. That's
but
why
right.
you warning
You're
them.
warning them so they don't harm you, but you're letting them know what your intent is.
So
So
why would
there's
they
the
put?
intent.
Why would they
So
put
the
like?
warning signs on the traffic that they warning us are like that. That's no warning either, right? Warning, go slow in this area, right?
Do
That's why
warnings
that's
have intent? But Poppy, do warnings have intent?
bro. These boys
If
didn't have an intent to clap
the
the
warning,
guy, bro.
the warning light on a traffic sign, right? The yellow light is caution, go slow, because if you go fast, you're going to get harmed. You're going to run a red light, right? There's potential danger and injury. That's the intent behind it. So the fact that people want to act like they don't understand that even warnings show intent is insane to me. But let's show some respect to the money. Pax Americana with the $50 super chat says, there is not enough information on this case. The only real alarming point from this case is the amount of race baiting from Karmelo's family. This is the point I was going to make, but if you don't want me on the panel, then cool. I don't know what happened with that, Pax. You are more than welcome to come up unless Sel said you couldn't be here. Marcus Anthony with the $5 holler said, Mr. Metcalf, family of slain kid, a minor, just being present, getting kicked out of the conference is racist. If Melo gets 10 to 15, it's fair. It's due process. So I'm just saying real quick, like, and Mayo Monkey even said, and y'all know me and Mayo Monkey go back and forth, pointing a gun at someone is a crime. Brandishing a weapon is in fact a crime. Thank you, Amir. Like, we could sit there and feel however we want to feel, say whatever it is that we want to say, but the law is the law. It's insane.
You say something, bro. He said that Carmelo said, touch me and see what happens, and then he turned around and say, punch me, see what. So he said it twice, then, right? Right.
Yeah.
What are we talking about here? He gave you a warning. The guy touched him again, and now he poked. What are we talking about here?
Warning. That is crazy.
Right.
What are we talking about here?
We're talking about provocation.
Who provoked who, Raw?
Carmelo provoked Austin.
Oh my fucking God.
Man, that is crazy.
Jesus
That is
Christ.
why a lot of these
Oh, my
people be
fucking
feeling
God.
so emboldened. How is they don't even got the authority to move, buddy? Why they don't like that is crazy to me.
Who had the authority to remove their dad out of the press conference? That was a public press conference.
Why is he yo, wait a minute. Why is his dad there? That his dad, look at this. Them guys dad, my fault, Blanco. Look at this. That guy's dad, them niggas' dad show exactly how they raised to me. Because the audacity for him to just go and plant himself there. Wait a minute. The audacity for him to go and plant himself there is the same audacity I see from other people that they just besides themselves. They just go and put themselves and impose their will on people. You know what I'm saying? Why would he? Why?
I'll tell you why he would, in my opinion. If you would,
why was he there? You go ahead, Snowman. Tell me why he's there.
And it's a very logical opinion. As much as the media likes to spin shit, and
bro, just say your opinion. Why you got to build it up? Just say why. Like that's
why.
Hey, hold on. Wait. Hold up. Wait. Time out. Everybody, hold up. Wait. Time out. I need everyone to remember we are streaming across multiple platforms. I need everyone to also remember it's hard to have an understanding show when we are all over talking each other. We on my platform, we on Witch Doctor's platform, Snowman's platform. I believe Raw stream on her platform too. So with that being said, we cannot over talk each other. Let each other finish each other's thoughts. We don't have to be crazy like the rest of some of these panels up here that's driven with emotion. We can have emotional thoughts, but we're going to cover the facts, but we're not going to overtalk each other. Also, Poppy, make sure you if you get any super chats or cash apps, give your people a shout out. To everybody that's watching on not Poppy, Witch Doctor side. Thank you for joining in. If you get anything, let us know, Witch Doctor. Also for you, Snowman, if you get anything, let us know. We have to make sure that we are giving thanks to the people who are supporting and watching the content. We're not here to just argue. We're here to talk. And if an argument does happen, then fine. But we don't have to be crazy about it. But we are going to say thank you to everyone who is supporting the goddamn show. You are here watching us having to talk about it instead of being anywhere else. So thank y'all to everyone who's watching the show. Go ahead to continue your conversation.
Okay, so before we do that, we're going to show some respect to the money. Deborah Leonelli says, did someone say that you could brandish a weapon to scare somebody? My goodness, you guys need to polish up on Second Amendment laws. Abele said he didn't pull out the knife out of the bag, make knife scene and say, back up, get off me. He pulled out the knife and immediately shoved it into the body of the kid. Shadow Dragon said, y'all wrong on this one, fellas. Robbie is right. And Nikki, where her comment when Nikki
That's
said,
the only reason
I'm
we
not
highlighted that.
I'm not surprised by her response. And I'm glad you're not, because you shouldn't. So let's get something very clear so that people can understand definitions in the law. This is from, shout out to Mayo Monkey, shout out. We're going to talk about provocation. The act of provoking or inciting someone to do something. Generally, provocation does not act as a complete defense, but it can mitigate damages or culpability. Homicide. Provocation is that which causes, at the time of the act, reason be disturbed or obscured by passion to an extent to which it might render ordinary persons of average disposition liable to act rashly or without due deliberation or reflection, and from passion rather than judgments. In other words, provocation is something which causes a reasonable person to lose control. So you guys saying that this is self-defense.
Was
You guys,
Karmelo provoked a Robbie?
no, he was not provoked.
Okay.
From the eyewitness statement, right?
Okay, I'm just asking.
No. I'm not, disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to answer the question as fairly and justly as possible. From the eyewitness statement from the police report. Let's see. Austin had told Anthony that he needed to move out from under their team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside, and proceeded to tell Austin, touch me and see what happens. No one really thought Anthony really had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Anthony. And then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens. A short time later, Austin grabbed Anthony to tell him to move, and Anthony pulled out what Blank recalled as a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest and then ran away. So there was multiple reasons or ways and times that Karmelo could have left the situation and then reported whatever he felt was a miscarriage of justice, someone bullying him, to teachers, supervisors, or whoever was in the situation. What he decided to do was provoke Austin to grab and cause physical harm, and then he retaliated. That can be intent, and it is not proportionally equal in the law.
So he provoked them to put their hands on him.
This is crazy, man.
Premeditated murder.
Okay.
This
I
is
just
crazy.
wanted to know. I just wanted to know.
Of course, the white boy initiated, man. They put their hands on that boy no once, twice. The fuck we talking about here, yo?
But again, provocation.
You didn't say that.
They said that Austin touched him, and then he said, punch me and see what happens. And then Austin grabbed him up and told him to get out. So he did touch him twice. I'm not going to sit here and lie.
Wow.
He did.
In some way,
However,
in some way, somehow, y'all saying that this boy was provoking them twins, bro. Like, come on, man, y'all tripping, bro.
And look,
Y'all
Blanco,
tripping, man.
look how they dad got the audacity to, like, I'm telling you, this they cut from the same. I could just imagine. I just don't want to speculate and put stuff out, but I know audacity when I see audacity, bro. Even a lot of people in these YouTube spaces be having hella audacity. I could
Well,
just
you know,
sense that shit.
He should have never been there to begin with. That's the reality.
look, the thing of the matter is to the dad.
That's a fact.
I'm going to go ahead and give my theory again. That way, you know what I'm saying, and it makes sense. With his dad was probably thinking, with the way the news media spins and clips shit, and the way social media spins and clips shit. Why not go there and hear it right from the horse's mouth? That way, he ain't got to try and speculate on whether or not
Did his legal team. When people in
why does a legal team have to tell you anything? It's involving your kids,
you're
so it doesn't
supposed to
involve
stay.
you.
You're supposed to not. You're supposed to not be. Ain't you not supposed to not be in contact with the defense or the other side?
no, there is no law that says he can't be at a press conference. There's no law that says the parties cannot talk to
No,
each
but
other.
wouldn't your legal team advise you to stay away from each other? Won't that like compromise the
That's
case?
advisement.
They can advise him,
Not
but that
law.
doesn't mean he has
No,
to.
I'm not saying it's against the law because the cops was right there dapping him up. They could have locked him up if it was against the law. I don't think it's against the law, but I think your legal team would advise against it.
That only applies for Carmelo. Carmelo is ordered to contact them. The father doesn't fall under those same rules, but I don't know why he's there.
Oh, okay.
If you have a no contact order, right? Let's say you and I get into some shit and there's a no contact order and I'm not allowed to contact you. You can contact me as much as you want to. I can never contact you back.
Oh, okay.
Correct.
But the fact that y'all don't want to sit there and look at the provocation angle of it is insane to me. And let me tell you why. Because I was taking y'all the long way around the mulberry bush. This is mistake as to provocation. If a defendant kills another with a mistaken but reasonable belief that the victim injured or attempted to injure them, then provocation may be adequate to reduce a murder to manslaughter. And this is illustrated in the case Howell versus the state. So yes, provocation is in fact necessary in this case, and it's provable. Provocation is actually what is going to save Carmelo Anthony from getting the death chamber pine oil heaven.
You're supercharged.
But see,
Really
people
quick.
don't want to sit there. Hold on a second, babe, because I'm gonna drop down now that you back. But people want to sit there and they want to jump in their emotional bag instead of really dissecting this shit underneath the law. Like, if we're really looking at the law, if we really want to talk about what is happening here in this legal case, everything that has happened in that situation can be used to his advantage. But the way the court of public opinion is structuring this case, the way the race baiting angle is playing into this case, y'all are actually doing irrevocable damage to this young boy's defense. By saying that he's been bullied by the Metcalf boys, y'all are now feeding into premeditation because now he has a modus operandi. He has an amendus reus.
After Raw gets done, we have to read the money, and I see that we got a super chat on the linked channel. So
That's
really
mine.
quick, that's yours. Okay, I know you wasn't done, baby. Go ahead, finish.
So when y'all are sitting there putting into well, he was bullied. That means he had more than enough reason to go there with the intent to harm somebody that was bullying him. If there was a provocation and the retort to the injury caused the death of someone, that affords for the charges to get dropped. The prosecuting attorney knows exactly what they're looking at with this tape because they have access to the whole entire case file, which is why the bail was reduced down to $250,000. Like, I need Black people, if you're going to be out here saying all of this crazy shit, doing all of this crazy shit, I'm going to need y'all to understand what intent means in the law, what premeditation means in the law, what it means when you're carrying a weapon, what it means when you're carrying a gun, what it means when you're taking not just like that where you want to go. I'm gonna need you to understand what the fuck it is that you're participating in,
because everybody wants to be hooded all gangster until you sitting in the motherfucking county lockup and you have to pay an attorney in order to help you resolve your situation. And number one rule that his parents should have taught him was to shut the fuck up, because him talking to the cops, him saying what he said in front of the cops, ultimately has killed his faith. He said, I did it. I did it. So no matter what the fuck these police officers want to charge them, they are absolutely in their right to have charged him with first-degree murder, because what they were dealing with was a murdered child, and he admitted to doing it.
All right. Now, you can't leave yet. You got to read the super chat. You was the last one talking. Read the super chat.
It's recorded. The dad wasn't there to start drama.
Appreciate you, Marcus Antonio Castillo, with the $2, and then Angry Snowman. This is your super chat again.
What is your opinion of Metcalf's father being asked to leave the public hearing and him leaving?
We'll get to that. If DJ, if you get a super chat, let me know. I'll stop the show so you can read the super chat or a cash chat.
Hold on, y'all, because now I'm about to get. Baby Richard, you are free to click the link. If you got something you want to say, don't be a keyboard gangster. We're not gang banging on the keyboards. Say what you have to say and speak logical common sense, because I'm not an emotional woman. Like, I'm not going to go back and forth with you in the playhouse of your feelings. But we could talk about the logistics of the law. Please remember, I do have a background in law enforcement. Let's play, shall we? Click the link.
Go ahead and read this one, baby.
Remember, Rittenhouse bond wasn't lowered from a $2 million bond. Let me drop it again so you can feel emboldened to click this link.
And Rittenhouse's bond was actually raised from $1 million to $2 million after he reached the $1 million.
Yes, and his bond conditions was stipulated, and it was to be separated in between two different functions. And also, there was a big legal fight. Ags Valhalla, because he was there with me moderating in the chat. It was a big legal fight on what was supposed to happen with that money. And also, that money went to a foundation, and they dismantled his rifle at the crime lab. So that was part of his bond record. Well, not record.
Yeah, didn't the MyPillow guy end up in the end having to pay for his legal team?
Yes. DJ Witch Doctor, this is your super chat. You read it. DJ, you there?
My fault. Let me unmute. Ladies, I'm about to read this super chat. My fault.
Not ladies. Ooh.
Oh my God! Don't do that.
Raw, you got people on my in love with you.
So to Zyrax, my sister, my Asian sister, Mihao. You know what I'm saying? She said, just want to say hi, everyone. Hi to you, Zyrax. Hope you and the family are doing blessed on the weekend. Appreciate you for the super chat.
Long stroking. See, I ain't got the sound effects that DJ Witch Doctor has, so y'all just gonna get some crazy clip that I play as a thank you. But appreciate you.
Wait. I got it.
Go ahead.
A money kind of thing. A money kind of thing.
So the DJ Raw Mizzle.
All right, so where are we at in this? I stepped away. I was over there talking to the baby girl, and she was over there. Is that's Sharon? That is Sharon. Sharon, what the hell are you doing? Sharon said, damn.
Yeah, we were talking about provocation in the law and how provocation in the law is a defense to mitigate the charges of murder down to manslaughter.
Okay. And what was
we were on the parts that Robbie said that Karmelo Anthony was provoke the twins.
Yeah, that is
which is crazy.
You're breaking. I'm not crazy. You crazy. You crazy that you don't understand provocation.
That's no provocation.
But Robbie, that's wild that y'all would say. That is wild that y'all would say the kids didn't provoke that guy. The guy didn't provoke Karmelo to stab him. That is wild to me.
No,
she's saying they both provoke each other.
Hold on. I wouldn't. I can't speak for her, but no, I am going to speak for her. I'm not going to say that she was saying that he was provoking him to stab him. I think that he really wanted him to move out from under the tent. Now, was he possibly provoking him into a physical altercation? Maybe, but I don't know. I don't like to deal in speculation too much. This is what's wrong with a lot of these YouTube streets and a lot of niggas in this space. Everybody like to use anecdotal experiences, especially when it comes to the dick and pussy conversation, the relationship conversation, the marriage conversation, family court, and all this, that, and the other. Everyone has their own anecdotal experience as to what happened to them and why it should be a blanketed statement that should be used for every other fucking governing podcast that happens in the motherfucking space. Shout out to Big O with the 199 super sticker. Appreciate you, Big O.
But I appreciate you, love, but I could speak for myself. I was saying that Carmelo Anthony was provoking.
Beat your ass right now.
Come do it. You know I like a spanking. You know I like it rough. But anyway, to TMI. But what I'm saying is this: Carmelo was provoking Austin to touch him.
Mm-hmm.
So now, if we're gonna say, excuse me, we're just playing. But you know, if he was provoking Austin to touch him, and then Austin wound up deleted, one could either say that was premeditation, or they could use it to reduce the charges down to manslaughter. It could go either way. But what we can't have is tortious interference from the court of public opinion trying to reshape what actually happened in this crime. Now, anybody on this panel that has gotten away or has charges dismissed against them of attempted murder, raise your hand. Anybody in the chat too, put a 1 in the chat.
No,
Bro, let me ask you this.
Just attempted terrorism.
Rob, if you work for me, right, and I tell you, if you don't come to work tomorrow or you get fired, I'm provoking you into you getting fired, or I'm giving you a warning.
If you say what?
If you don't come to work tomorrow, are you getting fired? Is that a warning, or I'm provoking you for you to get fired? I'm provoking you for you to get fired.
You are provoking someone to get fired because the intention or the normal
a response.
The normal response or the normal thought process would be if someone is scheduled to work, they would come to work. So if you tell someone if you don't come to work tomorrow, you're fired, you are in fact provoking them to get fired. What are you talking about?
But my opinion, I think you're provoking them to.
I'm giving you a warning. That's what I'm doing. I'm giving you a warning.
They just want you to come to
so
work.
Every time, so every time that you got a written warning, a word, is that provoking? Yeah, just tripping, bro.
Poppy, read the money on the floor. Dude, that's all I'm saying, bro.
You know he can't
Hold
read.
on 1 second. What do they say the twins approached Karmelo? No report says that both confronted. Oh, it disappeared. What happened?
None of them say that both confronted him.
Yeah, you got it. Go ahead. And then read this one.
In what way did Karmelo provoke Austin? I guess that's a question for Robbie, I guess.
Warning someone can be provocation.
Baby, wait, hold on, baby. Wait, you don't have to answer just yet. Poppy was going. Go ahead, Poppy.
No, go ahead. Robbie she can have it.
Go ahead.
So you don't know what provocation is. Let me clear it up for y'all. Oh, let me put this one. Oh, wonderful question. As someone says to you to leave, please leave. Karmelo then says, touch me and see what happens, which means at this point, he wasn't touched. He was simply asked to leave. I know y'all understand words, don't you? If somebody said to you, please leave, or you don't belong here, leave. Touch me and see what happens. And then, when he touched him and he was trying to brush him out, go ahead and leave. He stabbed him and punched me and see what happens. So you got touch me and see what happens, punch me and see what happens. That is provoking someone to do something. That's like somebody running around and say, do something. Why don't you do something? I dare you to do something. You ain't finna do shit. Do something, see what the fuck happens. That is a provocation. The fact that y'all don't understand that simple concept is fucking blowing mine.
For real, me too. I'm serious.
I think the first warning he should have taken, he would have still had his life. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Right, if he would have just left. Go ahead.
No, the first warning when the guy told him, touch me. He already touched him. You already get off because most people tell you one time, they're not gonna tell you twice. So he was privileged to have more than one warning, and he ignored it. You know what I'm saying?
Carmelo
to the LA project.
Carmelo easily could have left and went and got an adult to address the situation as well.
He could have asked an adult. Who gives him the audacity? Who deputized him?
That's what I'm saying. What you're saying is he could ask an adult the same thing both ways, dude.
Pause for a second. Hold up.
Audacities will cause this young man to lose his life, man.
Hold on. Pause for a second. Don, come off mute.
Yo.
Okay.
Show
Hi,
yourself,
Don.
please. Nobody else can see you. Show us who you are.
I'm Mike. Mike
who?
Yes.
Mike who?
Mike from
Mikey.
Oh, that's Mikey.
Yes.
Mikey, okay.
Oh, okay, cool.
Let me voice my opinion. I agree with what the other dude said. You know, you don't come in people's
Hold on, Mikey.
face.
Wait, Mikey. Wait. We got money on the floor. We got to read the money, Mikey. Hold on. We don't disrespect the money. We never disrespect the money. And I believe this came from Witch Doctor's chat. Witch Doctor, that's your super chat. Read your money.
Shout out to Lauren, aka the LA Project. She said, right now we are speculating. We have no choice. Let's just focus on the facts as they come out. It will be what it will be. Appreciate you. And can I just read Zyrex? So shout out to Zyrex. She said, in what way did Karmelo provoke Austin? Appreciate you, Zyrex. And Lauren, y'all make sure y'all drop the Lauren emoji and the Zyrex emoji in the chat. Appreciate you.
Most def. Baby, is this mine or yours? I don't know which one this is.
I don't know. According to them, asking someone to leave is provocation. We see this in real life all the time, and it's crazy. So here's the thing, like, oh, wait, this
Got one more. Is Snowman, is this your super chat?
No, it ain't got a thing on my end.
okay, this is for the lady. Thank you for explaining the definitions. Big
No,
time,
thank-
you're welcome. This is the thing, right? I'm gonna tell y'all this real quick.
Damn.
Oh God, more money.
It
Touch
was
and
mine.
shove. Touch and shove doesn't equal stab. Why is it so hard to get that? Someone push you in the club, you come across their head with a bottle, you go into jail. Facts, truth, reality, undefeated.
Facts.
So here's the thing. I'm gonna say this. What you are now seeing as you listen to the commentary, right? And this is no shade to nobody up on the panel or anything else. A lot of people swear to God that they OG, triple OG, they thugging it out. They done been arrested, they done been to jail, they done did time and everything else. But you could always tell who really been up in some legal situations and who done been in the struggle or what. Go ahead, babe, you do it because we doing so much. Who been in the struggle or whatever else by who knows the value of the law. Either you're on the right side of the law or you've been processed through the system. And either way, you know that proportional opposition is what matters when it comes down to convictions. Even shit, if I smack Sel and he punches me, that is not equal. That's not an equal response. Like, what are we talking about for real?
You're talking about
Maybe people need to learn how to keep their hands to themselves. It's very simple.
No, it's nigga law.
It's very simple.
Nigga law.
Really quick, because Mikey did come up here and I did stop him.
Whatever you want to call it, if you keep your hands to yourself, you will be alive.
All right. The KP
Right, but when someone asks you, and when someone asks you to leave their area, leave their area. Stop having a dick
But
measuring.
that's not his area, Rob. But that's not his area. You know what I'm saying?
That's a
not his
trash
property.
It's not his area. Neither was it the Anthony's family to ask the father to be removed either.
Hey, so can I ask a question?
No,
That was a specific thing, so for them to do.
Yeah, that
to
was
do
something set for
press
them. It
conference.
wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't a press conference for him and them. It was their press conference. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's true. But my thing is this whole entire case is built upon who has a right to be where and what and all is that and the other.
Right.
Really quick.
So let me ask you this, sir. Let me ask you this before you go. Before you go, sir.
Can I say something?
Fighter, if you
Go
want
ahead, boss.
Fighter, if you want to stream your platform, and I don't have no.
Can I say something?
Yes, Mike. Give me 1 second. And also, Poppy, you got wind blowing in your background.
Mad wind.
All right, so Fighter, if you want to stream your platform, you can. Any super chats or cash apps you get, make sure you let us know so we can shout them out. Next was, I think, did KP from KC5 go at all?
No, KP didn't go.
Okay, KP and then Mikey.
I've said this before around this case, and I'll say it again. Emotionality doesn't mean you're right. At the end of the day, man, I'm sorry to say this, but black people got to stop trying these cases based on a theory and instead of based on what the law is. At the end of the day, this is not a time to kill, man. Where you watch Matthew McConaughey walk out Samuel L. Jackson after he killed them boys in the courthouse. This is not that. This is not a movie. This is real life. Look, you're going to be disappointed. That's essentially what people are trying to get y'all to wrap your minds around. You're going to be disappointed when this goes to court and he most likely does prison time. That's all people are saying. We're not saying he's justified in doing what he did. We're not saying that he's wrong. We're just saying what's going to happen when the law sees this. That's all we're saying. And that's
all right, really quick. Before Mikey go, it looks like Witch Doctor got some more money. Go ahead, Witch Doctor.
Appreciate it. Let me go back to YouTube. Let me see.
We making some money today, goddammit. Got some money. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So to Zyrex, she said, I understand what provocation is. An argument can also be made that Karmelo was provoked when Austin said leave with a threatening undertone. And he actually backed it up with physical actions. Zyrex, appreciate you for the super chat. Also, Red Pill Ranger says, keep in hand to yourself argument is silly because people should also know not to stab humans in the chest. Street law and criminal law are not the same. I agree with you. It wasn't warranted, the stabbing, but it could have been at the heat of the moment. I don't think the young man left the house with the intention to delete nobody.
Of course he didn't. We know. We should know. You should be able to say that. You don't think you should know that he did. But
hold on, wait.
All right, and everybody in the panel.
Snowman got a super chat too.
Yeah, you got big time for $10. Says also for anyone who carries, take any 2A course. You can't drop the hammer unless your life or life of a loved one has been threatened with a weapon. At least in PA, it's like that in Ohio and Indiana too. That's our stand. That's our stand your ground.
All right, Poppy, really quick, and then we have to get the monkey. Go ahead, Poppy.
I want to know how many of you Negroes in here walk away when somebody put hands on you. I want to know that.
Ooh. I've done it before.
Good question.
I walked away like once or
twice.
Several
times.
Once or twice.
Jesus Christ.
But other than that,
sometimes some things just ain't worth getting into a fight over.
Wait, hold on, guys. You just compared walking away to somebody sticking somebody with a knife. That's essentially what you did, Poppy.
Brother, the knife came after the knife came after the boy got touched twice, homie.
Yeah, it did come
Bro,
after.
the knife came after he got touched twice. What are we talking about here?
Okay, all right. We're gonna see what happened when.
Listen, I tell my kids.
Let me say this.
I tell my kids. I tell my nieces, nephew, my little cousin. You don't start nothing. But if somebody put their hands on you, you get off, nigga. I don't play that, bro. I just don't. I don't know how you raising yours, but nobody gonna be touching my kids around like that, bro.
And you have a collect call from. That's what you're gonna hear on the other end of the line.
It is what it is. Keep your hands to your motherfucking self. How about that?
Hold up a second. American Nacho, who are you?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Oh, okay,
you know, like me personally, somebody tested my space. I said, look, if you don't leave, it's gonna be a problem. And he said, I ain't gonna leave. Okay. And then what happened? I put my hands on him. We started dumping. For me, after I told that man, leave.
If they just got in a fist fight, though, we wouldn't even be talking about this. Like nobody's against him defending himself, getting in a fight. It's high school. That's normal stuff. But he's not supposed to have a knife there to begin with. Like I think that's
it's different. It's different too when somebody tells you, "Look, I got something on me." You feel me? If you don't back up, I'm forced to do what I got to do. If you don't listen, then that's on you. That's on you.
We're doing Monday morning quarterback over here.
We are, and we got super chats on the floor really quick. Right here. Who is this? Okay, really quick. I see that someone is trying to enter the studio. We got a studio full of 10 people. If you want to get somebody off, you can boot them. It's up to you. But right now, we got money on the floor. The only people that cannot be booted off, unless you're going to pay double, is myself, Raw, Fighter, Snowman, and Witch Doctor. If you want to boot them off, you got to pay double. Really quick.
And Poppy.
No, not Poppy. You can get booted.
Witch Doctor, no, I'm not, nigga. Half off.
You ain't shit, man. I ain't supporting you. Know, I'm unsubscribing right now. Fuck you, man.
You one in the drop. Listen, somebody told the OG, the angry man, that he not everybody's cup of tea. Guess what? I may not be everybody's cup of tea, but I try to run a panel as fair as possible. I even want people to read their money. So go ahead, Witch Doctor, get your money.
I'm fucking with you, boss, man. Go ahead, bro. I was playing.
And show so to Red Pill Ranger, he said, intention or not, he's still going to jail. I think they're gonna make him do some sort of time. He said, no one said walk away. I said don't delete them. And he also sent the last one, said we don't have fish anymore, Jack the Ripper shit. Okay, he's saying we not fighting no more. We just
and I'm gonna read my two. You men is too damn sensitive about being touched. Toughen up, Negroes. And y'all too scared to take a good thumping. Man up and get your bands up. $ Butterfly Progressive. Y'all support the show. I mean, come on. Shout out to all that. But like y'all got to do better. We're talking about fights. I'm telling you right now. As someone that beat a case for attempted murder. These lawyers are looking at this, that he had intent because he had the weapon with him. He had it on him. That's intent. He read his bag. And then he said, touch me. That's intent. They're gonna persecute him to the fullest extent of the law that they can. And there's ways to get around this case, but it ain't gonna be with no public defender. Right, he's gonna have to have a very paid attorney in order to do it. Now I know Fighter is our resident criminal, so go ahead, Fighter.
Damn, why you gotta bring this business out like that?
I'm just playing. I'm just jokes.
Can y'all hear me?
That was nasty work. Oh, that was nasty.
First Fighter, and then American Nacho. Go ahead, Fighter.
Do I sound good?
Yeah, you good. Go ahead.
All right. Well, Kelligan Thoki is the Cloud Chasing Coca-Cola Dominican representative, and Raw G, that was unnecessary. Why you bringing up old shit? Anyways, have you guys ever been stabbed or stabbed someone before?
I've been shot. I haven't been stabbed.
Yes. I have been shot and I have been sliced. Yeah.
Yes.
In my arm.
I've been stabbed twice. One is a real stab. The other one is like,
I was supposed to let Truth go. So after Fighter is Truth. My bad. Go ahead, Fighter.
So my
sister stabbed me too.
Okay, so have any of you guys ever inflicted harm on anyone before?
Yep.
Yeah.
With a weapon.
Yeah.
No comment. Come on, man. Why you asking that?
All right. Okay. No. Maybe someone can share the experience, or maybe they can't. All right. So we know that usually in these situations, you have to have extreme self-control to only strike once. So, I only shot the gun once, or I only stabbed them once. That takes a lot of self-control. Now, if you keep going, you going in. There's a lot of intention and there might be anger, emotion behind that. So I think that shows real intent. If he would have kept stabbing him, that would have been crazy. But the fact that he only did it one time, he will have to pay.
And he ran to Fighter. He fled the scene after. Yeah, he was scared.
Remember, it was raining. Wasn't it raining?
Mm-hmm.
Allegedly.
According to the police report, it only started raining after the initial stabbing happened. That's what the police report and the witness statements say, that it was raining after the stab happened.
Yo, but you know what? Yo, that little brother, he's gonna have to sit down for a little while. Give him the minimum manslaughter. Give him like 5-4.
Here's the thing: I stabbed somebody and I got charged with attempted murder.
It'd be like that. I ain't gonna talk about. I'm not gonna. I'm one time. Oh, nah.
One time, one stab, attempted
Yeah,
murder.
but
Now
but
it
that
got
but
dismissed, but
they reduced your charge, right, to like assault first.
no, it got dismissed.
Her case got dismissed.
I'm glad y'all.
That's why I'm trying to tell y'all. Y'all be going into these courthouses with these public defenders.
Wait, raw. What? Yes.
Whoa. No, see, that's another. That listen. Why do people assume that sometimes public defenders are the best lawyer you could get? Like
shit.
Every time.
This public defenders that there's public defenders that beat bodies, bro, and y'all don't believe. Like public defenders have helped a lot of people out, and they're more passionate.
That's because he beat the odds, bro. Don't be counting on no pup. That's like
No.
counting on
I'm not saying that. No.
200,000 miles out of town.
Yeah, public defender gonna get. They just there to plead a deal, bro. The public defender is the worst thing that's.
Not all the time. What, bro? Somebody's
right
bro.
We don't time out.
Listen,
We don't have to worry about. We don't have to worry. We don't have to worry about public defender. We don't have to worry about public defender because Buddy got about $500,000 in the account. No, so we don't. That shouldn't even come up. He got money. You're gonna have a good lawyer.
Right, but y'all giving bad advice. Y'all giving bad advice to the young men in the streets.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm glad you said that. Wait, time out. Can I finish with that? Wait, hold on. Wait, no, because I'm glad that she just said that. Anybody listening on any platform that is listening to this conversation, this is not legal advice. Let me put that out there now, because I don't want anybody to try to report or flag anybody's channel that is restreaming this right now. What we are discussing is not legal advice, and it's stupid that I have to say that, but I have to say that.
No, this is our personal opinions. These are our personal opinions.
Fighter. Trust me, I've been doing this long enough. You have to say that. This is for entertainment purposes only. This is not
That's
legal.
crazy. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Nobody ever came at me for that, though. That's petty.
You've never been on Nick Ricada's channel.
Still.
But I'm telling y'all.
You gotta play any commentary from anyone on the panel does not
reflect the host of the show. This your own shit. Everybody say their own shit. Feel your own way.
You're gonna learn today.
You gonna learn today.
Anyways, all right, that kid, he's gonna have the.
Wait a minute, fighter. Respect the money.
I didn't know there was more moño. Man, I'm about to send some moño. I'm about to send some moño for disrespecting. Go ahead.
This is whose money is this? Whose money is this?
I don't know. I'm just gonna read it. We're gonna get through. I'm gonna read you. Click through.
Okay.
If you show self-control, that kills the "I feared for my life" argument. Man, I'm glad y'all ain't his lawyer. A person fearing for their life whiles out, they empty the clip. Karmelo plays football, scared to get hit. What? Old heads would say, don't start, but you finish it. Let's go, Ellie. And let's show some love, because we've been just reading the super chats. Y'all ain't had no music break, no nothing. I got y'all. Don't worry. The champ is here.
Hey, I know you think that you know me, but you ain't even seen my dark side. It's just if you know me, so baby, do it right, do me right.
Shout out to our good brother, the angry man. He said, be careful, y'all. The Negro Coalition gonna revoke y'all black card. No more grits and butter biscuits. Now,
That's hilarious.
Angry man, if you want to come up here, let me know, because I'll pop off and make a space for you. Just type it in the chat. And my chairs gave the $4.99 holler with that wave and say hi. But y'all go ahead. Crazy asses. Come on.
No, well, I'll be quick. I'll be quick. Listen, yeah, I think this was just an accident and a bad day. Everything moved so fast. I think that they're probably both good kids. They just had a little disagreement, a little altercation. They're both out for masculine young men. So they got into it, and unfortunately,
we all hearing it. Fighter,
back out and come back in.
Go out, come back, acting up.
Fighter, your microphone is doo-doo.
That Obama Wi-Fi is trash.
Yes, it is. All right, so really quick. It's really quick. We got to get the truth, and then we have to get to American Nacho. He's been waiting patiently. So, truth first, and then American Nacho. Go ahead.
All right, so once again, bro, if you listen to everybody's conversation and their opinion, majority of y'all is not talking about anything dealing with legality. Y'all talking about morality or your moral code or guides. If you're asking me if he stabbed him, if you're asking me would I have done that, no, I would have stood up there and fight. If you're talking about when it comes to the street, if I seen somebody get hit and get stabbed, yes, I have. Did I feel sorry for the person that got stabbed? No, I didn't. But that is a moral basis outside that has nothing to do with the courtroom, that has nothing to do with the law. And on top of that, we're talking about on school grounds. This is another thing. School laws has nothing to do with state laws. It's just like if you shoot
Thank you.
somebody, if you shoot somebody on school grounds, you're in trouble. If you stab somebody on school grounds, you're in trouble. You're going to jail. There is no weapons allowed on school premises whatsoever. And that is, I don't know no school that does not go by those guidelines. And that goes for sporting events. I don't care if they playing teacup. Anything involving with school activity inside those guidelines, inside those time frames, it's going to be penalized against whoever is the offensive. I'm going to ask y'all this. For those saying that, oh, he can be anywhere he want to be and whatever, at a Black Panther party that is at an open event that is allowed for anybody to go there, a white person walks in there, starts making obscenities, name calling, whatever. What's going to happen? Would you say that if that white person walked in there and started with them black people, would he be wrong? Or would you say, hey, you know what? He's allowed to be there. He's allowed to say things to the Black Panthers without having to worry about being harmed, without having to worry about being escorted, any of those type of things. We already know if we flip it, then the situation is going to be different. That's why it means the way y'all approaching it is false. We are making a black person that got stabbed, and it's a white person. Y'all would not say that the white person has a right to stab a black man just because he asked him to move and then he started to move him out the way. Y'all would be upset. Y'all would say, why you ain't stay there
So
and
truth,
fight or anything like that. Hold on,
truth.
let me
Are you
finish.
comparing that to a Black Panther rally, bro? Like
Yes.
the kid didn't go to a KK. The kid didn't go to a pro white nothing, bro. The kid went
It's
to
not
a
about,
sports event.
you're
He's
not
an
listening.
athlete.
It's about
Okay.
the environment.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah, it's about, I'm only talking about environmental and situational awareness. This is the biggest problem. And this is what we should be teaching our children. Situational awareness, environmental awareness. I always tell my children, if they get into fights, you need to be removing yourself first, because then that absolve you. If anything happens, that person can fall on the ground, break his neck, and die. But every time my children know, hey, walk away, that person follow you or anything like that, as long as it look like you're retreating, you're absolved now. You get to, if they keep bothering you, get in your space after that, tear their asses up. But as far as stabbing,
Wait, hold on. I have to ask a question. Do you also teach your children that there's consequences behind whatever action
I'm
you take?
going there.
When it
I'm
comes
going
out?
there. That's
Okay,
why you
cool.
gotta let me finish, brother.
Just
I
speed it up.
also, with anything that I do, I don't complain about it, nor do I complain about the result, which is the consequences that could come behind it. If I'm in a bad environment, dealing drugs or anything like that, I don't complain about law enforcement, how rough they is, how they put hands on me or anything like that. If I choose to stab somebody.
Appreciate you for that commentary. All right, American Nacho, you've been patiently waiting, good sir. Go ahead with what you got.
Honestly, I don't disagree. I was going to say a lot of what he just said. I was just going to cite the Texas Penal Code, basically saying that, he was never supposed to have a knife there in the first place. I mean, if they just got into a little scuffle and a fight or whatever, even if they did both jump up on him, I mean, they would have been punished accordingly. I mean, you get in a little fight in high school, you get in a little fight, you should defend yourself. You know, that's what I would teach my kids too. But I would never, you know what I mean? You should never be in a position where you think it's okay to bring a weapon to school, and definitely where you think that stabbing somebody is equal, you know, is equal to like touching someone's bag or putting your hands on somebody. Yes, they shouldn't put his hands on him, but I mean, you can't stab somebody in the chest, and you can't have a knife there to begin with. And then I did want to touch on the guy that's the spokesperson. I don't know if this guy is a spokesperson for the family or if it's the lawyer or what. But the whole thing from start to finish, I think, is just
He's a preacher.
It's got a yeah. I mean, they're just muddying up the waters with and it's making it worse about race. This guy that's speaking on behalf of the family still thinks that, you know, he thinks there's a video out there of Kyle Rittenhouse shooting 3 people in the back. Like the family surrounding themselves with people who are, you know, don't know what they're talking about and are supposed to be knowledgeable in this stuff, supposed to be spokespersons on their behalf or something. So I'll leave it at that.
Most definitely.
Exactly.
Mikey,
And,
mute up if you're not saying nothing. Go ahead, baby.
Yeah. Angry man with the 9.99. Someone stop him. He's using logic and common sense. Holy shit. Now, wait, but this is the thing. For those of y'all that are saying Karmelo Anthony is a child, he's not a child in the law. In Texas, a juvenile is defined as an individual who is at least 10 years old, but not yet 17 years old. This means if a person commits a crime or delinquent act while under the age of 17, they will be subject to the juvenile justice system. Once a person turns 17, they're considered an adult and their case will be handled in the adult court system. We saw this recently in the How to Create a Murderer case, right? The younger assailant the younger alleged or whatever accomplice in the story was tried as an adult, even though he was of a younger age. When Karmelo was arrested, he wasn't taken to the juvenile detention facility in Frisco, Texas. He was taken to Frisco PD. This is an adult in the law. And y'all have people that are 17 years old signing up to serve the country. So when y'all call 17-year-old girls women, so when do we make the distinction? What is a child and what is an adult? It can't be an adult when you feel like it's something to your benefit, and then they're a child when it's something that's to their own detriment.
Well, two things can be true when you're trying to spin a narrative, which is what most grifters do, right? Most grifters will say that, oh, because Karmelo was black, all black people should agree with him because he should be perceived as innocent. When this man himself, who performed his own 7-10-30, if you don't know what a 7-10-30 is, you need me to explain it to you, I can and will. But he performed his own. Sure. Here, let me go ahead and pull it up so I can get a visual representation for anybody that needs it. 7-10-30. Statement. All right, cool. Share this tab right here. The phrase, I'll zoom in on this. As a matter of fact, I'll solo it out. The phrase 7-10-30 statement likely refers to the New York Criminal Procedure Law 710.30, which outlines the procedure for the prosecution to notify the defendant of their intent to offer evidence of certain types at trial. This notice is required before trial and allows the defendant a reasonable opportunity to move to suppress the evidence. The purpose of the 7-10-30 aims to provide the defendant with sufficient notice of what evidence the prosecution intends to introduce, specifically statements made by the defendant to a public servant and certain eyewitnesses' identifications. The best way I can break this down for you, where I don't have to read through all of this legal jargon, is his Miranda rights did not have to be read to him, because when he approached that resource officer, the first thing he said was, "I'm not alleged, I did it." So that is an admission of guilt. And also he said that he put his hands on me. He didn't say they jumped me. He didn't say, oh, his brother and him. He didn't say all them niggas. He said he put his hands on me. I'm not alleged, I did it. After the resource officer said, I think I have the suspect in custody. I'm not alleged, I did it. Okay, so that statement alone right there lands him in that 7-10-30 category. They don't have to read his Miranda rights. They don't, because he's not being questioned. And also what he should have did, what his parents should have did, was teach him how to shut the fuck up, because anything that you can Anything that you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. So I understand morally what a lot of people are attaching themselves to when it comes to this whole race baiting grift for bullshit. But my thing is this though: get away from the fucking emotions and stick to the fucking facts. He nailed his own nail within the damn coffin when he said that shit.
And hold on, Zyrek says he's a child till he's 18. He's gonna get tried as an adult because I'm sure he'll turn 18 before he's tried. And again, I try to tell y'all, but y'all never take my word for shit. So let me show you from the Texas District and County Attorneys Association. I'm trying to tell you what the law is in Texas. Like y'all got real problems with definitions in the law. Let me go back to who is a juvenile. Who is a juvenile? Let's solo this out so people can read it clearly for themselves. In Texas, a person can be charged in a juvenile court for criminal offenses committed on or after his 10th birthday, which means any child under the age of 10 could commit a heinous crime and not be charged at all. But once a person turns 17 in Texas, he is legally considered an adult, and any criminal charges would be handled in adult court. The Texas legislature has recently discussed moving the age of legal maturity from 17 to 18 years of age. One argument for increasing the age is that 17-year-old is considered a minor for family law purposes. However, as it stands, the Texas Penal Code to this day considers 17-year-olds an adult for criminal offenses.
Okay, so about that, we don't have to worry about him being charged in juvenile court. He's going straight to adult court. He's going to big boy court. Right?
Right. And Zyrex, that's not just in Texas. Some states actually consider 16-year-olds to be adults.
Someone was saying something before we start talking. Who was saying something?
That was me real quick. Y'all hear me? All right, so I just want to finish my point on saying he's innocent of first degree murder, but he's gonna have to do some time because at the end of the day, someone is no longer here.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. Now,
Man,
let me ask you this,
I think
Fire.
the knife wasn't my fault. I think the knife wasn't permitted on school property too. They might try to get him for that shit too, either some sort of probation or some shit.
That alone, I think, is a felony if he uses it on campus. I'm
so when we go
not
to
100%
the
sure.
Go ahead, American Nacho. My bad.
Sorry, I was just going to read the penal code for it. I'm not sure where exactly it is in there, but it's Texas Penal Code, section 46.03. And I think if you use it on school campus,
hey, do me a favor. Do me a favor, Nacho. Your mic is a little low. It's kind of hard for the to hear.
Okay, yeah, let me fix it.
I'll adjust it. Oh, he got it. Okay.
Okay, cool. Yeah, go ahead.
Look at this one. It didn't happen on the campus. Where do you think the track and field event happened?
Well, it was at a state place, but I'm pretty sure that when you have high schools using
it was a school event. It was a school event. We just gotta kill it right there. It was a school event. We just gotta leave it right there. It's a school event.
Nacho, when you get ready, just come back off mute and you can take over. But anyway, really quick, page 11 of the Frisco Independent School District Student Code of Conduct. I have to give credit to Mr. Fantastic for putting this up on his community wall, and I've had it bookmarked in my damn Google ever since. But when you scroll down to page 11, I don't need to read all of this bullshit, but we're just going to go through the things that makes sense and that relates to this whole entire thing. And then I'll read the super chat and then American
razor and box cutter.
There you go. A razor box cutter right there, or chain, or any other object used in a way that threatens or inflicts bodily injury to another person, a look-like weapon that is intended to be used as a weapon or could reasonably be perceived as a weapon. I don't need to read air gun, ammunition, a hand instrument designed to cut or stab another by being thrown, such as a ninja star or a kunai. Y'all need to go look up what those is. A location-restricted knife, to Poppy Blanco's point, If that knife is under 5.5 inches, then it's okay to be there. But here's the problem, and this is where it gets interesting. A pocket knife or any other small knife, it cannot be used or carried or brought upon school grounds or the events. By that alone, he's nailed.
Yeah, that just got taken away about the 3.5 inches.
Mike,
yeah. Go ahead.
Is it any better?
Yep, that's better. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna say it's Penal Code 46.03, and then the school district is like an independent. It's like a school campus, so it's not, I think, part of that high school specifically, but it's like the stadium itself is an independent district, like school district facility, and it was a school event, so it falls under that,
exactly.
code.
So y'all
Penal
get
code.
out your damn feelings with that stupid shit. It's not a school campus. She sounds stupid.
Really quick. Excuse me. He introduced the penal code. I want to read it right quick. He introduced the penal code. I want to read it right quick for the replay value. Texas Penal Code Section 46.03 prohibits the possession of certain weapons in specific locations. This includes schools, polling places, government courts, racetracks, and secured areas of airports. The law applies to a person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly possessing or going with a firearm, location-restricted knife, club, or prohibited weapon. Ooh wee! Thank you for bringing that up. They could put
that's
this on him.
Just that alone, yeah.
It says it right here: schools, on school premises, grounds, buildings, or passenger transportation vehicles. Ooh wee!
And then let me just say this real quick for the people that want to be like, "Oh my God, this is not a school campus. It's your TV. You can suck your mother. Don't ever try to play in my face. Let's not do it. I could be more foul mouth than you could ever imagine." So for those of you, the David Kendall Stadium is located right next to Stigley Middle School. It was named after an employee when he passed away for his dedication. It is in fact under the FISD label. So it is considered in fact a campus. Yay! What did we do today? We learned. Stop playing with me.
Hold up, because this is important.
Yeah, we knew that was a school event.
This is important as well. It says racetracks.
Yes, I know.
on
I'm
the
talking about
premises of
the
racetrack.
audience, because the
It
audience
just came up. There go the OG. There go the OG. Baby, we ain't gonna play his intro. Like, what
yes,
we doing?
we are about to play it. I'm about to play it right
You better do that man right.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
The OG, the angry man, is in the building. What's going on, OG?
now. He came up with the red too. Like he really.
What's going on, y'all?
Look at that shit. He got all the red lights.
You come here intentionally trying to provoke people.
Oh Lord.
I came up here to warn y'all. You know there's a Negro coalition roaming around these YouTube streets. These Negro peons are gonna catch every last one of y'all. Don't y'all realize y'all are supposed to be showing your black supremacist, racist bias? Don't y'all realize that?
I'm sorry.
Did you just say Negro peons?
Yes, I did.
On whose
No, how I
authority?
feel about
To hell with these Negroes that's out here grifting with their emotions, trying to get dollars about the niggas that ain't got. What the problem is, a lot of these niggas are seeing that damn give, send, go money go up, and they think they about to get a part of it. Here, let me help you Negroes out. It's up to here. Let me refresh the page. It's up to $492,000 as of the start of this stream. So guess what? You Negroes ain't getting a motherfucking dollar of it. So keep on grifting with your little emotional tears. How you want to put on the front for Mr. King McStabby. Where my motherfucking toy at? Where is that? Right there. This motherfucker. You can get a part of. Listen, this is going to be a collector's item only. You got to hit the cash.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, listen.
Stabby McStab.
Stab. Yes, Captain McStab. This motherfucker right here. So anyway, now that we got that shit out the motherfucking way. Where was we going with this? Oh yeah, that's where we was going.
No, we have to do something to get back our black card. Y'all ready for it? One here you go. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. We gonna act like it's Martin Luther King Jr. Day. This is not a savior.
What song is that?
That's the Negro spiritual anthem. You know they sing that song every Martin Luther King Jr.
I was gonna say I don't know that song.
I've never heard that song before.
You've never
Lift
heard
every
Lift Every
voice and sing of
Sir,
liberty.
sir, you have to forgive me. I'm not engaged in any niggerdom whatsoever.
What the heck? You've never heard Lift Every Voice and Sing. Damn. Go ahead. Go ahead, Poppy.
Can we agree? Can we agree that the boy was overcharged?
Yes.
No.
No, yeah. I mean,
not
that's
with the evidence that was provided.
Let me ask this question. Everybody.
Hold on, hold on, give me a second, sir, and I'm gonna be out your way, boss. I believe that boy was overcharged.
You asked the question. How you gonna ask the question and not wait for an answer?
Of course, he's like we gotta. I didn't realize you was a Negro-pean, Poppy Blanco. Was you on that panel? Was you on that panel with the Negro-peans? Is that what it was? Let me tell you.
Nah,
Which panel was that?
You gotta be specific though, for real. I've been a lot of panels.
You talk about the one where you were the thumbnail?
Yeah, well, I was the thumbnail. That one.
Last night.
Yeah, that was last night. It was.
If it was last night, I wasn't.
It was the black version of a what mob. They were trying to get frontier justice on the internet. Look, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Me put you on blast, Poppy. She said you was on that Izzy panel. 20B, what she said you lying. You lying, you a liar. Ooh.
Yeah, we got a Negro.
Last night, and you saying that I was throwing checks at you?
Yeah, Free Zone was even there last night.
I didn't say that. I said you was on the
Go ahead,
panel.
boss.
Look, here's the thing.
Yeah, because I do believe that the boy was standing his ground. Yeah, I mean that's my position.
Let me ask
That'll make me a PM.
Let me ask all of the Negroes up here. My bad if you're not a Negro. Let me just ask this question. Just how this matter of fact, forget that. Let's ask everybody. Everybody in here. You're a 17-year-old high schooler. We all live in the real world. Not this fantasy world that these Trumps living in. We all live in the real world. You're 17 years old. You get into an altercation with somebody. You stab them. They lose their life. Are you going to jail?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes and no.
Yes.
That's the answer right there.
Yes.
That's the answer right there. Period. And we all know this, man. That's the answer. Now here's the thing. Will, you pointed it out, and everybody is just kind of overlooking it. You want to know the reason why there's so much black outrage? You want to know the reason why the parents is doing a press conference and talking about we need justice? Because they stupid ass 3.9 GPA son confessed to the damn crime on the scene.
Exactly.
That's why they outraged, because they trying their best. They trying to fix what he did in a moment of stupidity.
Yep. So
it is at the end of the day.
He should have kept his mouth shut.
Yo, can you hear him?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Angry Man, do you think that boy deserved a first degree murder?
I think that little Negro did something that he shouldn't have did, and now he has to face the consequences, whatever those consequences may be. Now, do I think he should be in prison for the rest of his life? No, but he should get some time for doing that, because we can chalk
Yeah, but
some
my
of.
question is, do you think the charge fit the like what he did? He fit first degree murder. That's all I'm asking. Yes or no?
What are you looking for? Like, you know what? Here's the thing. You know what's really frightening me right now?
What's that?
A lot of you brothers that's on Karmelo's side, when y'all are asking these questions, every time y'all ask me these questions, just like Iz was asking me question last night, talking about some, that's a direct question. You know what I feel like? I feel like the white guy in that store on Rosewood when that mob came in there and started asking him questions.
Damn.
Are y'all gonna turn on me because I don't give y'all the answers y'all want?
No, but I
They
low
are.
key wanted to hear the answer too, but I ain't gonna turn on you just for that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But I would like to know if you think he deserved first degree also, because that is kind of.
That's the look. It's not up for me to determine what they charge him with. So I'm not gonna sit here and say, well, he deserved this or he deserved that or whatever, right? I'm not gonna sit here and say that because I'm not a district attorney. You feel what I'm saying? And that's just me being straight up. I can't tell you whether he deserved manslaughter, first degree, whatever, right? All I can say is this. He took something too far. Okay, I done had to fight dudes that was way bigger than me.
Yeah.
I done been in numerous fights in high school. I ain't never plunged nothing into nobody's chest. Right. I ain't never been that scared in high school. You understand? Now, like I said on my show, if we find out that they knew each other previous to that and the twins used to bully him or something, I can understand him being scared enough to be carrying something with him. But even then, it doesn't make sense because he went to the tent where they were at. I'm pretty sure he had sight to see they were standing right there.
Yeah, I think it would be worse if they used to bully him, because that'll show that he took the knife with the intentions to. I think it'd be worse if we found out they knew each
Okay,
other.
well, let's go with the fact.
Yeah, and that's their narrative. That's a terrible narrative to
Let's
operate
go,
on.
let's go with the fact that he wasn't bullied, right? Let's go with the fact that he wasn't bullied. So if we go with the fact that he wasn't bullied, now we got to ask, why does he have a weapon on him?
Right, but let me speak to the charges, right? Because I want to answer that question real quick.
Don,
He
mute up.
got-
Yo, you got air conditioning in the back.
Yeah, I'd like to say
Yeah.
something too before we get off the charges after you.
Yes.
Nope, no problem.
He got charged with what the police were able to charge him with at the time of the commission of the crime. What a lot of people fail to realize is what you get charged with is not necessarily what you will get convicted of. That's not the prosecutor's job, is to see if the charges that the police gave you will stick, if they can actually convict you on those charges. So the police always give you the highest charge that they can give you. That leaves the prosecutor room to plead down if necessary or move up if necessary. The reality is, with the charge that he was charged with, and as more information unfolds, his charge will probably most likely get reduced because it may be difficult for the prosecutor to prove first degree murder. But if they arrested him for like manslaughter, that would get dropped down to like disorderly conduct. And they're not going to let this young man get away with a violation of the law. He's going to have at best case scenario, a class A misdemeanor from this. He's not going to walk away from this with clean hands.
I got a question.
Sure.
They claim that there are multiple videos, right? If there's a video exonerating him, why that video ain't been leaked yet?
Because everyone has, this is just what I heard from the news. Anyone who leaks the video can be charged. At least that's what I heard. But we've seen TMZ leaks tons of shit and they've never got charged. So First Amendment rights is First Amendment rights. So if anybody is watching this show and you want to come up here, you want to leak the video, trust and believe me, I'll boot everybody off this motherfucking panel so you can have your time and you can play the video. But other than that, from my understanding, it's just a fear-mongering tactic. They don't want the video to get out. Now, what I am understanding is there is multiple videos that has been taken from cell phone footage that was at the track meet, and they are in possession of that. So there's that angle. Really quick,
I do believe it's because They are
I just want to say
minors.
this real quick. I just want to say this real quick. Sel, if you got anybody in the back that could add to the show substantially, like somebody important, you could put me in the back and bring me back up because I'm multitasking over on my end. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, no problem.
But
I'll
just
put you in
bring
the
me.
back.
Don't kick me though. I'm still here. You know what I mean?
I got you. I got you. All right.
Yourself.
Vibe. Hold on. Vibe with Big Heavy Podcast. Can't tell a person how to defend themselves. The excuse for the white boy is crazy. You can hit the link and you can come up. What do you mean? What excuse is being made for the white boy? This is you know, I'm not gonna draw a conclusion of what I think you mean, but you can come up and you can hit the panel. Also, gotta hold on, gotta pay attention to the money. Megan 444 with the 49.99. Thank you for an adult conversation on this matter. Love you, Sal and Rod. Greatly.
If you ain't first, you're last. You know what I'm talking about? That phrase, trademark, not to use it as tradition, Ricky Bobby.
Shake and bake.
Hey, you can drop me too if somebody needs to come up. I'll hang out in the back.
Okay, so wait. What needs to happen is I already
if it's
put Witch Doctor in the back. Someone would have to drop for because I see Sharon wants to come up. So someone
I drop.
Okay, I appreciate you, Mikey. Go ahead and drop, Mikey.
Thank you, Mikey. Thank you for coming.
I'm confused by the statement. Why would we need excuses for the white boy if he dead?
Right.
Exactly. That's what I was working on. Like that's why I said hit the link and come
Crazy
on up.
work.
I don't understand that part.
If I can piggyback on what the lady was saying a minute ago, she kind of was touching on something that I wanted to say. This is standard operating procedure for the law. I mean, this is exactly how the courts operate. This is how district attorneys operate. They're going to try to hit you with the highest charges and then plea down. I mean, the same thing happened with the Rittenhouse case. The same thing happened with
There you go.
Penny, every other case. That's just standard operating procedure. So
God!
If the angle is, oh, they're hitting him with all these charges because he's black or whatever, that falls apart because that's just what all the courts do.
There you go.
Oh my God, Sal, the Negro, one of the Negro peons found me.
Oh Lord, we gotta run.
Excuse me, bitch.
The mob is here.
Really quick, I have to say this really quick. Where did he go that fast? No, he's still here. All right, so really quick, I have to say this really quick. Angry Man and or Sharon, anyone who has a channel and you want to restream, I have no problem with it. But if you do get a Cash App or a super chat, let me know and we will stop the show so you can read out your money. I want everybody who's participating, that is a content creator, to get your money. So go ahead and get your money. You can restream. I have no problem with it whatsoever. But I got to read out the money that's on the floor right now. Armanize with the $2 says, the law tells you how to defend yourself. Shaking my head. Exactly. Go ahead, y'all. Y'all got it.
It's about to get good.
I'm a scared.
You scared? Oh, man.
I'm scared for you.
You scared? Okay, well, let's do this. We'll do. We'll put him right here so that way you ain't got to be scared, OG. I got you.
Is Wayne Brady going to have to choke a bitch?
He's got his black shirt on. Where's the black hood at?
Yeah, go ahead, Sharon. What you got for us?
So my main issue is I don't see why we want to put this kid in jail. I don't think he's going to do anything past probation. The reason why I don't think he's going to do anything past probation is because of the knife situation, right? Even though I don't think it's illegal by because it's a sharp tool, so I get it, so to speak. But since it's only 3.3 inches, it's just like having scissors or anything like that. I'm pretty sure he forgot that he had the knife. Most likely, the young kid have 2 jobs, so I think he's not going to get away with the knife situation. And so I think he's going to get probation tops. So I don't think he deserved more than probation, in my opinion. Murder one, I'm glad that he got charged that, so this way he can get off because it's way too hard to charge. They need to fight it. Don't allow him to take no plea. Deal with it in court because there's no way I believe they could charge him and convict him of murder one.
Who told you that his knife was 3.3 inches, sir? Where did you find that?
It doesn't matter. Regardless of it, it said it's a little small knife from what I understand. I don't know if it turns out to be a butcher knife or something like that, where it was like something like that, then my thought process would change. But from what I understand as of right now, I understand it's a small knife.
The knife was at minimum 5.5 inches, which violates Texas Penal Code and is in fact a felony.
No, but we don't have the size. So they said the knife was 5 inches, or that's the penal code you're talking about? Because the penal code says 5.5 inches is considered a landing knife. So that means you have it on your side. But from what I understand, he didn't have one of those. But we get
So
the
where did you? But see, this is why I like about I'm gonna use Angry Man's word, the Negro Europeans. You're saying that the knife is 3.3 inches. Where's the documentation of that, sir?
What I'm saying, that's what people are saying. That's the regurgitation.
No, we're not going by hearsay.
So people are saying that it's yeah. I'm telling you what I heard, and I'm saying that I don't have no record report of
Who
it.
is it with the
So
toy?
the people that are
Thank you
talking
for trying to
about
find
the
the
case,
facts on it.
majority of people are saying that the knife was 3 inches or whatever the case is.
Why are
So
you going
that's
by what
the
you heard, not
information.
trying to find the facts?
So that's
though?
the information. None of us got the size of the knife yet. None of us. We don't
Sorry
know if it's
about that.
5 inches.
I had
We
a
don't know.
child interruption. Give me one second. I had a child interruption. That was all the toy music that y'all just heard.
I'm just trying to figure out.
Wait. Hold on. Let him finish his thought because he up here. But I had a child interruption.
Oh, come on, he never lets anyone else finish a thought.
He don't let nobody finish. I mean, well, he is a Negro European. I mean, he was a part of that 20v1 situation. At least that's what I heard because I didn't watch it. But
You know damn well he only ever lets anyone get halfway through their thought and then he redirects their thought his direction.
Jesus Christ. All right, so
He just tried to do it with me. He just tried to do it to me.
I know,
It's
but I'm
the
about to
Negro
get him. Baby, I got him. Watch this. So, Sharon Bracy, quick question for you. So, this is only by hearsay matter that you heard that the knife was under 5.5 inches.
Yes.
Okay. And really quick, American Nacho, what was that Texas Penal Code again?
46.03.
46.03. There it is right there. All right. So I want to bring this up, right? Texas Penal Code 46.03 prohibits the possession of certain weapons in specific locations. This includes schools, polling places, government courts, racetracks, and secure areas of airports. The law applies to a person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly possessing or going with a firearm, location, restricted knife, club, or prohibited weapon. And we can see right here highlighted when we talk about racetracks, because this did happen on a racetrack. Now, Raw pulled up that the stadium is within, I think, 1,000 feet of a school, is right next to a middle school, right? Baby, you there?
Yes,
Okay.
it's right next to it. It's
And
considered
then-
a school facility. It's a campus.
Right, it's considered a school facility. And then we also have to look at the student code of conduct. Shout out to Mr. Fantastic again for putting this on his community tab. When we look at the first independent Frisco Independent School District student code of conduct, we go down to page 11 right here. We don't need to read through all of this other than a razor, box cutter, or chain, or any object used in a way that threatens or inflicts bodily injury to another person, a look-alike weapon that is intended to be used as a weapon or could reasonably be perceived as a weapon. We don't need to read about air gun, ammunition, a hand instrument designed to cut or stab another by being thrown, such as a ninja star or a kunai. Don't need to read that. A location-restricted knife. To your point, Sharon, a knife that is 5.5 inches is location based because it's not illegal. But we go down to here. A pocket knife or any other small knife is not allowed on school premises. So the question now remains, with all of this, that is with all of the penal code, with the student code of conduct, with everything that is surrounding this particular incident, is it fair to say that he had that knife on that premises illegally?
Not illegally, but it's just not permitted on school grounds. It's not illegal to have a knife in Texas at the age of 17. No, so not illegally.
Okay, so not permitted on the school grounds. Hold on 1 second, got to check
But
the money.
the incident occurred
It
at
is
the
at least a
David.
misdemeanor, even to have a knife. Period on the school grounds. That's what the penal code says. So it is illegal.
Okay, so it is at least a misdemeanor. Go ahead, Raw.
I posted some of the. I copied and pasted some in the back chat if you want to read it.
Oh, okay.
Exactly. Like it's a school facility.
Mm-hmm.
Him having the knife.
5.5 or over. Sorry, 5.5 or over is considered a location restricted knife, but
Correct.
but the usage of any blade or possession of any is at least a misdemeanor. And then when you use it, if you were to use it in any kind of aggravating factor or whatever, then it is a crime.
Correct. Go ahead, Raw, and then we gotta read the money.
Yeah, like I agree. Like the fact that y'all are trying to make this anything else is pure and utter bullshit. Like, I get it. Y'all see yourself in that little boy, right? You're like, oh my God, that could be my son or whatever. Cool, I get it. But at the end of the day, that could be your son that committed a crime. And ultimately, y'all gotta stand firm in that. Like, there is no getting around this. Like, a 3.3-inch knife, that's not even a pocket knife. That's not even a switchblade. In order to depress a knife into the sternum and reach the heart is not at the surface of your body. It's fully protected. That takes a bigger knife to even reach, even in the cavity of a minor child. So 3.3 inches just not gonna catch it. It's not big enough. That's not long enough.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Raw. You got to remember, he may have been a minor child, but he was the size of a man.
Exactly. So he's not.
Yeah, this dude was 240 pounds.
Right.
Who was 240 pounds?
Aren't they screaming about how? Aren't they screaming about how Austin is? He's 6 feet tall and 200 and some pounds. So what you got to understand is this young boy was able to drive a knife into the heart of what is basically a grown man's body.
Exactly.
That's not no feet.
Right. So
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Hold on, Sean. You go next.
In the Life with Mike, you can say whatever it is that you want to say, but we know that your mother was like the community doorknob. Everybody had a turn, and she wasn't a mother to you. We know that you was a latchkey kid. We know that your mother fed you off of food stamps and barely could keep it together with Section 8 housing. We know that your mother couldn't sell that box and afford to pay her $25 a month rent, which is why you were constantly facing eviction. We know this is why you come to the social media spaces and try to troll. I understand your mama was afford that she couldn't make sure you have an education. But see, don't make it going down in it. Yes.
Hey, Raw, you might want to be careful talking about welfare. We got Negro.
You're right.
We got broke niggas in the building.
They're gonna get
Dude, you're causing me to have PTSD off this welfare talk.
All right, so the rules of the show is whoever talk last got to read the super chat. So, Angry Man, you just said something, you got to read the super chat.
Deborah said, attention, please, whatever you do, do not ever get an attorney who thinks like Bracy.
Damn. Terrible. All right, Marcus Antonio Castillo with $5 says, it is felony how the weapon was used. It goes up to felony. Considered homicide. Mr. Metcalf buried his son. Karmelo, be a man. Son, take the punishment. 100 with the scales. Appreciate you. And again, for anyone who is restreaming to their platform, y'all need to be supporting your content creator. I want everybody to get their money. So hit their Cash App or hit their super chat and like and share this motherfucker out. Sharon, you got the floor.
So I agree that the knife thing, I don't think he could get around that. I think that's why it's going to be probation. But the murder situation, I don't.
Pause 1 second. I see someone is trying to come up. You're gonna have to boot someone. It says the studio is full.
Angry Man too.
It might be somebody trying to be coming over here to attack Angry Man, but you got to pay some money if you want to attack him. So you got in here like Sharon, got here for the free. But anyway, make sure you hit. I don't care who's super chat or whose Cash App you hit, but primarily you should be hitting mass. If you want to boot somebody, go ahead, Sharon.
Yeah, so like I said, I think the kid should probably possibly get probation for the knife. Clearly the kid was under some kind of stress and he felt like he was in fear of his life. That's why he went for his bag and went and grabbed the knife to protect himself from possibly two people that was approaching him very aggressively. And that's what he was in fear of his life, and that's what he used. And in Texas, something as reasonable, right? You got to do something in reasonable, what a reasonable person would do in Texas. And so, and within reason, we could say that kid, Austin Metcalf, or his brother, Hunter Metcalf, can give Karmelo with a K a concussion. Right? We could,
according to who?
The size of that man, if he was to connect him with fists, he would be able to give him a concussion. Correct? We could all agree to that. 240 pounds, that's a possibility. Correct? We all could say that's reasonable.
I have a question, Sharon.
I do too. I know, but let me finish the thought.
If you don't mind, sir, I would like to ask you a question. Just, Just want to be part of the conversation there, buddy. So what you're telling me now is that if we have, let's say, a police officer that just happens to be a short guy, let's say 5'7", let's say he's 100 and some pounds, not 200, but close to, right? And let's say he's trying to arrest a big burly 6'3" black man, 200 and some pounds. What you're saying to me now is that cop has the right to shoot him because he should fear for his life because that guy is much bigger than him.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What?
That's not what I'm saying, because the police officers have authority, right? So it's a completely different scenario when I think about somebody that have authority, that has the power to call backup. If he sees somebody as that tiring, don't want to listen to commands. That's why they have women that's out there that be on the patrol by themselves, because they got backup. They have weapons. They have tasers. They have plenty of things on their person that they are legally to use, and they also have the authority to stop somebody. Unlike Austin, he does not have the authority.
But you know what Austin did? You know what Karmelo had that he could use? His autonomy. He could have walked away.
That's fine, but also because the other kid too, Austin and Hunter, could have also walked away. They didn't have to approach the kid at all. They had
wasn't
no.
supposed
They
to
had
be
no.
there, gang.
They had no
Masaru, do
authority.
not cut him off, Masaru. Go ahead.
They have no authority to tell who and what not to be in a public track space, especially when the person is a part of the track meet itself.
You don't
Masaru, go ahead.
What I was gonna say, because we've been arguing the same fucking point for the last 3.5 hours, is that the guy shouldn't have been there. Period. He was from a rival school, and the tent that he was under was not from his school. Therefore,
It's a
he
bunch
shouldn't
of
have been
schools
there.
in there. It's at least 7 to 10
Oh,
schools in there.
let him finish his thought too. Like everybody wants to finish their thought and interrupts everybody else. Let him finish saying what he's saying. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Master.
So the point of the matter is, and this is the reality, he shouldn't have been there, and they told him to leave. He didn't leave, and then he acted like a pussy, pulled the knife out and shanked the kid, and then took off running. So at the end of the day, this kid's a little pussy, and he's gonna get what's coming to him, and that's just the reality. You guys could be like, "Oh, but he's black, boo-hoo, and he needs to get off," and blah blah blah. No, he needs to be put under the prison.
I just want to say stabbing is not a pussy thing, because you got to
It
get
is.
up close to somebody
pussy. If
and
you
trying
pull a
to
knife,
fight.
you're a pussy.
Masaru,
shut the fuck up, bro. Let me
you're not
talk,
gonna
bro.
cut him off either. Damn, Masaru. I just stopped Poppy from
Okay, I'm
cutting you
too
off.
comfortable on the internet, bro.
You see what I'm saying? I just stopped Poppy from cutting you off, and then
Happy
you.
Hunger Games, and may the odds be ever in your favor.
Nah, I just stopped Poppy from cutting you off. You should not be cutting off Witch Doctor. It's just that simple. I done told y'all about this decorum shit too many motherfucking times. God damn. At the end of the fucking day, here we are trying to have a legit conversation, and y'all still want to participate in niggadry.
Yeah.
So put a stop to this shit. Be a grown fucking man. Hold your nuts and just wait. And that goes for any and every fucking body. All y'all niggas do is circumvent this motherfucking space, bitch, cry and complain and moan. Oh, they didn't let me finish my statement. But then you jump in to cut somebody else off. And y'all niggas is drawing the motherfucking line through the sand, talking about if you don't stick with black, you ain't black. Fuck you then.
I can't hold my nuts. They're in the living room.
Maybe you can hold my nuts. I'll bring them to you.
We got big time with the
Thank you.
$5 super chat. Says, may I please ask for the panel's opinion of the father showing up to the press conference, being asked to leave and leaving?
We'll get to that in 1 second. First, Witch Doctor, and then we can answer your question.
I just want to say stabbing somebody. I don't know if anybody stabbed somebody before, getting up close to somebody and stabbing them. That is not pussy, you know. And I think that the guy did it in the heat of the moment too. You know what I'm saying? But trying to aggress somebody that is smaller than you in stature, that is low-key pussy to me. You ever heard the phrase pick on somebody your own size? And just to what the guy, the big time guy said, I thought the dad had a lot of audacity going over there. He had no business being over at that press conference. It wasn't set up for him. He could have had his own press conference. That's just audacity all around the board.
So,
I wanted to address some as well, if I can.
Let me go in order. First, Angry Man, then we'll go to Sharon. Go ahead.
So, I mean, the way I feel about it, as far as the press conference, is the father was totally justified in stabbing that person for making him leave the press conference. Oh wait, he didn't stab anybody?
Nope, he sure didn't. He left willingly.
My bad. Because
Angry Man, the authorities, the proper authorities removed him, not just any civilian.
They didn't remove him. They escorted him out.
The proper authorities escalate. That's why the kids didn't. Why they didn't have the proper authorities remove the kids from the tent? They didn't. Who deputized them?
Well, my bad.
That goes both ways, though.
My bad. I forgot. When black people are places they're not supposed to be, no one has the right to tell them to leave. But when white people are places they're not supposed to be, they gotta leave.
The right authority should tell you to leave.
Affirmative.
Okay, so I want to address that.
Wait. Let me just last part. Then you got it, Sharon. I just want to say this to all of the Negro peons on the panel, right? I think it is absolutely disgusting that all of you Negroes have grew up learning about the civil rights movement, talking about systematic oppression, talking about systematic racism, talking about how horrible it is, the way black people were treated back in the day, how white folks had white privilege, all of the movies you watched where you felt outraged, Mississippi Burning, Rosewood, all of this shit, only for you niggas to show your own version of white supremacy today. It's disgusting. Really disgusting. And you can sit back and you can try to claim the moral high ground and pretend like you have a right to do it because of oppression or because I'm black, but it's bullshit. And you know it.
Oh, American Nacho put some fire in the bag. But don't worry. You know what? Actually, Sharon's a Negro peon. He'll let the white man go. Go ahead, American Nacho.
I was next.
I want to let him
Go
see. He's been waiting.
So no, I think we need to have a conversation about personal space. Number one, Karmelo was not in a place where he was not supposed to be. He was a part of the track. He actually won the race that day. So this idea that he was not able to be under a tent is insane. No, it was when we go to track meets, football games, basketball games, people intermingle with each other, even with the opposite team. They go shake hands, they say what's up, they slap fives, they talk. It is not, he was not at a place where he wasn't supposed to be. That part we got to stop adding that into the conversation. And these kids show that they don't have no personal space, right? So he sat down somewhere in the corner. They approached him. Then they attempt to grab his bag. He said, give me my, all this back and forth that they had. And we understand also with the information that we had is one-sided. That is for the prosecutor side. We didn't hear the other side yet. So we got to make sure we understand that the information that we are dissecting is only from one side of the argument. And number two, the father, he also shown that he don't show no personal space. He wasn't necessarily up in the parents' face to face, but however, he was all up in their face emotionally. So he don't have no idea what personal space is. This is why the parents, they use the right authority to get him out of it, because if the father himself, the father went to say, hey, you need to leave, we know it probably would have turned out a little bit more heated. It wouldn't have been just a walkout. He needed about 5, 6, 7, 8 officers to escort him out.
Wow.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to stop you right there. Are you done with the cap? Are you done with the cap? Because that entire speech or that entire sentence he just said was complete and utter bullshit. It was a public event. It was a public press conference. And then the moment the father showed up, they turned it into a private. When are you going to stop lying, bro? Because I'm calling cap.
Really quick.
Okay, wait.
Yes, it was advertised as a public event by Next Generation Action Network.
WFAA even is streaming it. They have like an app and you can watch it on your TV for free. So it for sure was a public event. It for sure was.
And you can't even use the restraining order argument because Karmelo was on house arrest. There's no reason he wouldn't have been allowed to be there.
Hold on. Let's show respect to the money and then we'll go back through the order. It's not Sharon's turn no more. Sharon's over it. And how you just gonna skip over me? You gonna make me go last?
damn it.
Then read the goddamn super chat, woman.
Okay, Zaddy. In modern America, no one is enslaved and not a victimist.
Yeah.
Now, let me answer the question.
I just want to say that is the new slogan. Y'all should make some t-shirts. Winning races and stabbing places.
Shut the fuck up.
Damn.
Wait, they already got it. They already got a Carmelo Anthony theme song. You ain't heard it?
I heard
They
that.
do. That's crazy work too.
I heard that.
I
Bro.
hate y'all so much.
Hey, I seen Sharon pop locking to it.
He was.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Hey, listen,
God.
I just wanna have a conversation about
No,
the
wait. It's not your turn.
I'm
It's
not
not your turn.
I wasn't jumping the turn.
It's my turn. It's my time. God damn it. Where is my Skip Bayless clip? Because y'all doing too goddamn
I deleted it. Don't worry, I got you.
It didn't fly for 1 second. It's not.
Sharon is being serious today. Yes. Serious. Yes.
It's a serious topic, goddammit. We
Yes.
need to have a real conversation about it.
I don't want to have
go
to
ahead,
drop everybody down so I can speak, but I swear to God on Jesus, I will drop y'all down this Resurrection Sunday. But okay, the same way that y'all feel like Carmelo Anthony had the right to be wherever the fuck he wanted to be, and then nobody have nothing. I want my solo screen too. The hell y'all think this is? And ain't nobody had the right to tell him he had to lead the tent. Then guess what? Then nobody had a right to tell Jeff Metcalf that he had to leave that event. See, what you're doing is you're conflating your Confucianism. And what you're actually doing is making the point. You're making the point that people have the right to tell you to leave. Now, the police officer shaked Jeff Metcalf's hand when they escorted him from the venue. But y'all get it twisted. Let's look at some legal definitions. The color of authority is that semblance or presumption of authority sustaining the acts of a public officer, which is derived from his apparent title to the office or from a writ or other processes in his hands, apparently valid and regular. State these.
No, it's anime girl. Leave it alone.
Who the hell is talking?
No.
Somebody telling their business. I got you covered. Hide your kids, hide your wives. State versus oaths. But when we're talking about authority, authority is the official permission or right to act, often on behalf of another. Authority may also be a person or institution that has power over another person. These are the legal definitions. Y'all just be out here putting out terminology and saying whatever it is you want to say. That man had the right to be there. And in fact, them making him leave proves that people can leave peaceably from an event and not have somebody lose their life. It also pushed diminished capacity in the ability to make the sentencing or charges be minimized for their son. They so busy playing chicken with a convicted criminal as their spokesperson that they making the wrong moves all over the place. Y'all are really crazy. Like y'all are not paying attention to the plays because y'all got y'all emotions all up in it. That boy is going to go to jail because his case is being handled irresponsibly in the media.
Cody is King made a good point too. He said, understand if Carmelo gets off on self-defense here, it opens up black people to get off by whites for touching them at all. Well,
So this is not true. So this is the problem that y'all keep having. I don't know why we trying to act like we are afraid of being honest, right? So no, we are going by the law in Texas, right? So in Texas, all these things is okay. This is how they operate in Texas. Hey, in Texas, it was a case law that somebody got knocked out and he got a concussion and he deleted somebody. Listen, it is. I don't understand why it's an issue to just deal with the law and not our moral feelings about the situation.
Because the law says
we've just given you the penal code and all the laws.
As I've been having a conversation, I didn't put no race into my part of my conversation at all. All I'm saying is that people in Texas, they operate. You could take somebody's property. I could go chase them down if I was in Texas and delete that person.
No, you can't.
We're not talking about property law, though. We're not. This is not property defense.
Right. We're talking about criminal law. And if, to your point, if we're going by the letter of the criminal law in multiple penal codes and multiple factions, Carmelo Anthony has violated the law to a felonious degree.
Hey, Sharon, that shit is hard. That shit is hard.
Before you joke, but which law did he violate?
No, that shit is hard when you ain't on the echo chamber, ain't it, bro?
It's not difficult at all. I'm having a conversation. I go to hostile places all the time, and we not even being hostile yet. We having a conversation.
Hey, Sherrod, say this. The Kings is gonna rise again. Say that for me, bro.
So what? I don't understand what law that we are talking about that he broke. That's number one.
He broke Penal Code 19.01, 19.02,
Okay,
Penal Code 46.03. Those are the laws involving homicide.
So no, I don't think he violated those laws of homicide because he was getting the aggressor was on him and he was protected. He stood his ground because also in Texas, you do not have to retreat the way how y'all keep saying that.
Said homicide, not murder.
So when we're talking about concealed doctrine means you have to be on your property in order to stand your ground. It has to be your ground. He was not on his property. He was on school property. So the concealed doctrine actually does not apply.
I'm not talking about the concealed.
Sharon, hold up, Sharon. You don't get no favor. You cut her off. I cussed everybody out for cutting people off. Let her.
We having a back and forth, but we're not even cutting each other off yet.
But watch what happened. I just seen the other day. Two niggas got into it because of interjecting. So let her finish, and then you got it.
So the stand your ground law, right, is also known as Castile doctrine. Okay, and it applies within one's home, one's vehicle, one's place of business. Okay, now some can say it also applies to public places where people have the legal right to be. The only thing is FISD property is not a public place. It belongs to Frisco Interdependent School District. So Castile doctrine does not apply.
Right. That's fine, but we talking about Texas.
Yep.
Yeah, we're talking about Texas.
Okay,
that is Texas law.
So now when he said, so now that they're in a public place and he said,
and that also.
Okay, go ahead, checker.
Baby.
You do your thing.
I'm old one. I'm old one. I've been interjected all day.
You get the same goddamn treatment everybody else.
Okay, well, I'll be in trouble, but I'm still gonna say what I say. Stand your ground and
spank the shit out of you.
Again, I like it, but stand your ground and Castile doctrine also refers to gun laws. It's tell them where the gun line is, boss.
Auntie,
behind you. All right, so now when a young kid he went to just sit down, which is a public space. It is not Austin or Hunter's space. It is a public space. They are in a track meet. He sat down, and when Hunter approached him and told him whatever he said, because we don't know exactly the words, but it was confrontational. And then so they having a confrontation. Then the other brother came and he inserted himself into the situation. He also was very confrontational. So it's two people.
That's
being
speculation.
aggressive.
You're lying.
I'm not being speculative. This is
That's nowhere in any police report. You just lied.
Even if you grant the argument,
so the story is said that Hunter was the first one. Hunter said it himself on live air that he was the one that approached him first, and then Austin, most likely, I'm guessing he's the more aggressive twin brother. He was, and then they had a conversation. That's what happened. So we can say that.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. Hold up. Black and Proud, what the fuck is you talking about? When are you going to take a look in the mirror and remember your criminal activity you have committed that helped destroy the people you love to denigrate now? What fucking law did I break?
Said denigrate now.
Denigrate. I don't give a fuck. Out of third grade. What fucking law did I break? And what people did I fucking denigrate now or denigrate now? When you motherfuckers is the most degenerative people on fucking earth.
Uncle, honestly, just ignore them. Just ignore them. They're just trying to get a rise out of you.
No. Here's my thing. Motherfuckers will talk shit, and I see all the little slick shit y'all saying in other chats. But still, specifically, what fucking law did I break? Because if I didn't break a law, don't speak to me about something that I need to go look in the mirror. I look in the mirror every fucking day. But you niggas like to sit up on this motherfucking app and grift for bullshit. Now here, I'll grift for everyone. Your content creators are spending time participating in this conversation. Everyone should be supporting their content creators. Sharon, Angry Man, Raw B, Angry Snowman, my DJ Witch Doctor. We all putting in work.
Yep.
Now, I could cuss our fighter ass because his ass ain't on the goddamn panel, but he should restrain it. But support the goddamn content creators. That's
right.
all.
Exactly. But let me just say this real quick. The one and only verbal assassin, you don't have to be on your property. Y'all better stop listening to these jailhouse wannabe in the chat attorneys. Are you nuts? Are you nuts? Let's see what the law offices of Matthew D. Sharp say and the penal code itself. In the individual's legal right to self-defense also applies when they're compelled to defend their property. If the individual doesn't retreat before using force in self-defense. In short, this is Texas stand your ground law. Like, what the fuck are we talking about for real?
So that means
like,
you don't have to
no, that means you have to be in your property. You have to be in your property.
That also applies, but
applies within one's home, vehicle, or place of business, as well as in public places where they have the legal right to be. But you also have to retreat. And like I said before, Frisco Interdependent School Districts. Yes, you do.
You do not.
How does the
Oh my God!
Hold on.
Before crazy? Yes, you do. You do.
Let me finish my statement because Self stopped me because he wanted to address the chat when I was talking.
I really don't understand this. Like
he interrupted me when I was talking. I'm just trying to finish out a statement. That's all.
That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about
have a duty to retreat. Go ahead, Angry Man.
I don't understand this, Ron. Like, you were on a panel about me. There was a 7-hour panel, and you're here now. You don't want to speak to me. Can I say something?
But the problem is, I was talking, and so he wanted to address a chat.
I
was in the middle of talking.
Do you find it strange, Sel, that Negroes will pile onto a panel that has my thumbnail on it, biggest day, but then when I'm on a panel, niggas don't want to engage with me?
Here, let me make it possible. Y'all got it. Go ahead.
So what you're telling me is that the school venue didn't belong to the twins,
right?
But the public venue that the Super Afro Action Negro Network was at belonged to them.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, he had every right. What I'm saying is that he had every right to sit down where he sat down at, and those boys had no right to approach him to force him off of a public property, off a public place where he's supposed to be at, that he signed up and he was in a race. He was a part of the event.
Father had
the other two,
and the father had every right to be at that press conference, because the same way that Karmelo was part of the race, his son got killed by them.
Yeah, but he wasn't invited to this press conference, and the law.
He didn't need to. It was public.
The authorities at the building, they deemed that he wasn't supposed to be there neither, so they escorted him out. So regardless if you feel like he's supposed to be there, the authorities, the proper authorities,
actually, the owner of the property had him trespassed. That's what really happened.
Angry Man and Sharon, everybody stay out of it.
It was a public place, and I got news for you, Sharon. I don't know about you, but if the parents of the child that stabbed my son and put him in the ground is doing a press conference to play the victim, you damn skippy, I'm showing up there. In fact, I feel like that father showed up there and was way more cordial than he should have been.
Well, that's fine that you might think that. However, I think that father, he was absolutely out of pocket, out of bounds.
No. He's coming from
someone who wants to confront everybody on everything.
Personal space. I don't know what's the problem, but no, he needs to respect people's personal space and their emotional space. That was for those people to have a conversation, to address the press. It had nothing to do with that father. They was not even addressing the actual case or addressing anything about Dave Fallen's child.
Wait, hang on a
Why
second.
did they make it public?
Are you gonna hang on to two people in the middle?
I'm trying not to pop the fuck off, but goddamn, it's two people in the middle. They got it.
Let me ask you this question. Sharon, you old enough. You probably seen the movie. Back in the day, A Time to Kill. Did you cheer for Samuel L. Jackson when he bust up in the courtroom? Yeah, you
Yeah,
did.
you lying. Oh, you lying.
Yeah, you did.
Sharon, you've never seen
Sharon,
you've never seen The Time to Kill?
It's no need for me to lie. I did not see the movie.
Okay, well, screw. You didn't see it. Fine, cool. I'm gonna ask the rest of the people in here.
It's okay. Have a conversation with me. You want to address one of the Negro peons. The Negro peon is here. Don't try to move it. We don't need no hypothetical conversation.
That's how I know he lying. That's how I know he's seen that movie because he know the point.
I do not know the point you're trying to make. What I'm trying to do is get you to have the conversation with me.
You know the point I'm about to make. You know what? I'm starting to realize why you niggas pile up on panels instead of coming to my show for the smoke you got with me.
I be in your channel and I talk to you all the time.
Whatever.
So don't even do that. You don't drop the link that often. If whenever you drop the link, if I'm there, I'm going to hit it. You don't drop it that often, but when you do it, I will hit the link.
Right.
So now go ahead and make your point. But I did not see the movie.
I don't like to converse that much with Negro peons. Anyway, going back to what I was saying, to everybody up here, every last one of these Negroes cheered. Every one of them cheered when Samuel L. Jackson busted up in that courtroom.
Damn right,
they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell.
That's fine. But let's talk about what actually happened, not a movie. People that don't have no real point, they love to go through hypotheticals and things that are made up, right? So, but me, I'm trying to stick to the fact and the point of what is actually happening, give you my real thought about what's happening and why that father. This is why you attempting to talk over me, even though
Time out.
You're doing too much.
Time out. Hold on, wait. Time out. Sharon, you was talking, so read the super chat, please.
Yeah, but you gotta let me. I'm not able to finish.
Read the super chat. You were the last one talking. That's the rule of the panel. Whoever was talking last while the super chat comes,
I'll read it. Big time. Said for the panel, A Time to Kill was race swapped. Harris versus the state of Mississippi, 1988. Oh, so it wasn't just a movie. So it happened in real life too, Sharon. Yeah.
Go ahead, Sharon. Finish your point.
You do know movies are based off of things that actually happen. You do know that's called art imitating life, Negro peon.
You didn't know that Harris versus the state of Mississippi was a real case? You didn't know that actually really happened to a little girl? And the prosecutor's closing statement was the most prolific closing statement that has ever happened in a legal forum ever, because he detailed the events of the crime and then he said, imagine if she was white.
Yes,
now imagine if Arthur Metcalf was black.
Oops.
Uh-oh.
Got your ass.
Yep. All right, now go ahead. Go ahead, because I'm not gonna let what happened on the other panel when it was 20v1 and Angry Man wasn't even there. So Sharon, go ahead. You have the floor.
Yes,
even Sharon, I can show you respect. While niggas talking about I can't show respect because I'm not everybody's cup of fucking tea. Anyway, go ahead, Sharon.
So again, lost my train of thought. So now with the, I guess Samuel Jackson shot up the place in the movie, and I'm guessing in real life he shot up the courtroom as well. I don't know. I never heard of this case. I didn't know that somebody came into a courtroom and shot it up because of some kind of racial case. I never heard of that, but I will do my research on it. Regardless,
I'll put it in the back chat for you.
That's crazy. Regardless of the fact, the father, he should not have been there, especially if he really if he was trying to protect his son and tried to help his son out and get this young man convicted of a crime that he did not commit in the first place. He shouldn't be there because
says who?
Says
no. In honesty, who are you?
Better scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet, nigga.
So you can come back after he read the super chat. Damn. Go ahead, Sharon. Finish your point and read the super chat, and I'll bring Masaru back. Jesus Christ, y'all niggas have no panel etiquette, or fucking decorum. Jesus, diarrhea of the fucking mouth. I love you, little nigga. But wait. Go ahead, Sharon.
Big time. 2 white twins were attacked by a black attacker in Harris versus State of Mississippi.
No.
No, it was a 12-year-old and a 16-year-old little girl that was forcibly raped and badly beaten in their home in South Haven in DeSoto County, Mississippi.
Okay.
Oh, you legal eagles. Let me shut up.
I'm not sure what that had to do with this case, but
oh, you need me to explain it to you?
Sure.
You need me to explain it to you? So now, all of a sudden, like whenever there's a black victim, you niggas turn into Super Sleuth Inspector Gadget Columbo. But when it comes to the other way around, all of a sudden, you niggas can't comprehend.
So the problem is, while I'm having a conversation with you, I didn't bring race into it. You keep attempting to bring race into it. I'm not. So, but if you, so I'm talking to you, right? I'm not bringing race into it. I'm going by.
You know why I'm doing that?
Okay.
You know why I'm doing that? I'm doing that because that's the same shit white folks used to do. They used to have racial bias towards black people, and every time somebody would bring it up, they would pretend like they weren't being racist. It was just about justice. You niggas learned well from your slave masters.
Oh, wait, okay, that's fine. That you talking about yourself. You learned from your slave master. That's fine.
No, actually,
that's what you just said.
Actually, that wouldn't totally apply to me.
Well, that's what you just said. You said you did that because that's what they do, and you learned well from slave masters. Clearly, you must be the butlers that everybody be talking about. I don't know, but what I'm saying is this: I'm not bringing race into my conversation. I don't think the father was just by walking himself up into that conference. He knew what he was trying to do. He was trying to intimidate that family. He was trying to intimidate that family. He was trying to intimidate the press and the media to try to switch it over to him. He should have not been there. That's number one. He was impressing his will on that family, which he should not have done. And it shows that he probably taught that to his goddamn sons too, because they want to invade other people's spaces and move people from a public space where they had no authority to do such a thing.
Would you say that a kid?
Hold on, AM, really quick. Hold on, AM, really quick. Mr. Fantastic, thank you for joining the panel, good G. If you want to restream this platform, you can. I have no problem with it whatsoever. Any super chats or cash apps you get, let us know so that we can thank the supporters of all of the platforms. Same thing goes for Sharon, AM, and everybody else who's restreaming. So I want everyone to get paid for spending time here on my shit. So make sure y'all get paid. Angry Man, you up next. Go ahead, Angry.
Yo, hey, Mentor, can I take over real quick? Can you give me like a minute?
Welcome to Nigga Mania. We've been waiting on these epic battles all year long. Macho Man Ricky Savage versus Hope Easy. Nigga Mania.
Go ahead, Angry Man.
So, in your mind, the father went to that press conference to intimidate them.
Absolutely.
With what?
His presence.
A middle-aged white man by himself was going to intimidate a room full of people. But in your mind, a kid going over to another tent with a weapon on him, that's not intimidation.
No, it's not intimidation, because you're putting it as if when he went over to this other tent that he went over there to bother somebody. He did not. He went and sat in a corner, and then the hunter.
Here's the thing about what was said in the police report. Here's what was said in the police report. Okay, I get that you Negroes see. There's a commonality between you and the other Negroes that was over there on that 20B1 panel. Y'all don't know how to have a conversation because you want to dictate to people. See, that's how I know you don't really want to have the conversation, because you want to stand up on the podium like Dr. Martin Luther King and just yell what you want to say at people, and they don't get to respond to you. Right?
No, that's not what's happening right now.
Okay, so then let me interject and have the conversation with you.
You have been interjecting. I've been getting interjected a lot without even losing my. I'm allowing all of this, whatever you're saying that I'm not doing. It's been happening. I'm trying to stick to the point, and you saying I'm doing something that I'm not. That's crazy.
You don't get interjected. Interjection.
Hey, do me a favor. Hold the panel down. I gotta step away for a second.
You're not getting interjected. An interjection is not an attack, brother.
I didn't say it was an attack.
But the way you just posed it is if it's an attack. You said, I've been getting interjected. No, bro, it's not an attack. The problem with this whole thing is y'all want to ignore the facts. All right. And I know why you want to ignore the facts.
Y'all? Me and you talking.
I'm saying y'all because I'm talking about.
Don't say y'all. Talk to me.
No, I'm gonna say y'all because it was 20 of you niggas with my picture on the damn panel.
I didn't join it for that. I didn't even see the thumbnail after you said something
Just to be fair, AM, I didn't know the show was about you either. I thought it was about the
I didn't know that. I'm saying y'all because there's a whole coalition of niggas that think like you think. So I'm gonna say y'all.
No, but that's not fair because I'm not giving you what somebody else is thinking. We are walking down the conversation and where we disagree at. And right now, at this moment, we are disagreeing on this young kid having a knife, purposely sitting in under their tent to try to entice a fight. That is not what I understand to happen.
So in this conversation, you're gonna argue that those two twins shouldn't have prohibited Karmelo from going in that tent, but you gonna sit your ass right here and prohibit the way I talk.
I'm not doing that. What I'm telling you is my argument. My argument.
And just accept the fact that I'm saying y'all and stop deflecting because that's what you're doing.
I'm not. So make your point because I'm not understanding what you're saying now.
Oh, thank you. Now I can have a conversation with you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Me then. I'm not y'all. My name is Sharon.
Thank you for not policing my speech.
Well, talk to Sharon, not y'all.
I'm gonna say y'all, nigga. Y'all,
nigga, neither.
Right here, see this right here. This right here is why that whole situation happened, and y'all don't want to admit it. He walked over to the tent, regardless of what his reason was, regardless of whether he was supposed to be there or wasn't supposed to be there. Don't matter, because at the end of the day, they asked him to leave, and when they asked him to leave, instead of him saying, you know what? Forget y'all. I'm out. He said, touch me and see what happened.
Yeah.
Niggas hate for people to impose shit on them, but y'all love imposing shit on other people. Like just like how you're sitting here right now telling me, don't say y'all. Nigga, you can't tell me how to fucking talk.
Just like how he can't say, hey, the father wasn't allowed at a public event. Like, who the fuck are you?
But the problem is that the authorities thought otherwise. So y'all just talking just to be
talking. The authorities they trespassed him, Sharon. He was trespassed.
The authorities escorted the man out. We cannot say that this young man that went down to sit down somewhere.
He was trespassed.
He didn't have the right to say
Why
no.
are you overlooking the freaking fact that he was trespassed?
Trespass him to make him leave. It was advertised as a public event. If that man came there and just stood there, if he wasn't yelling at nobody, if he wasn't causing a disturbance, if he wasn't trying to fight nobody, he wasn't doing anything.
That's not true.
Funny thing about it is, this is the funny thing about it. Y'all don't even
what
realize.
you're saying is not true again, right? So his presence is doing something because he's a if we just do that, your hypotheticals, right? If my son did something to your son that egregious and you show up, it is no way I'm thinking that you just coming to talk to me. We all
let me ask you a question.
that.
Ron, you can't.
It's not fair to say that this man was just peaceful by being there.
Ron, check this out, bro. You cannot make the argument that Karmelo's presence under the tent wasn't a problem while simultaneously making the argument that his father at the press conference presence was a problem.
Absolutely, you can. Those are two completely different situations.
Hold on,
You cannot compare those two things. Those two things are not. Those two things are
long stroking.
Okay, hold on 1 second. 1 second, and then I'll let y'all get back to it because I do want to hear from Fantastic as well. The only court barring from that event was for Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony was the only one legally not allowed to be in attendance. Now, Jeff Metcalf was trespassed, but there was no animosity, there was no hubris, and in fact, the police officer shook his hand on their way out of the venue.
Raw, can I say one quick thing?
Check
the
this
thing
out.
about it, the Twins should have asked the proper authorities to remove the guy the same way that the father was removed by the proper authorities. Why people are deputizing themselves and taking stuff into their own hand? That wasn't the Twins' property. They didn't own the tent or the track meet.
I agree. But
DJ Witch Doctor, if you and your homies is somewhere chilling, whether you in public or wherever, right? And somebody roll up on y'all that you might possibly have an issue with, or you might just not want there. You're telling me, DJ Witch Doctor, that you're gonna get up and go find the police to tell them to leave.
I'll tell them to leave, but I'll be in the wrong because it's not my place to tell them to leave, but I'll still do it. I've done a lot of things that I'm wrong for doing. That's not their place. They know the law.
Y'all are making mental, bro. Y'all are making mental leaps and mental gymnastics.
You're the only one that's doing that.
Wait, you have to show some respect to the money.
In order.
Huh?
I have to show some respect to the money. Now, why I said what I said about only Carmelo Anthony being legally barred was because Illmatic X said that in the chat. Thank you kindly. But Amanize with the $2 said, what was his will? He and his family are the victims. Agreed. That civil rights speaker, baby beater, is Timu MLK. And we're going to show a little love, change up the mood, and then we're going to get back to the conversation.
You shoot a boy, nigga, we don't care who you shot. Nigga, quit talking money, round rich nigga. Nigga, we don't care what you got. Bitch, I got 6 niggas, dead hit niggas. Boy, I don't give a fuck. Especially when I'm late, nigga, real shit, niggas. See the bitch to line you up.
Now, Fantastic, and then Angry Man and Sharon can get back to their fight. Go ahead, Fantastic.
No, hey, shout out to everybody, man. Thank y'all for inviting me. Yeah, so the question would be, how are you going to be also apologetic and genuinely mean it, but you won't allow the father to just be in attendance if he's not causing any issue? The father's just there, like you said, it's a public thing, and you make this, this apology publicly to the family. So wouldn't it have been a better PR move for you to actually make the apology with the father in attendance versus kicking him out and not allowing him to be there? I'm just saying, if you're trying to,
they're not sorry. That's why.
Agreed.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. I just got here. I you know what I'm saying? So, and then furthermore, to the point that I guess Witch Doctor just made, you made Angry Man's point. This is the point I've been trying to tell everybody, right? Of course, we all know, keep your hands to yourself, don't touch nobody, but fights happen every day, B. Okay? The world is not perfect. We as grown adults do shit that we know we're not supposed to do, and you do it anyway. So now you're taking away from children, which we've all been teenagers, to where, hey, this our shit. You know what I'm saying? You ain't supposed to be over here. You confront the person, shit get a little bit out of hand, a push, a shove happens, or a fight happens, and that's it. Everybody walks away. Y'all are setting a horrible precedent of it being okay for children to kill children over a push, over regular.
No, I don't think nobody said that was okay. Fantastic.
Yeah,
and as kids, we all took weapons and done stuff that we shouldn't have. Like I'm looking at them as kids across the board, not just for the Twins. The Carmelo was a kid too. Like,
first off, why are we even talking about the Twins? So first off, why are we talking about the Twins? There is no evidence. There is no police report. There's nothing to where there was a conflict between the Twins. Even the spokesperson.
Well, the one twin. I'm just referring to him as the twin. The twin, then, not the twins. The twin.
Okay. Wait. Pause before we continue the conversation. Let's go to the police report, right? Because that's going to clear up. Go ahead, Sharon.
Police report. Also, Hunter, he spoke twice to the media, and he said he was the first one. He said out his own mouth that he was the first one that approached the young man.
We didn't.
Karmelo with a K. He was. Yeah, Hunter said that on a press.
No, he didn't.
He was there.
No, he didn't. He never said that. No, he didn't. He said his brother did. Both times.
No, so he had. That's the problem that he had. He had two contradicting messages. He had one where he said his brother only did it, and he also had one where he said he did it. So that's That's just what Hunter did. He's being emotional, so they're gonna probably say that he wasn't really sure because it was one that happened immediately, and then was one that happened later on, and the one that most of the people seen was the one where he said my brother approached him. But Hunter said in one of the press conferences or when he was being interviewed that he approached him first, and then Austin he probably a little bit more of an aggressive brother, and he took over the conversation.
Pull up the source. Just pull it up, bro.
I'm having a conversation with you, bro.
Pull up the source,
I'm
bro.
asking you, you're making a claim that you're the first person I've heard over the whole debacle in this whole situation for. You the first person I ever heard say, "Oh, he said he did it too." So I'm simply asking you, let's
but you also
kill all the speculation, and pull up the source.
Right. So Sharon, this is the thing. I understand what you're saying, Sharon. You're saying
I'm talking, right? You know what I'm saying?
I know somebody better read this.
Wait. I'm trying to get to it, baby.
I got you, Raw. As at Mitt 651 to 20. Good debate. Go ahead, Raw.
Yes. So Sharon, while we go over the police report from the actual day of the incident, please pull up where Hunter said that he was the first person to approach the good brother, because this is the thing about like cognitive dissonance and conflation of the victim or witness's memories. This is why they like to get the statements on the scene. So what the police officers put in their report is there was a chain link fence that separated me from the suspect. I gave the suspect instructions to keep his hands up in the air. During this time, the suspect said verbally out loud, "I was protecting myself." It should be noticed that I had not questioned him about the incident when he made that comment. I asked him if he had any weapons, and he said no. I patted him down for weapons while we were walking along the fence, and I did not locate any on his person. I instructed the male to continue walking along the fence, which he complied, towards an area where there was an opening in the fence that led off the track. While walking him off the track, the suspect also said he put his hands on me, not they, he, singular, one person. I then detained the suspect in handcuffs, hands cuffed behind the back, and had him sit down on the ground. Officer A. Ritchie had arrived on the scene at that time. I conducted another pat down of his person and then searched his person. After he gave me consent, no weapons located. While the suspect sat on the ground, I advised that I had the alleged suspect. The suspect then responded and said, "I'm not alleged. I did it." So this is not conjecture. This is actual statement from the criminal at the time of the crime. He said he was not an alleged suspect. He said he did it. He did not indicate that more than one person assaulted him or anything. Only one person. He put his hands on me. So this narrative that people are trying to come up with that they jumped him and there were bullies and this, that, and the third, it's not true, predicated upon what is in the police report. Now I'm gonna let you and Angry Man get back to your fight. And go.
And so not two people hit him, but two people he was dealing with two twins at one time. I don't know why we act like this is not a problem.
No.
Why do you keep making shit up, bro? You're just making shit up.
No. You're making a claim he didn't make himself, okay? He said it, and then if you look at the rest of the police report, the other two people that they took testimony said the same thing. The only interaction that everybody has said, okay, is him and Austin. Why can you not get off of the goddamn facts we keep telling you? And you're the problem. You niggas are the problem. Even when you hear the truth and you face with the truth and nothing says other than that, we gonna stick with these motherfucking bullshit ass narratives. All right, this is why shit fucked up, bro. You speculating? Oh, it might have not have been they attacked them, but now they approached them. Where does it say it? Show the evidence, and you made a claim. Where is the clip of him saying that, hey, we, or whatever that you claim? Where is it at? Y'all need to quick to pull clips on everything else. Pull the clip up.
Right, and just because he said he was protecting himself, again, equal and opposite force in the law. If I put my hand on your shoulder, that is not equal force for you to pull a knife.
Freedom 557. And if you don't believe me, here's a challenge for you. Silly baby, go outside, let somebody put their hands on you and then stab them, and then go ahead and tell the police that it's self-defense. And when they lock your ass up and tell you that is not equal force under the law, you'll see who sounds dumb. I was protecting myself. Oh, you could say whatever you want to say. It has nothing to do with the law, and ignorance of the law is not a defense. Ask everybody in the penal system right now to this day, honey.
Yeah, I get that, and I understand that. We understand where we getting the report from. The reports from the arresting officer. We understand that he's going to have to paint a picture so he can actually put the charges on. This is how it goes when you get arrested for something that is considered criminal. The higher ups, they're the ones that had to decide to arrest this young man in the first place. It wasn't like the arrest officer got there and he said, "Hey, I'm just going to lock him up." No, he got that from above his own rank, right? And so when you are right in a port, when you get arrested, you have to trump it up so this way you can charge the person. So this idea that we getting both sides just because of the police report is insane. We know that we're not getting both sides of the story at this moment, and that's fine. But with the information that we do have, we cannot act as if Karmelo with a K was the aggressor in this situation.
Okay, Sharon. So let's look at.
Oh man,
I'm sorry. I have to. I'm sorry. I have to, because you're saying from the police report we don't know that he was the aggressor. Now, this is from, first of all, Marcus Antonio Castillo says this is why communities struggle to deal with facts. Thank you kindly. Now, this is from an independent witness statement. Austin had told Anthony that he needed to move out from under their team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag. So Austin spoke to Anthony, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside and proceeded to tell Austin, "Touch me and see what happens." No one really thought Anthony really had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Anthony. And then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens. So he told him to touch him, see what happens. Nothing happened. He told him punch him, see what happens. Then when he punched him, or allegedly punched him, because it doesn't even say that he did punch him, then Anthony proceeded to stab Austin and ran away. So yes, it's a provocation. He provoked him. He provoked him. You can feel however you want to feel. That is provocation under the law.
It is not. But so there's
you're trolling. I'm sorry, bro. No. You're trolling. You're hard trolling.
Well, we can straighten it out. So hold on, brother. So you may be ignorant to what we're saying. So
let me say. Can I say something? Fantastic. I was talking. I want to have a
but let me please. Say this and you got it. So several attorneys and judges have said that could be considered as provocation, brother. So you don't have the qualification, you don't have the legal knowledge, you don't have any of the basis that overrides attorneys and judges. So would you like to retract that statement about it not being provocation?
No, I do not. So
okay, you just want to be ignorant. Go right ahead, brother. You got it.
You're trolling. You're trolling. He's trolling. Just ignore him at this point. He's trolling. Get him out of here.
No, let him finish.
No, every time he finishes, he just says some dumb shit. Get him out of here. Like, there's no way he can be this retarded.
No, that word you will not use. But
sorry, special needs.
Masaru can be booted. I'm just letting. Yeah, Masaru can be booted. I just want everybody to know that this black man. Let me make this very clear. This black man can be booted.
Would I be able to address some?
Yes, you can address them after you read the super chat, Sharon. Thank you. Please, just do me the favor. Do me the favor, Sharon. I'll leave you up on the solo screen. No one can cut you off. Go ahead.
It's okay.
Go ahead.
Trolling or stupid, I vote it is stupidity. So
read this definition too, please.
No.
Don't let him finish. Just don't let him finish. Please.
No.
Y'all stop making this Negro pee and read. What's wrong with y'all?
Man, it sucks when you get treated the same way you treat people on your panel, don't it?
Damn.
Now, come on, y'all, stop
Sharon,
it.
don't you run back. Hold on, wait. Sharon, don't you run back talking about some cellulite. Let them do this. You see, I'm trying to hold everybody off. But at the same time, though, it's only fair. It happens everywhere else, but I'm trying to have some decorum. So
why should we respect him trying to have a conversation when he never respects anyone on his panel?
Because you don't treat people how they treat you.
The fuck I don't.
These are
Did
the
your mama tell you not to stoop down to other people's level to raise them up to yours?
You ain't my mama. My mama's dead.
These are the weapons that
Lord Jesus.
Yeah. Welcome to Nigga Mania. These are the weapons that strike fear in the heart of the Negro. Read, nigga, read.
No! Y'all stupid. No, but for real, Sharon, sue them out real quick. Please read this definition.
No, thank you. I don't want to read.
I'll be happy to read it. I'll volunteer.
Oh my God.
Provocation, the act of provoking or inciting someone to do something. Generally, provocation does not act as complete defense, but it can mitigate damages or culpability. Homicide. Provocation is that which causes, at the time of the act, reason to be disturbed or obscured by passion to an extent which might render ordinary persons of average disposition liable to act rashly or without due deliberation or reflection, and from passion rather than judgment. In other words, provocation is something which causes a reasonable person to lose control. In criminal law, the crime of murder may be reduced to manslaughter if the defendant acted in response to provocation.
All right, fantastic. Use the last one to be speaking, so you got to read the super chat.
Sure. Whoa. Mayo Monkey for the 10. Salute, sell raw, salute, LOL.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Now, Sharon, go ahead. Now, y'all let Sharon finish. God damn it.
I'll think about it.
He's giving me an aneurysm. Why should I?
He will cuss you out. He cussed me out, and he's back.
What's he gonna do about it? Nothing.
Jesus Christ. Sharon,
hurry
please,
up and say what's on your mind, Negro.
I don't know. Maybe this is just a circus act. I don't know what's going
It's
on.
not
You are the circus.
God damn it, y'all didn't let him get 3 words out. Let him say what the hell he got to say. Be quiet, everybody. Go ahead, Sharon.
It's crazy. Okay, so you could take me off the big screen, please. This is...
I bet he want to stab us all.
Wow. So I don't know what this is right now, but for it to be provocation, right? How y'all making it seem like is as if Karmelo went over there to try to incite these people to do something that was irrational. So he went when he went over there to sit down. He said, "Yeah, I knew they was gonna come and tell me to move, and I knew they was gonna put their hands on me. I knew they was gonna grab my bag, and I knew they was gonna hit me twice and push me." And so the problem is that's not what happened. If anything, it was the other way around. They was provoking Karmelo. It wasn't the other way around. He did not provoke them. We understand what language young kids say. When somebody says, "Hey, do this," and you see what happened, then you go ahead and do that, and then they try to escalate it. This is somebody that is scared, and he was trying to warn them, like, leave me alone, is what he was really saying. I don't know why we're trying to act like we don't understand the language of teenage boys. When somebody say, "Hey, do this," and you see what happened, that is not inviting them to a fight. And also, Karmelo do not have to, if he wanted to just fight him, Karmelo do not have to oblige to fight. Hey, leave me alone, is what he was saying when he said, "Touch me and see what happened." We know
He
that.
didn't say leave me alone.
That is absolutely not true.
So words. Almost universally, the courts have rejected words alone as providing adequate provocation for homicide unless accompanied by conduct indicating a present intention and ability to cause bodily harm. So
Well,
words
him and his
along with
brother pretended
hold
to
on,
joke
angry
him.
man. Hold on, angry man. I mean angry man. If a defendant kills another with mistaken but reasonable belief that the victim injured or attempted to injury them, then provocation may be adequate to reduce a murder to manslaughter. This is illustrated in the case Howell versus the state. So words along with reaching inside of the bag, along with touching one another, in fact,
So but that's the problem. They didn't touch one another. So we are saying that when the young man warned him and said, "Hey, touch me," and you see what happened, we are saying that everybody is going to say it is reasonable for every other person to react the way how Austin did by putting his hands on him, but that's not what's reasonably going to happen. Majority of
It's not normal for someone to say, touch me and see what happens, and another dude challenge him.
Instead for them to act emotionally. That is most people, when you tell them do something to me, you see what happened. Majority of people are not going to go ahead and do said act.
Oh, really?
they're
not welcome, they leave.
What I am saying is the provocation of touch me and see what happens, along with the physical action of reaching inside of the bag for a weapon is provocation. He provoked Austin to touch him. He provoked Austin.
We have the disagreement at, right? And so
provoked Austin to punch him as well.
Austin provoked him also to get to stab him.
Okay, here's the reason why we cannot say Karmelo was doing the provoking is because he did not initiate the confrontation in the first place. If y'all don't want to say that Hunter initiated, that's fine. But we at least can say
why are you talking about Hunter? Why are you talking about Hunter? Why are we talking about Hunter? Why are we talking about Hunter?
Point. Let me finish.
Why are we talking about Hunter?
Bro, I have an overarching point.
Okay.
So
point means nothing. It's
meaningless. Wait. Can we please? I want to hear the rest of. I want to hear Sharon's full.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Mayo Monkey with the $10 says he's gonna stab your brain with stupid. Appreciate you. Whose channel did this come from? Because this is
probably
not
Witch Doctors.
Okay, Witch Doctor, read your money. Did you get this, Witch Doctor?
Sharon has no clue how the police operate, money kind of thing. Now,
no, I think that was probably Sharon. I ain't seen Diesel in my chat for a minute. I think
okay. Ed Money with 199 says Bracy having a nervous breakdown. He's fibbing. Okay.
Can I please address something that Sharon said a while ago? Because
I don't even know how you can address anything I say about
my bad. Oh, my bad. That was Diesel. So to the big dog Diesel, the money counter thing.
Hold on. This is why Jesus Christ, bro. Niggas say stuff and they can get away with it. What was you just about to say just now, Sharon? And don't lie. Say what you was getting ready to say.
That I didn't get the chance to finish what I was saying.
I knew it. This nigga been sitting here bitching about not getting to finish, and he been talking more than anybody.
That is not true.
That is true. Stop lying.
Absolutely
Jesus
true.
Fucking Christ.
I get cut off. All right, you fine. You're
right. 10 fucking minutes to talk.
But that's not because I was talking.
Bullshit.
It's not. I was attempting to talk.
I know you've been talking because I've been counting my brain cells as they die.
Thank you, Jesus Christ.
You bullshitting this dude, Masuru, whatever the fuck his dumbass name is. He don't even.
Nigga, you're lying. Don't speak my name. You're lying.
I don't know why it's so difficult for a lot. All I said is, hey, listen. All I'm saying is this: with the provocation process, where I can just finish off my statement before I get cut off again. It's okay. I'm just saying it's okay. Like I'm not even that mad at it, but we just call it what it is, right? It's okay that I'm getting cut off. It's all right.
Dude, every time you talk, you sit up here and windmill like crazy.
I didn't get a chance to fucking windmill.
Wait.
You over here insinuating that I'm doing.
All right. It went on long enough. Hold on. It went on long enough. Wait. Hold up. It went on long enough. No, hell no. This is my house. I got this. It went on long enough. AM, go first. Sharon.
Yo, bro, this is not a conversation. This is narrative pushing. And this is the reason why he wants to dominate the conversation, just like Izzy was doing to me last night. He wants his narrative to be the only narrative that is heard. This is propaganda pushing. This is not a goddamn conversation.
Right? He keeps wanting to push 15 different narratives and not let anybody respond.
All right, now, Ronald 804. Go ahead, Angry Man. Go ahead. My bad.
He said some shit that's not true. Absolutely not true.
Which is?
When you're teenagers and you tell somebody, touch me and see what happens, it is not always a bluff. Sometimes niggas say that shit because they want you to touch them so that when they fight you, they can claim they did it because you hit them.
Right. Facts.
So that they can get out of trouble.
Exactly.
So number one, when you standing there, if me and you get into an argument, or if I come somewhere and you say to me, hey man, you need to leave, a normal person is gonna say, why? What did I do wrong? Your first response is not going to be touch me and see what happened. That's what lets me know they already had an issue with each other. So if I come over there to your little spot because I know I got an issue with you and you know you got an issue with me, and then you say to me, hey man, you need to dip, and I go reach in my pocket and say, touch me and see what happens.
Exactly.
That is provocation.
Yeah,
that is provocation.
Because you want me, I want you to touch me so that when I back this damn thing out and use it, I can say, well, he shouldn't have put his hands on me.
So let's hear what Sharon has to say, please. I want to hear his thoughts about Austin Metcalf and his provocation.
Trying to make this little nigga a saint just because you want the little black boy to get off.
Angry man, please.
Bro. Now he want to be Sharon too. So is the problem?
Oh, man, fuck you. Fuck you and every nigga that look like you. How about that? Them little slick ass fucking comments. Fuck you, nigga.
Yeah, I know. It's because you mad because I look black and you don't. I get it. So
at least he's not an ape like you.
I don't give a fuck, nigga, about none of that little slick shit. You a black supremacist, nigga, which I find to be interesting considering your situation.
Now you want to talk about things that don't have nothing to do with the conversation. Fine. This is the problem with real. This is the problem.
Looking black like that.
Yeah, but I'm talking about you. Yeah, you.
Is that part of the conversation?
Yes, it is.
Nah, it wasn't.
Hey, yo, I gotta bounce real quick, but all I gotta say,
you don't need to address that you need to leave. Anybody care if you leave or not, bro?
Sharon, you're retarded. Stop talking.
Part of the conversation. It wasn't part of the conversation. You gonna sit here and act like, nigga, first of all, I am black and I am a nigga and I know how niggas operate. So you can sit up here and cap for everybody up here. I know why that little nigga was at the tent and I know why he did what he did. And you want to try to pretend you don't know what he did. And the reason why is because y'all think the white boy deserved it. That's why.
Got to get that get back.
Yeah, so I don't know. I just say nothing of the nature of that. So
yeah, sure.
So I don't know who you talking to that said all those things that make you feel like you need to go ahead and protect white people. Hey, fine, that's good. I'm glad for you. And
it is. You heard it, right?
Protect white people how? But listen, Sharon, focus. I heard that, angry man. Sharon, I need you to focus. Why do you feel like Austin Metcalf was the provocateur?
Because he approached the young man while he was sitting down. He told the man to leave. And we all understand that conversations between young people, it doesn't go from, hey, you don't belong here, to, hey, I'm going to touch me and see what happens. We know it was conversations, is words in between that happen because we understand how young people converse with each other. It don't just escalate from that to that quickly, unless we all going to agree with Angry Man say that these people knew each other, even though there's no proof that they knew each other. So Austin, he was the one that approached the young man and told him to leave. The young kid probably said something as whatever the conversation was, and it went to the point where he's put his hands on him. He said, hey, touch me, blah, blah, blah. Punch me, blah, blah, blah. And then so when he grabbed him aggressively, that's when he got stabbed. So therefore, Austin was the one that was pushing it forward to the confrontation. He was in that person's space. If he would have never spoke to the person, if he had never went to the person, if he would have never touched the person, if he would have never grabbed the person, it would not have
we get it.
To the point of this situation. If anything, we have to say.
So you think that there's no situation?
Hold on. I'm trying to have a conversation with Sharon. Please, gentlemen, please. Are you finished with that vein of thought? You are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
So the point is, right? We could bring forth the argument that Austin Metcalf also had intention and a use of provocation. The reality of it is he can't be held underneath adjudication in due criminal process because Carmelo Anthony killed him. So therefore, had they had a equal force confrontation where it was fisticuffs, right? Then that defense would make sense. Where it becomes a non sequitur and where we have to summarily focus on Carmelo Anthony's provocation of the situation, because what you said did not take away anything from Carmelo also provoking a reaction, right? He has to stand under the weight of his decisions in the law. So whatever Austin did not stab him. Austin did not draw blood from him. This is also equal and opposite force. Had Austin drawn blood from him, had Austin stabbed him or cut him, him using the knife would be acceptable in the law. It's not. So now we have to look at it for what it is now. You can shake your head no, but I'm telling you, I went to school for this, and I'm telling you, him being the one that is here alive, him being the one that actually caused an injury with a knife, even if he didn't puncture the skin, if he had a epidermal abrasion where he caused bleeding on Austin, he still would be the person under the biggest penalty of law unless Austin caused that measure of harm to him in his person. Unfortunately for Carmelo Anthony, he violated to the highest degree by taking a life. Now, the first degree murder charge is an appropriate charge. Will that probably get reduced during the trial? Absolutely, it probably will get reduced. But we can't sit here and act like, well, they did this, so he did this. That's not how any of that works.
Can I point something out? Can I point something out? Excuse me, damn, I didn't know this was the Sharon show.
Me and her was having a conversation. I patiently wait till she get a full thought out.
You're not the only two people on the panel, sir.
Like we're not seeing what is happening.
You're not the only two people on the panel, sir.
I know, but she said she wanted to address,
but not here.
But it wasn't about if I feel like
you're not the only two people.
Dude, there's more than just you on the panel trying to have a convo, Sharon.
May I comment?
So Roger, wasn't you addressing me, and should I have the right to respond to her?
Yo, y'all, give the baby his bottle. Let the nigga.
Yes.
Right.
May I comment?
Stop whining.
Yes.
How the fuck am I whining?
Because you said everything you said, then she countered what you had to say. What else is there for you to respond to? She responded to what you already said. So you're gonna repeat the same shit you already said again? Because you're not gonna say nothing different.
Repeat it 3 more times.
You're not gonna say nothing different.
Okay.
So move the shit around. It's a full panel. This ain't your shit. Stop bitching.
How the fuck am I? All right, so hold on. Can
Tierney's here?
Because I'm not the host, right? I don't want to overstep my boundary.
You don't matter. Angry man trying to say something.
Hey, Selling Rod, am I overstepping my boundary? I need to know because I'm not sure if
No.
I am. I don't.
No.
You're not overstepping your boundary, but let me just say this really quick, right? The back and forth between you and Angry Man happened. There was an interjection with a few people, right? So there's a couple of times you couldn't finish your statement. But in the midst of you making your multiple statements, you repeated the same thing over and over. So all of those could have been wrapped up into one, respectfully, right? So then Raw jumps in to counter what it is that you said. Now, I am not going to go along with the affirmation, and yes, I just used that word, the affirmation that you were going to repeat what you said. But it is other people on the panel. So I'm not taking away from your position to be able to speak, but you also have to understand it's other people on the panel as well. So respectfully, AM was jumping in, Tierney tried to jump in, Fantastic jump in and pretty much clear up the dissidence that was going on. But Raw did say something to you. But at the same time, are you going to repeat what you previously said, or are you going to counter directly what she said? That's my question to you.
Yeah, I was gonna rebuttal what she said.
Okay, go ahead. You can rebuttal, and then Angry Man, and then you got it.
Okay.
Hold on, Tierney, not you. First Sharon, and then Angry Man.
This is crazy. Oh my goodness. But I don't understand what the issues are. I'm just trying to get my thought out, right? So with this whole, you know what? Y'all got it.
Go ahead, Angry Man.
No, let me say something real quick, big brother, please. I'm just gonna say this real quick, and then I have to go do something anyway, so I'll be back.
I know.
Listen, Cellulite Podcast started this show to have the conversation. Now, when there was a 20 versus 1 and everybody was trying to call him a coon for his ideology, nobody had anything to say. It was like, oh my God, yeah, you're right. Fuck angry man, fuck angry man, fuck angry man. So now that Sharon is over here and he's spinning his point of view and there's pushback to it, is somebody always treats somebody that way? Like, this is a problem in the African American community. Sharon, I'm not referencing you. I'm referencing
you,
your constituents in the chat. So we did not send out personalized monogram invitations for anybody to be here. Everybody is free to leave if they feel that they are being offended and they no longer want to participate in the conversation. Like, y'all got the game fucked up. The content is what it is, and everybody is having similar conversations. You don't have to be nowhere you don't want to be. Like, let's stop behaving like children. This is legal definitions of the law. All of you have children, so you should be able to recognize the learning lessons from this, what we need to be teaching our children how to protect themselves so they don't have to go through this legal process. What is your rights and what is not your rights? Y'all want to turn this into anything else but, because y'all are really low IQ when it comes right down to it. How come we can't have an adult conversation in this community? It's utterly disgusting. And I'll be back. Bye, y'all.
Because of niggardry.
Ooh, why she want to
And
leave?
so what I want to say is this: with the whole provocation part, right? We could reasonably say that that man, Austin Metcalf, he could have gave bodily harm to Carmelo Anthony. He could possibly put that person in a concussion. He has the size, the build, the football experience to hurt that young man. And under Texas, you can use this type of force against that. Yes, that's standing your ground. Bodily
the law the law does not operate based off of what could have happened.
Right. So in Texas, what I'm saying, in case law in Texas, somebody, they was able to prove that they was able to use deadly force because they got a concussion. So
he didn't get a concussion. He didn't get a concussion.
Right. So
you can't use that.
Right.
So why are we sitting here acting like the captain of hold on?
So now
we're acting like the captain of the football team, a strong safety who's used to going up against people bigger than him, isn't already used to that. Quit acting like this dude was some frail little kid.
So now we are saying, so now we understand, right? So now we can say that that person is reasonable to use that kind of force.
No, you can't. He's saying
it's in the law. It's not my opinion.
It's not. Hold
on. It needs to be a proportionate
It's crazy that you think a strong safety that was a captain is too weak to defend himself against somebody a little bigger than him. This is absolutely absurd. The dude played football, for crying out loud.
So the point, so angry snowman's point, right? Exactly. That's what I've been keep telling y'all. For one, the dude is not 130 pounds. I know y'all saw him walk out of that courtroom. That is not 130 pound fucking boy. Okay, he has a max preps thing. He's a senior now. I don't know how they got those stats, but his senior profile for his football max preps fucking what's his name? He's 5'11", 160 pounds. Okay, with the eye test, we all know that boy is not no fucking 130 pounds. Seeing him walk outside the courtroom. Okay, all right. So it's not what y'all are saying anymore, where it's 5'9" and people lied and said that Austin was 6'2", 225. No, he's 6 foot, 200 pounds. The size difference is not going to stand. Okay. That will be a horrible defense. Like Angry Snowman said, he's a football player for multiple years. Is violent, incredibly violent. He's used to force. So saying that a push from a football player that violently throws his body into people for wreck is not going to stand to where I felt for my life. I feared for my life because I was pushed.
But in Texas,
again, hold on. I'm gonna wrap it up. He said, with his testimony, his statement he gave to the police, non-motherfucking question, he volunteered his information. He touched me. I defended myself. Okay? That's what he said. He didn't say punched. He didn't say they. He said he touched me. I defended myself. We keep telling you, we've read the statute. Okay? Proportionality. Texas go by proportionality. You have had several judges and several attorneys say, this is going to be a very hard self-defense case to prove. Black at that.
Exactly.
All right? So why are you running around in a circle with, oh, he could have had a concussion? Shoulda, coulda, woulda, don't work in the fucking courtroom. right? He's alive and well.
You missed what
He
I
was
said.
not injured. He
You
didn't even have a scratch.
missed what I was saying. You missed what I was saying.
Hold on, Sharon.
Hold on. You
I
missed
did
what I
miss
said
what
with
you
the
were saying.
concussion part. You
Hold
missed
on.
it. So with
Sharon,
the
hold
concussion
on,
part,
hold on, Sharon, because Angry Man was supposed to go after you, but Fantastic cut in. So 1 second, just hold that, Sharon. Go ahead.
And
Angry Man.
then Tierney, motherfuckers.
Hold
So-
up, Tierney. Is
so
you
look.
retrieving? Go ahead, Angry Man.
So here's the thing. Number one, there's a method to my madness. You just proved to me a second ago, Sharon, that in your mind this is about race because you said if I want to protect white people. However, when I discussed this situation a couple of nights ago, when homeboy, I forgot his name, K. Crummy came on my show. He's a district attorney. Crumbly, excuse me, K. Crumbly, my bad. Crumbly came on my show. He's a district attorney. We went over the law. We literally went over the law. My position has absolutely nothing to do with race, despite what you and everybody on the 20v1 thought. It's about the law. I know how difficult it is to win a self-defense case when one person has a weapon and the other person doesn't have a weapon, and the person without the weapon loses his life. Regardless of whether you in Texas or not, that is a difficult case to win in a self-defense defense. It's hard. It's hard. This is the whole reason. I said this before and I'm gonna say it again. This is the whole reason why you have Second Amendment lawyers. Okay. Number one, in Texas, because y'all keep wanting to bring up Texas, y'all keep trying to apply the stand your ground law. Y'all keep trying to apply, somebody even tried to apply the castle law. Like y'all are conflating shit. In Texas, when two people get into an altercation, if you, as a person, assault someone with physical force, right? If you match that physical force, that's just going to be an altercation. But if you multiply that physical force to something ridiculous, like let's say you pick up a bat, ow, or you take a knife, stab you, or gun and shoot, that is not, you have escalated that into something else. You're going to have a hard time proving self-defense in that situation.
Okay, you're wrong.
I'm not
Okay,
wrong.
because I live in Texas,
Oh, here we
and if it's self-defense, it's
You're a lawyer?
self-defense.
You're a
And
lawyer in
Texas
Texas?
don't, and Texas don't give a damn. Look, if you came and you pushed me and I defended myself, okay, I got it. And a lawyer will easily argue that, hey, it was self-defense. Now, this Caucasian boy, y'all telling me, no, I live here, been here 36 years, almost 40.
You've
This
been a lawyer
Caucasian
for
boy,
36 years, Tyranny?
Nigga,
What?
you not a lawyer.
okay, so
No, but I had a lawyer on my damn show, you
this boy
asshole. I had a district attorney on my show that broke it down.
Okay, so this
Yeah,
boy
lawyers
from
lose cases
Frisco,
all the
Texas.
time.
You ain't a lawyer
You
either.
probably just as
You
dumb
guys,
as you are.
You ain't a lawyer either, big
Okay,
head ass nigga.
calm down, calm down. It's okay.
I'd rather have a big head than a dyed beard.
Okay,
Big
hey, come
I'd
on, you
rather have
guys.
a dyed beard than a blouse on, nigga.
Angry Man and
At least my
Sharon,
teeth is
por
straight.
favor, yo
Tierney,
quiero
let them go.
dice,
Tierney,
por
let them go.
favor.
Fucking
Now,
ass
this
nigga.
Tierney,
Caucasian
let
boy,
them go.
Angry
Tierney,
Man.
let them
At
go.
least I don't have to
Tierney,
have a goddamn hat. I ain't afraid to
Tierney,
take my
let them
goddamn
go.
hat off.
It's a
Let
cat
them go.
fight.
No, they're being rude.
Yeah.
They're being rude.
Ass, nigga.
Okay, you guys, calm down,
All right,
please.
hold on, wait, Tierney, hold up. I gotta read the money. It's money on the
Now
floor.
y'all cutting me off.
Beard
Oh,
and
Lord.
beef.
Being black and being a woman? Hell no.
All right, so it's money on the floor. Owen Supreme with $10 says Austin Metcalf have his bro with him created a force multiplier under Texas law.
No, this is right.
Do y'all not read? Wait, let me know. Do y'all not? Austin Metcalf have his bro with him created a force multiplier under Texas law. So Karmelo using a knife in self-defense is justified. Hunter saying they were one person in the TV interview said, you know what? Let me reach out to Andrew Bronco. Give me a second. Y'all got it. Oh wait, it's another super chat. Give me a second, because apparently we need an actual lawyer on the fucking stream.
Or
Aaron
someone
L
that-
with $5 says, "How do we discuss order of events when we? How do we discuss order of events when don't know the full conversation? We also don't know the biases of the witnesses either. Video is needed. You're proving a point, Aaron L. You're proving a point, and you just don't know it yet, but it's going to come out." And also, LA Project with the 199 for the show, Fire Show. Appreciate you. Who just sent another super chat? Hold on. Marcus Antonio Castillo with $2 says, "A stabbing don't equate a shove. Melo's team down bad." Exactly. They still haven't figured that out yet, even though we read it multiple times. That according to the case law in Hamal versus State, and also the McCleary case, that Texas themselves have said that that deadly force should not be used when physical force has been applied. That's in the Texas case law. Sorry. But really quick, yes, make sure you hit the like button and support your content creators platforms. Who was just going? Angry Man and
no, Tyranny was going, and they cut me off with an argument.
No, you cut Angry Man off.
Absolutely not. Angry Man was arguing.
Hold on.
It was Tyranny. She was talking, and then Angry Man and her was going back and forth real quick. That's what happened.
Okay,
Come
cool.
on now.
Go ahead.
Y'all know Tyranny's. I'm fair, okay? Now, look, like I stated, Texas.
You're fair.
I am absolutely fair. Okay, I am absolutely fair.
Do that again, Sharon. You're fair.
Okay, so like I stated, first off, in Texas, it's white first, everything after. Now, when you are self-defending yourself, a lawyer can prove that in court, and you got it. You got it. Simple. Even if he said, "Touch me and see what I'll do," that didn't necessarily mean he was going to stab or shoot the boy, but that was just letting him know, "Hey, don't touch me." In other words, don't touch me. But you put your hands on someone, like I said on your podcast before. I teach my children to not to bully because anything can happen. You teach your kids not to bully because anything can happen. This kid was bullying someone else's kid. You cannot get upset about the result.
Where's the proof?
It's an easy proven case.
Where's
that
the proof?
Boy walked up to him and started bullying him.
Where's the proof?
You'll see that in court. And thank
Okay,
God.
so now we're going off
Karmelo
affirmations.
off.
Wait. So now we're just going off affirmations. Is there any
So if you
recorded?
walk up
Wait.
to
Is there any recorded? Is there any recorded statement by anyone that it was bullying going on at the track meet?
You'll see that.
Okay,
You'll
so
see that.
wait. So it's not
Hold on.
So wait, no, because I cannot deal with now what's going to maybe happen in the future.
So this is what's
As
disingenuous.
What's disingenuous is that saying
What's
that we should
disingenuous?
wait
I
for
can't complete
something,
a statement.
but we should be following what's going on right now according to what's going on with people's emotions.
Right.
This
So
is why
I
I'm
would go to
talking.
court.
Wait, hold on. This is why I'm
my
talking
God.
about people are putting out misinformation. They expect you to just follow them just because it's some emotional anecdotal experience that everyone wants to trauma bond off of. No one nowhere has said on any reported document that there was bullying going on at the damn track meet. Fantastic said it. Angry Man said it. Snowman said it. Everyone has read the same police report. Everyone has read the same police report. There was not one mention of bullying going on. So where are you getting that? Are you talking about from anecdotal experience, or are you talking about from an assumption?
If I answer your question, am I going to be able to finish?
Sure, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to finish.
Sure.
Okay, because Tillman had a motherfucking police report. Was that motherfucker right?
Who was Tillman?
Let me finish.
Who was Tillman?
These fucking white people that kill these black people wrote
Who was Tillman?
What the fuck did?
And then y'all
Who
sit
is
here talking
Tillman?
about wasn't on the police report.
Who is Tillman?
Yeah, we don't even know who you're referencing. You're not listening.
With each other.
Who is Tillman?
Everything. I'm not done, you guys.
Who is Tillman?
Tillman is.
He's talking about Pat Tillman.
No, I'm talking about motherfucking Texas. Let's hop on a motherfucking horse and be real with this shit. I'm sick of caucus people being able to do what the fuck caucus people do, and y'all sitting there acting like
just say that though. That's what I'm saying. Stop hiding behind like
I respect that
say
more.
that. Yeah.
I'm not done. You white people, y'all know what y'all do, and y'all do what y'all do every time. Then you put your propaganda on.
So it's
TV,
about
and
race.
then you got
Okay,
black
thank
people
you.
Exactly.
doing
Just
what
say
they
it's
do.
about race.
No, wait. We have a white man. We have a
But
white man on the panel. any issues that you have with white man, he's right
What he
there.
got to say?
She's
I don't
talking
care about what
So
he got
now
to say.
it's about race then, right?
Hey,
It's
she's
in
talking
Texas.
about.
In Texas,
She's
it is
talking about.
about race.
She's
In
talking about
Texas,
Emmett
it's about
Till.
fucking race. And if y'all
but
don't
this is-
understand that,
She's
get
talking
on the
about.
goddamn shit.
God, I hope you don't have
Alabama,
kids because they're
Alabama,
ruined. They are
Georgia,
ruined if you have
Texas,
kids.
Talking about.
Mississippi, in the
She was
South,
talking
it's
about
only
Emmett Till.
about race. I'm
Who?
talking
Talking
about
about
black.
Emmett Till.
Why? Damn,
Yeah.
let me finish. In
Yeah.
I know
Texas,
she's
in the
Tillman.
United
She's talking about
States,
Emmett
it's
Till. Go
all
ahead, hey, Angry
about
Man.
race.
She's
You
Angry Man.
cannot
No,
just
she's
turn and
not.
tell me that it's not about race. It's always been about race. That's where Juneteenth come from, that you niggas don't understand.
Oh my
Everybody else
God.
is free, and we were the only one that's still slaves. Now,
Right,
when
see,
you
and
talk
Sharon nodding along the whole time. That's
Bristol,
what we were trying to
Texas,
get you
in
to
Can we
say.
stop
Bristol,
her
You
rant?
admit
Texas,
it's about
Can we
race.
stop her rant for a
Bristol,
second?
Texas,
Yeah,
I
this
got
is
a
a
question.
tad bit
Motherfuckers
ridiculous
love
because
Just
this
got a
woman just going to
question.
go and go and go
That's
until
just
you
what
want
we're
to
doing.
shut up
This is a
because
really
bitch
long
you
way
want to
so
and
you
you have
don't
no
have
right
an
to
actual
it. Like
argument.
Don't let
anything
me
she
finish.
says matters
I
because
can't
all she's
finish.
doing
Neither
is
one
being
of
a
y'all
black
got it
racist.
out.
Better scramble like an
Neither
egg before you
one
get folded like an omelet, nigga.
That brother's floating in the air. How could his hands do this? Oh, someone get him out the air.
Shout out
Yeah,
to
yeah,
Charles for the $20 on a cash app to get Tierney up out of here. Tierney, you got 20 minutes. If you want to come back, you can hit the cash app, or you could just wait out the 20 minutes. It is entirely up to you. Now, I don't know why the fuck we're talking about Emmett Till. What the hell does Emmett Till have to do with this?
And Juneteenth. So let me.
You know,
I was
Emmett Till, 450 years. You know, the transatlantic slave trade. You know, all that shit. We was kings.
And
Well,
Texas, the only state
let's
that
not go that far.
seceded
Let's not
during
go that
the
far, my
Civil
brother.
War.
From the
Yo,
top.
y'all be. I ain't gonna hold you. Nah,
Let's
it's
not go
all
that
good,
far.
man.
Yeah,
Y'all
but hold
got
on. Let's not go that far. So let me say
I
this,
just
bro.
know if this was in the real world, like we would have had a completely different conversation.
Yeah. I'm with you. That's what I'm saying. So let's
DJ Wishdock on that nigga shit. We would have whooped y'all tails.
Well, yeah. Hold on. We don't need that. So let me ask this. Well, I was gonna ask Tierney this question, right? Because everybody keeps bringing up this excuse to teach your children to keep their hands to themselves. If he just would have kept his hands to themselves, why do y'all keep saying this elementary ass bullshit? People are taught. Everybody, the majority of people are taught to keep their hands to themselves. But again, there's a fight going on somewhere right now. Okay, everywhere, every day is a fucking fight. Tierney has multiple children. I'm pretty sure Tierney's kids, anybody that has multiple kids, got in a fight. So I ask you this question. So your kid gets in a fight with your own kid, even though you taught them both to keep their hands to yourself. Now your other kid goes and grabs a knife out of the fucking drawer and stabs him to death. It's okay, right? That's your logic. Say yes. Please say yes. And this is a chat. Can we do some chat participation, brother? Say you like.
Yeah,
if your child pushed your child, and what the other child that was pushed went and got a knife and stabbed him to death, by y'all's logic, you'll be okay with it. Just bury your child because your other child should have kept their hands to themselves in the first place. This is the simple ass logic you dumbass niggas are using. This shit is ridiculous, bro. This shit is it is beyond fucking, like, I can't even imagine this shit.
So the reason why it's not the same logic, fantastic.
Please
is because,
explain it, brother. Go.
Yeah. So it's because the familiarity in it. So when you fighting somebody that you know and is somebody as your sibling, you're not looking as the person that's trying to cause a bodily harm. You're just having a fight. And
I'm not gonna do that. I get it now. Since you're horrible, I'm gonna finish because you clearly can't listen. So I'm gonna say it again. Okay, I'm gonna tell you again. I didn't say we fuck familiarity. They're brother and sister. That's why I set the fucking scenario up like I set it up. One of your children kills the other fucking children despite familiarity. Go from there. Thank you.
Excuse me, let me just say this real quick because I did come up here. I was trying to catch up with Tyranny. So here's how self-defense would apply, right? And this boy would go free in this case. Austin pushed him, punched him, or whatever. And he pushed or punched Austin. And Austin fell back and struck his head on the bleachers and then had a loss of life. Self-defense would apply because it would be equal force. But at the point that he pulled the weapon, it is not equal force. But I want to thank Tyranny for coming up here and saying the quiet part out loud. In Texas, it is about race. So therefore, the whole entire world has made this case about Texas. Because low-key, what y'all are saying is you feel like the young man is not going to get a fair shake
because he's black in Texas. And that is clouding your judgment, and it's revealing your bias to the fact that shit, he's just fucking guilty. He admitted it to the police. He said he did it. And they have body cam footage of him saying that he did it. This is a linchpin in the case.
So wait a minute, Raw. I got a question to ask you.
Sure.
So you mean to tell me that this entire time I was right about these niggas only defending him because he's black and they think this is a racial issue?
Yes.
Absolutely, because what I've heard, and I've been listening with unbiased ears, right? When people are defending this, someone or another, they work race into it. They're trying to make it seem as if these boys are bullying them. And the fact remains is this. We can have all the conjecture we want. We can make all the assessments that we would like to make. But what is extrapolated from the documents that are able to be read and observed is that there was no bullying. There was one person, it was a one-on-one. Austin versus Karmelo. Karmelo for the win, I guess, with the stabby stab, poke. That's it. And that is all. And unfortunately, if Karmelo didn't kill Austin, we could have his testimony and his version of events.
And also, we cannot. I think the problem also when we hearing the word bully, we thinking that it's something for. I read it. I think it's something that we think that's prolonged. Even if me and Fantastic was in the same place and he's being extra aggressive to me, and I'm being coward, and I'm being submissive to the brother, that is still him bullying me, right? Even though I don't know him. You know what I meant. Fantastic. Jesus. And what I'm saying is that, so like, even though me and him don't know each other, right? It doesn't matter that. So if he's trying to know me, that still would be considered bullying. We don't have to know each other for a long period of time for it to be ongoing bullying. Bullying can be in the moment as well. Amber L with the $10. The police report is only as reliable as the witness interview. It is not a fact on either side. Let's stop acting. It's absolute fact, and environment matters if he's surrounded or intimidated.
Right, but it's still better. It's still orders of magnitude better than evidence that doesn't exist at all.
We've only had 3 witness testimonies.
And
we still have almost 40 to go.
Also, the witness testimonies is only for the ones that is for the prosecution side. We did not hear the other testimony that's going to say anything that's opposite.
I didn't say that. I said out of the we only were able to get 3 because of the time frame.
Wait a minute.
So you mean to tell me?
Your signal is terrible, baby. Go out and come back in. All right, come back when you come on. All right.
What I was saying is we've only had 3 witness testimonies so far because of the urgency for them to put out the police report. There are 40 more witness statements.
No, that's not true.
Time
out. Hold up. Murder One, read the super chat.
All right, hold on 1 second here.
Because
my glasses, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, Tootie Bug with 199 says excuses are like cocks, always, and you always us in someone's mouth. Exactly. Angry Man, go ahead.
To Will and to everybody in the chat, what y'all just witnessed didn't really happen.
I know, right?
It never happens, right? Never happens. You feel what I'm saying? But it is what it is. So what you Negro peons are trying to tell me is that because of the fact that witnesses could possibly lie in their statement, that we should ignore witness statements for speculation.
You good there? I don't want to. So what I'm saying is that when you those police reports, it is for the prosecutor. So all the ones that is opposite of, say, if they have contradicted, one person sees it opposite of what is pushed out, that is not going to be in the police report because they are pushing it out there for the prosecutor.
But right now, what you're saying, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you're implying that the police officer is writing the report in a biased manner. So you're proposing
Yes.
that he's writing the police report in a manner which goes against the black boy. Why? Because he's black?
No, he's represented it in that manner because it's good for the prosecutors, so he could put up the Trump charges. This is how they get the Trump charges. And so now the other side, this is when the other side, when they get their information, and this is how they get their back and forth. The prosecutors say, this is my side of the argument, right? That is presented. And then the defendant, he gonna say this. What about this part that this eyewitness said this and this and that?
So all your sources are just I made it up.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
hold on, American Nacho, Angry Man, go ahead, because I think you about to say what the hell I was about to say,
bro. First of all, a police officer is not an officer of the court. Okay, police officers have been used as witnesses for certain situations, not just for the prosecution, but also for the defense. There has been police testimony that has gotten people off that were part of the defense. You realize that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You realize that there are police reports that have helped exonerate people based on witness testimony that the police officers took at the time. So where is this thought process coming from that the police are going to write a report to help the prosecution win a case?
Because that's what normally happens within the cases, right? So we're talking about it's nothing 100% absolute. Of course, it's going to be versions of the other one. However, when they are doing the prosecution, right, they're going to say, hey, this is the reason why we are locking this person up. And these are the charges.
It's called discovery. That's
right. And then so the other, and then when they have all of the witnesses, because they confiscated about like 40 different phones, and I believe they interviewed about like 30 different people. However, what we've seen is that it's only about 5 different witnesses on the police report right now, is because the other side's going to get their chance in court to argue their point of view with the other witnesses.
But here's the stopgap. Hold on, wait, hold on, American Nacho, 1 second, because I know you got something good to say. Hold on, Angry Man first, and then Nacho. Go ahead, Angry Man.
I'm gonna say this, and then y'all can have it. I ain't gonna try to take over back and forth with me and him. There's only one problem with that entire assessment. It really doesn't even matter what the police report says and what the witness reports say, because he confessed.
Correct. That's all I was trying to say. He confessed.
He only confessed to stabbing him, though, right? Right. So that's
that's not what happened, Sharon. Hold on, let me break in for a second. Hold on, let me break in for a second. That's not what happened. When the school resource officer was first notified of the
Angry Man, what are you saying? He's
Angry Man, take over for a second.
Yeah, what are you saying that he confessed to?
What he said, the school resource officer said something about allegedly, if I remember correctly, and he said to the officer, "It wasn't no allegedly. I did it."
Yeah, I did it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Fantastic.
No. So not only that, Angry Man, he then compounded it with he put his hands on me and I defended myself. So he admitted to it twice. And furthermore, everybody keeps talking about this thing as to where, the police are just going to automatically, bro. Everybody's bringing up this white boy case. My bad. Go ahead, Sel.
Hold on, because Raw was trying to tap in through the StreamYard, but it wasn't working. Baby, go ahead, try it.
Okay, so this is the thing. The purpose of police reports is to get statements that is fresh in everybody's mind and recollection. It is not for the prosecution, nor is it for the defense. It is just a true accountance of what happened at the scene of the crime while the crime is fresh in everybody's mind. So nobody has cognitive dissonance and starts remembering things in a different order of events. And the truth is told, there is a whole bunch of students listed in that police report that are witnesses to this crime, as well as got their phones confiscated. So I'm sorry, anybody that the police reports are just in defense of the prosecution is they're a little bit off in their assessment of that.
And then in addition to that, when just like Ross said, they're taking witness statements in the heat of the moment for people to tell what they saw, what their eyewitness account was. But that doesn't mean they're going to take every last one of those accounts and say, oh, this is fact. The investigators are going to cross-reference to see where the truth is based on the similarities in the statements. They're not just going to take it as, oh, this is what definitely happened. No, they're going to look at all of it and say, okay, that's the whole point of detectives. That's the whole point of investigations.
And
All right,
can I
now,
just
really quick. So, just 1 second, because Fantastic was saying something. I cut him off. Go ahead, Fantastic.
So everybody's using the case of the white boy. I forget what his name is that killed a Hispanic kid.
Oh no,
Texas.
Casey
something, right? So the thing they don't mention though is that same year, 2022, a black man wasn't even charged by killing a police officer during a non-knock warrant. Okay. So this whole idea, and even furthermore, for you all people that black people don't get no chance, the largest population of black people live in Texas. Okay, that's facts. All right. So this ideology that the black man ain't getting a good motherfucking deal in Texas and they're all racist and Juneteenth and all this other shit, y'all are proving the fuck we talking about. You niggas always go back to racism and the black man can't get no fair shake and all this other shit. Niggas literally get away with murder every day. There's niggas convicted every day. There's niggas that are found not guilty every day. Again, we're talking about the facts of the case as we know them. Apparently, allegedly, there's video evidence that they're withholding for whatever reason. If it was anything that they had that was going to show that, it was just this jumping that happened and anything to fucking prove that Karmelo truly acted in self-defense, that shit would have been out long ago. That's just my opinion, my take.
Okay, now really quick, to Angry Man's point, to Raw's point, and American Nacho. First of all, I need everyone to understand something. 16 live streams over averaging between 8 to 12 hours per live stream. Do you know what the purpose of getting a whole bunch of witness statements together? Because they have to cross-reference. They have to find out what's actually true and what is people making up, like as trying to fit a narrative or what it is that they think they saw. This is why cross-referencing is so important. In the case of Kyle Rittenhouse, you do understand that it was so many damn witnesses. That's why it took so long for that trial to happen, because they had to corroborate all of these different things and they had to cross-reference to all. Okay, what's true? Can we find this? This person said this. This person said that. We see this on the camera. This person said that it was blue outside. Well, we looked on the camera. It's black outside. So apparently this is something that they thought they remembered. So in the case of this is not just, police reports can be taken at face value, because guess what? I'm in agreement with you. They shouldn't be taken at face value. But they're a starting line to a long race. And what happens is, fuck it, I don't care. What happens is the kingdom of niggotry, they look at the starting line as the end of the race. You haven't even ran the fucking race yet. You have to get through all of the due diligence so you can get to the end, so that we, the people who was not there, can have a better understanding as to what happened. And the best account for all of this is video and audio. And it's even hard and disgusting for me to say that, because who's the oldest on the panel right now? Angry Man, I believe you the oldest. You on the panel. You seen the Rodney King video. What happened to those police officers?
They got exonerated, right?
All the niggas got off, even with video and audio. So it's either we gonna work through the due diligence, or we're gonna work through the due diligence and stop the bullshit, or we're just gonna say fuck due diligence and we're just gonna accept anything that people just come up with just because it sounds good, because speculation is more important than evidence and facts. That's what the problem is. Emotions have more value than actual facts. Even if it's facts that is only on a minuscule level, the only facts we have right now is that Austin Metcalf is dead. We do know that it was Carmelo Anthony that stabbed him. We all in agreement on that. Now, what happened all in between there, it's only 3 people that know the true, honest thing that happened. That's Austin, God, and Carmelo. but one of them is dead. Another one is a spiritual being. So the only person's a witness account that we can go by that was actually one-on-one to this whole entire thing is Karmelo. But here's the thing. You have to get everyone's witness statement. Why? This is why due diligence is a real thing, because people lie. If we go by Karmelo's only his perspective, he felt like he was being accosted and it was self-defense. If everybody used the term of self-defense, then everyone will walk away free. But that's the problem. We look in these cases where people claim self-defense and you find out that they were the aggressor. So let's go ahead and put a stop to the bullshit of the emotional facts that we're trying to apply to this and only stick to the facts that's in the case. American Macho, go ahead.
Can I say this real quick?
Yeah,
I want to say this because this needs to be said. I didn't watch the 20v1, but I got an idea of what was being said.
Murder one needs to mute up. He has
already muted him.
And quick thing, Officer Diesel was trying to come up and shed some light from an officer perspective. That's the only person I'll give my seat up for, because I got to take my dog out anyway. But I think he can get in the studio.
Okay. Oh shit. All right, I'm gonna drop you and I'm gonna kick you. So, or just leave so Diesel could come up. Go ahead, Angry Man.
So here's the thing. Anybody that has watched me on YouTube and watched my content long enough would know that I would feel the same way about this if those roles were reversed. If that was Austin Metcalf that stabbed Karmelo in that same circumstance, I would say it's not self-defense.
Nah.
Look, you see what Sharon did?
Same here, boo.
Nah, you would say what that black man did. You would say what did that nigga do? That's what
we
you
know.
would say.
You know how we know? Because he called Karmelo with a K a hooligan. That is
He
crazy.
is a hooligan.
What makes him a hooligan?
That's crazy.
Okay, so you know
the man is full of ish right now.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Sharon, have you ever been a member of the Nation of Islam? Tyranny, have you ever been a member of the Nation of Islam?
I'm an Israelite.
Have you ever been a member of the Nation of Islam?
I'm better. I'm an Israelite. Israelite.
I'm asking you.
Better scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet, nigga.
Ooh, that brother's floating.
And Tyranny is out of there.
Anywhere is injustice everywhere. Yo, check this out. I'm not going to sit here and let you raggedy, trifling, ignorant ass niggas tell me, a man that was Fruit of Islam, an organization created for the sole purpose of the elevation of black people. You're not going to tell me shit about anything. Period, nigga.
American Nacho, go ahead.
You can make as many faces as you want to, nigga.
That was me that said that. I'm the one that made that statement. Mr. Murder. Am I sounding okay?
Yeah, you're good, but you got wind draft. American Nacho, you want to come off mute, make your statement, or you still got babies?
Yeah, I got my daughter with me.
Okay, no problem. I'll come back to you. Diesel TV, what's going on, G? What you're the lawman around here, so you give us your perspective.
I just want to ask Sharon a question. Isn't your cousin a police officer?
Damn.
Are you getting your? I mean, aren't you like if you're getting your information from him? There is no way he is a police officer. There's no way. Now he came on here and said he was the police. Now, if you're getting your information off of that man who says he's the police, he is feeding you the incorrect information, and that there's no way you can be getting that kind of information because that's not how law enforcement works. If the defense ever discovered that police withheld a statement from a felony, the whole case is dismissed. It's called discovery. Every piece of discovery in any felony that's charged, even if you write it on your hand, you have to Xerox it and put it in the case file for the prosecution. This is crazy. And you expect people to believe you when you speak?
So Diesel TV, you believe that we got all of the statements in the?
No, I don't. No, okay. I don't. I don't believe we got all of them.
That's what I'm saying.
Because the investigation is not
apologize.
done.
Now apologize.
No, the investigation is
police reports were biased.
What
Hold
I'm
on,
saying
hold
is
on,
the information
hold on.
that we have right now is only one side, and we do not have all of the reports of
No,
the
it's
other
not
side.
one-sided. That is not one-sided. We got it from the actual suspect. How is it one-sided? You got a statement from the actual suspect.
Literal
You
confession.
just said it yourself that we don't have all of the testimonies.
You see, also said
That doesn't-
because
okay, so therefore, what I'm saying is that as of right now, the ones that is pushed out to the media right now, what we have,
It's the initial police report.
The small facts that we have about that precinct, they did not give us every last one. Is what I'm saying. And right
They probably
now,
don't have everyone done. That's the point, Sharon. They don't have every one of them done. They got to get 40 of them, so they still got to get.
I think you arguing some Matt. I think we actually saying the same thing.
I don't
we
understand
do not
why
have all of, we do not have both. We don't have all of the reports.
No. Hold on, Sharon. You're going off of speculation. I'm going off of exactly what we actually have. That's what I'm saying. And what you're saying is, hold on. And what you're saying is, no, they got them. They're just not releasing them. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying we don't have the release of it because they did not release the official report. A reporter released it. Somebody else released the report that we are witnessing.
Time out. Edward B. Edward B.
Yo.
Edward B, this your first time on the panel?
Nah, this is my second time, but I don't want to interrupt him, man. I wanted to let Diesel finish because, bro, I live in Texas. I'm 33 years old. It ain't no situation where you're gonna stab somebody in a fist fight, bro, and be looked at or be trying to get any kind of innocence or victim mentality, bro.
Thank you.
So I'm real confused on what Sharon is talking about. I don't know where he from. I don't know if he ever lived down here. But bro, I'm gonna say this and drop. There is no situation where you're getting approached and they got nothing in their hands and y'all get into a fist fight and you stab dude. I've never seen it down here, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. Austin, Texas. I'm out.
Appreciate you, big homie. Go ahead, Sharon. You was my bad. Go ahead.
Look,
yeah. He was on the phone call.
He wasn't even listening to him.
And here's the thing, right? Most of the states that I've lived in for the majority of my life has always been self-defense states. I know people that have been in self-defense situations. I know people that were in a self-defense situation and they still had to go to jail because of the circumstance. Okay? Trying to prove self-defense when you get into a physical altercation with somebody and you use a weapon and that person has nothing but their fists, that is a hard ass self-defense case to win. Period. Point blank, period. Matter of fact, here in the state of North Carolina, it wasn't not too long ago, we didn't even have self-defense here, and they changed it a little bit. But even with the way they changed it, if somebody broke into my house and I took the gun out and I shot him, let's say I shot him and wounded him. Let's say they fell down, they incapacitated. I can't walk over there and then dump in them and finish them off. I can't do that. It don't even matter if they broke in my house.
Just like you can't shoot a person in their back that's fleeing from you.
I got a friend right now. In VA. He found out this dude was messing with his wife. He confronted him at a damn tire shop. They got into a scuffle and was fighting. The dude got up and ran away from my friend, and my friend shot him in the damn back. He's never coming home.
Yep.
Never. He's in prison right now. He's never coming home.
It's like if I went to the bar and I got into it with someone and they pushed me and I picked up a pole cue and smacked them upside the head and killed them. Guess what? Now I'm going to prison.
Hold up, everybody, really quick. If you are restreaming on your platform, if you need the link to paste in your chat, in case somebody wants to come up, it is one spot available. I did put the link in the back chat. Again, if y'all do get support on y'all channel, please let me know so we can stop the show and read the support for anyone's channel. I have no problem with that. I want everybody to get their money. I appreciate y'all for spending y'all time here. I want everybody to get their money. Really quick, Ed Money says, Sharon, well, it's a couple of super chats after the Angry Man's. So JC499 says, Brownsville is Ross dress for less security. Jesus Christ. Mayo Monkey with $5 says, comprehension failure. Ed Money with $1.99 says Sharon never listens. He waits for PH Diva and Cuz. Is that what that says, Cuz? I could be wrong. But anywho, yes. I want all of the content creators to get their support for spending time here. So make sure you are supporting your favorite content creator up here. So hit their Cash App or hit their super chat. Gentlemen, ladies, if y'all want to put your Cash App in my chat, I have no problem with that whatsoever. Get your money.
Will, I think this needs to be said because it's really important, and I'm pretty sure Diesel agrees with me, right? We up here having conversations about this, and I'm pretty sure nobody's giving any legal advice.
No.
However, I will say this. Can we get the facts straight on this? Because there's a lot of people in prison right now because they thought they was in their right for self-defense.
Correct.
There's a lot of people in prison right now because of that, bro. I'm telling you, I know dudes that's in prison right now. They thought they was in the right and they wasn't.
Correct. Really quick, Robert Patton did let me know that his super chat was not read. He said with $2, this simulcast is brought to you by Newport 100s. You forgot to put in the box. That's what you forgot to put, good sir. You can't advertise Newports if you're not gonna say in the box. All right, you gotta have Newports in the box. The 100s in the box, not the soft pack. All right, you gotta have them in the box. If you're gonna be on some nigga shit, you gotta make sure it is what it is. But anyway,
love breathing in that fiberglass, huh?
Hold up 1 second. I don't know whose channel this came from, but I'm gonna read it. Bridget M with $10 says, hang in there, Sharon. They are not experts. You know what, Bridget? You're absolutely right. We're not experts. We're not. But we can have a civil discourse when it comes to sticking with the facts and removing all emotion and stereotypicalness about whataboutisms and all this, that, and the other bullshit when we're talking about this.
Actually, I've been classified by the course as an expert.
You've been classified as a course by expert? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Okay, so you are classified by the course as an expert. So you can be called into the courtroom and you can give testimony as an expert.
Yeah, for firearms, though. For firearms.
Only for firearms, so not for self-defense.
No.
So your certification
a lot of my testimony has come from self-defense situations, yes, but it's dealing with the firearm.
But you're not trained in Texas law.
I'm not trained in what?
Texas law.
No. I'm in North Carolina.
Okay, so yeah, your testimony.
I'm just saying, I am an expert.
Your expertise is useless to what we're talking about.
Yeah,
pretty much. She said nobody was expert. I'm just saying.
So that's what you're doing.
He's not talking about baby oil right now. He have no idea what he talking about.
You're limiting the conversation to Texas. Is that what you're doing?
In all fairness, I'm not an expert in any of that, but I am an expert in niggerdom. I know why he is defending this bullshit. I am an expert in that. I know that.
Let's test that theory then, if we can.
Here we go.
And that's the thing. You don't got to be an expert to read through the evidence that we have.
I'm just
hold on, Beans. American Nacho has been quiet for a minute. Go ahead, American Nacho.
I was just gonna say, we don't have to be experts just to be able to read the basic law and read through the evidence that we have so far.
Okay,
even the baby don't like this situation.
Even the baby don't like this situation. All right, I'm gonna mute you up, American Nacho. Put that baby to sleep. All right. It seems like the legendary Angry Man and Beans podcast situations never come to a fucking end, but we're just gonna let it happen.
How you
Here
doing?
comes
round one. Fight.
Pretty much.
It is. Narrative one.
What's going on, Dembe?
Fantastic. You seen? Wait. What show is that from again?
Blacklist.
You seen Blacklist? Fantastic.
I wish I could.
Yeah, what about it? You know the black dude that be walking around Raymond Reddington? Tell me that this nigga Beans don't look like him. Tell me.
that shit ain't even right.
That's your brother. I don't care what nobody say, bro.
Look
Hey,
like that
Beans,
guy's his
you know-
daddy and shit.
Beans, you know I still love you, man. Come on. I know you're gonna say I ain't
You
shit.
like what I said yesterday. I already knew.
I mean, y'all was having a serious conversation. Why does it become a joke now?
No, we can have a serious conversation. Go ahead. The floor is yours, sir.
It don't need to be mine. I'm just asking. Why make it a joke now? Keep it serious.
We keep it serious. What do you mean?
Okay, so with that being said, the question I asked was, is the conversation framed around Texas? Is it specifically about Texas?
Nah, me personally, we went over the Texas law, but I'm just speaking generally when it comes to court cases anywhere where it's a state where they have self-defense. There's a commonality, and usually that commonality is if you get attacked by somebody physically and they don't have a weapon and you have a weapon and you take their life, the assumption is that self-defense, but that's not always the case. That's a hard case.
So then you're having the what is conversation and not the ought conversation.
Yeah, basically.
So when do you have the ought conversation? And I'm not being facetious. I'm asking seriously.
I try not to have the ought conversation because I have to exist in the is.
Is that because you're black?
No, that's because I'm a man.
Well, the reason why I asked that is because I was thinking about that case when the white kid was driving, no license. I think he was high, drunk.
Can we talk about this case?
Yeah, we can. If you would like to try for a minute. And he crashed into a car, a van of people. 4 of them died. One of them was hospitalized for a long time. And they came up with this thing at that time called affluenza. Right? So they created this whole new strategy around this particular case, which he was able to use to get off. No jail time, just probation. So I'm saying, even if we can talk about what is, the conversation should be about what ought to be, though, right? Isn't that the deeper conversation?
So here's the thing with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So number one, if I don't know the case you're talking about, but if there's a case where somebody took somebody's life and it wasn't justified and they shouldn't have did it, that is wrong. Now, you could say, well, it ought to be that somebody should do something about it. Right? But here's the thing. What should be done about it? Should we figure out a way to fix it so that things like that don't happen? Or do we just want niggas that do the same shit to get the same treatment? That's my question.
Right. So that means you are willing to have the art conversation, right?
Yeah, right now.
So
yeah.
So look, can I say something real quick?
Yeah,
can I say something real quick? So Beans, on your situation, and I'm glad Angry Man said what he said, because I do the same thing. When it comes to any case that I talk about, I say either it will be a hard case to fight or something like that, because you do have to bring into the fact of the jury, right? Even though the law says what it says, you still have to count on a jury to go off the law and not their feelings, right? And a lot of juries have gone off their feelings instead of the law. So there's no definite on him being found guilty. I have never said that. I won't say that. Only thing I have said is it's going to be very hard for him to be found not guilty, right? It could still happen because the jury might feel some type of way. He might have a jury that might feel some type of way and they just can't even come to a decision, or they just find him not guilty. And I'm glad Angry Man, like I said, I'm glad Angry Man said this will be a hard fought case because of that reason.
So let me ask you this question, Diesel. Why is Zimmerman still free?
Here we go.
Because the jury didn't find him guilty.
When are we going to talk about this case?
Damn,
that's the only reason Zimmerman is free is because a jury found him not guilty.
So
that's why anybody
should have been found guilty.
from what I understand and what I read from the law, I feel like he should have been found guilty. But again, we're going off of two different states, and there could be a defense attorney that could find a loophole, right? So that's why a lot of these laws get changed every year, because there are so many loopholes that these defense attorneys come up with, right?
Right. And
so,
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that, because I want the slow people to understand that's why you ask those kind of questions, right? Is because you're trying to understand, well, what's possible? What are we looking at? What is it exactly that we should be expecting? What do we know? What don't we know? Because according to what was stated, as far as even if a person is attacking you and they don't have a weapon and you use a weapon, you're going to jail. I can rewind the tape. That was said no less than 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, you're right. You're totally right. You're totally right. But that's just
so then I bring up a case where we know the other person didn't have a weapon, and then slow people are like, well, what does that matter? Well, that's why it matters. Because if we can show evidence that this person had this same similar kind of case where there was some sort of scuffle and the other person didn't have a weapon and they're still free. How do we explain that?
Yeah, but
so this is the thing.
But you said it was based on the jury, so I understand that part.
Yeah, right. So this is the hold on one second, fantastic. So this is the thing about it. I've seen cases where somebody has deleted another person that didn't have a weapon with a firearm, but they were over them, constantly punching them, and they were on the brink of losing consciousness, right? So they articulated that to the jury, and that found him not guilty, right? But then again, you always have a jury, so there's no open and shut case. Like I told Sharon earlier. I mean, like I've been saying, you can only go off the facts that you actually know right now, right? Everybody's coming up with, well, he was being intimidated. He was this. He was that. There's nothing in the case or in the report that we have right now that is saying that. My mind could be changed 2 weeks from now if something new comes out and it says something different from what I know right now, right? And I'm open to that. But as far as what we know right now, the case is not finished, and they're still doing some investigation, getting witness statements and all that stuff. It could still, the outcome could be different from what we are saying right now.
And George Zimmerman, by the way, was charged with second-degree murder. So he was charged with an appropriate charge. So if that is your one-to-one, that you're a little bit thrown, because it stands to reason that even in a self-defense case, the first second-degree murder is an appropriate charge, and it's up to defense counsel to mitigate the case in order to get their defendant acquitted or get the charges dismissed or pled down.
Right. So Beans, shout out to you, brother. So this is what I'm saying. Everybody keeps trying to compare cases. You feel me? But no one is considering cases that were never even had or heard. So I just brought up a case, and I just Googled this and just researched this because I just learned about the case where the white boy killed a Hispanic kid, and a lot of people are using that as proof as to why this case should be adjudicated as that case. No two cases are the same. You know what I'm saying? So when you do that, even though there's precedents, I understand that there's legal precedents. A lot of times it's still not the same situation where it's a one-to-one situation. Okay. So furthermore, if we're just going to say, okay, well, this case had this result and this case had that result, it's literally cases in the same state, but possibly more likely different counties or different jurisdictions where you have very, very similar situations, but different outcomes. Because at the end of the day, unless it's heard by a judge, you know what I'm saying? Most cases are going to be heard by a jury. It's up to the jury. And it's up to the job that the prosecution, how good of a job the prosecution did, or how bad of a job the prosecution did, how good of a job the defense did, or how bad of a job the defense did. You feel me? So doing that, I feel you. Is logical, but it doesn't fully encapsulate the argument, because the other possibility is, what about all the cases that were never even heard? Like I said, it's been cases where police were, killed in trying to. I'm sorry, my bad. So
you can say, listen, my platform is completely wide open. Y'all can say whatever. Just make sure y'all support the show, because I know this show is not going to get greened.
Excuse me. One moment. Fantastic. Hold on. For those in the chat that said I don't know what I'm talking about, this is from the court case file of George Zimmerman, State of Florida versus George Zimmerman, affidavit of probable cause for second-degree murder. Who's talking just to be talking is you all in the chat. Y'all be typing, and y'all need to use your Google fingers and get in the internet and start looking up case law, stupid.
So you're saying that because the charge is different, the outcome can be different. But I'm just addressing what was said on the panel, right? Which is we tend to say things in blanket statements, right? We all are guilty of this. But that's what I'm saying. If the statement is made, well, if somebody is attacking you and they don't have a weapon and you have a weapon and you use it, you're going to jail and you're never coming home. Well, then I would just like to challenge that and say, well, what about this particular case? Now we can say, yo, but it's context to it. Well, then you can't just make the blanket statement that if they don't have a
value, that's
going to jail, right?
But on face value, Beans, on face value, that is exactly what it is, right? On face value, that is exactly what it is. If you use a weapon against somebody that is trying to just physically hurt you, it looks bad for you, right? Now, not knowing anything else, that's what we're saying. Now, of course, you got to know the whole story to find out if it's actually true or not, but just on face value. And I would like to say also, I don't think Fantastic was saying a different charge means a different outcome. No, you can have the exact same charge and have a different outcome.
Yeah, no, that's what I said.
Have different states.
Absolutely.
So no. What Bean said was a different same charge, different outcome. You can have the same charge, different outcome. The only thing that you're going to see a consistent outcome is the federal court system. That's pretty much the only system that you're going to see pretty much the same outcome for the same charge in the same. You know what I'm saying? But see, a lot of people don't understand also.
If you're talking about what I just said,
Look at this.
I was responding to Rob B because she was highlighting that charge is different. So that charge from Zimmerman, you see, that's different. That's second degree. This kid is being charged with first degree, right?
But what I said was, it is appropriate to charge first and second degree murder in alleged self-defense cases, even when the victim does not have a weapon. That is the correlation. So you have people in the chat saying that a knife is not a weapon. A knife is not a weapon, Beans?
No, a knife is yes, a knife is a weapon.
Oh, okay, because someone in the chat just said that a pocket knife is not a weapon.
Unless these motherfuckers
It's not a weapon, it's a tool. It can be used as a weapon.
Wait. Unless these motherfuckers in the chat is paying, we're not about to keep responding to people in the chat unless they're actually saying something that's indicative to the goddamn conversation. I don't care if motherfuckers in the chat is saying that a knife is not a weapon. We all know that a knife is a tool, but it can be used as a weapon. So it can be classified as a weapon.
A hammer is a tool. You use it to bash somebody's skull in, then it's a weapon.
Exactly. Hey, listen.
A knife is not a tool.
But we just got to be careful how we use it, right? So because a tool can be used as a weapon, but it's not considered a weapon.
A knife is not a tool.
It is a tool.
It's a cutlery.
A pocket knife will be considered a tool because you could use it to.
The moment you take someone's life with it, it is a weapon.
It is a weapon. It is a weapon.
Right, but don't get lost in the semantics.
Right. I'm talking about what is used.
He's saying the same thing. He's just saying saying if it is what it is, let's call it what it is. But when it's used a certain way, then it is that.
Okay, so in this case, it's a weapon. In this case that we're talking about, it's a weapon. Okay, so
especially because it was concealed. Especially because it was concealed. A pocket knife, when concealed, is deemed a weapon.
Fine. But again, my question is this is what I'm trying to understand, right? Yo explained it a little bit, Diesel, and Angry Man with his story about his friend. But that's what I'm saying. If we comb through it, how many more cases, especially when it comes to guns, right, are we gonna see of people shooting somebody and it being what is the one that the police use all the time? My life was in danger, imminent threat, whatever that phrase is, right? How many more cases of that we will see where the people got off? And then you can say that the context of the case is different, but how different can it be? I thought my life was in danger. I used the weapon. What more context do you need besides that?
Okay, before we go any further, wait, before we go any further, because there's been a lot of support and we have not been paying any attention to the money.
That's a fact. Thanks to everybody that's been supporting too, man. We greatly appreciate it.
I don't know who been getting cash apps. If anybody up here got a cash app, let me know. But right now,
I did. Shout out to Stanley Cross for sending me that $5 cash app you sent me earlier, man. I just noticed it, so thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Got you. And Fantastic dropped off. Appreciate you stopping by. Fantastic. Really quick. Mayo Monkey says mentioning cases in the context is ignored and facts unknown. Make it make sense. That's a big problem, Mayo. Big Gears composition with the $5. Appreciate you for supporting the channel. Big Time says to podcast point in Chicago, that dude was smoked for attacking a mother in a chicken shack, and her son dropped a hammer on him. Dude was unarmed. That is true. C. Rich with the $10 says, been to trial twice. Second-degree murder is the most he can get in Texas is 2 to 20 years. Under sentencing guidelines, the most he can get is 11 years. He'll only do about 5 with good time and time cuts. Or I'm guessing that's supposed to be good behavior. Also, Mayo Monkey with another $10 says, TX10 Texas 1046 says weapons knife means any bladed hand instrument that is capable of inflicting serious bodily injury or death by cutting or stabbing a person with the instrument. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the motherfucking content. Now, let's go to
the video that
I'm about to get to.
We're just about to get into that.
I just want to let. I'm surprised because I wanted fan. He left already. So I just wanted to watch it on his own if he could, so he could hear Austin. Hear Hunter himself say he spoke to Karmelo first.
All right. So the timestamp you gave me. Hold on. The timestamp you gave me was 420. So are you okay if I go back to like 420? Just because we're not. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Sal, I gotta run. I gotta run, Sal. I just wanted to come up here real quick and give some clarity. That's all.
Hey,
Diesel. Wait.
Don't use so much
Diesel,
damn
Diesel.
baby oil next time, okay? I could smell it.
Use all the baby oil. Use all the Diddy oil. But Diesel, the last time somebody questioned me or thought I was wrong about some law shit, they had to kind of eat that shit, huh? I knew exactly what the fuck I was talking about in regards to the law.
I would say, Raw B, like you know what you're talking about. I mean, I would go as far as say as when it comes to the court systems and how things work, you probably would know more than me. You know, probably especially when it comes to like
you're making a mistake. You're making a mistake. Abort.
I mean, but
You know what? Hold on. Because we ain't gonna do this. You out here giving me my flowers. We gonna let you give me my flowers.
All I'm saying is that, you know, everything that you said, I can honestly say I did not agree with. I mean, I did not disagree with. I mean, even before, and I don't know if you're referring to if I questioned you or something, because I don't think I've questioned you on any kind of how law works or anything like that. But like even before, when every time I've heard you speak about the criminal justice system and all that stuff, it's been spot on. I mean, truthfully speaking, I don't see any problem with anything that you have said ever.
Well, thank you, because they know that you're a police officer. You know, I tell them I have a degree in the subject matter. They don't believe that shit. So maybe hearing from an officer of the law, y'all gonna stop playing in my face.
Robbie, I've been police for 20 years, and you still got people arguing with me about how things work in the system. And it's like, you know, Sharon's got a cousin that's been in policing for 10, 15. I don't know how long you've been in police, but you know, and it's crazy because the information that Sharon is given is just totally wrong. This is absolutely wrong. So
that's a lie. I'm telling the truth, the whole truth.
I know he's wrong, but that's okay.
I know for a fact that when they give you those police reports, it's skewed a certain way, and then next thing you know, your lawyer get it, and all of a sudden, there's these other goddamn testimonies. I know for a fact.
You know what? I know what the real problem is. I've been dealing with all of you motherfuckers all day, and I ain't had a drink, and I need a big bottle, right? So I'm gonna need somebody to hit the cash app because I need to go to the goddamn store and get a goddamn drink.
Hell, I'm out, man. I appreciate you, brother.
I appreciate y'all. Thank you. All right, so Sharon, this is your video. This is your evidence. Give context before we watch, please.
Oh, wait. They say we ignored the super chat, though. Wait a minute. We gotta go back. Marcus Anthony Castillo. So you ignore him. It ain't here.
Oh, both white and black Americans went through due process. Appreciate you. Didn't I read that?
I don't know.
If I didn't, I'm sorry.
So this is so I just wanted to show this. This is when Hunter said himself that he was the one that approached Karmelo, and then his brother came and took over.
You're saying he said he approached him, right?
Huh?
You're saying that he said he approached him, right?
Right. So it's showing that it was just more than just one brother talking and in communication at this conflict.
All right, let's all give a listen and see what's being said. I did go back like 5 seconds, so the timestamp he gave was 4:24. I rewinded it back to like 4:20 because it's funny. And I don't even got the goddamn.
I'm saying we put our tent up so all the bleachers were right there were not wet from all the rain. We come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life, never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in. He started being, how he always is with me, just brothers, just having my back. And things started getting more like higher intensity. And the kid said some like aggressive stuff, like reckless stuff. And also try to handle the problem. And
so where did he say he
All right.
approached him first?
Hold on, Angry Son, you're gonna say that you didn't hear that?
No, I heard him say that him and his brother came and sat down, and somebody said something behind him, and he said, "What's your name?" Nowhere near in there did he say that he approached them first. If anything, they said something to him first, and he spun around and responded to him.
No,
that's
not
accurate at all.
That's crazy.
Hold on, wait. I got the captions
How is that
on.
not what you? How did you guys hear something different?
Hold up, I got the captions on. We're gonna go back.
Ain't no way you could have heard that.
Hold on,
Bridget, hold on a second. Bridget M, don't tell them that. I don't got no man. Let these motherfuckers think whatever they want to think. I just kissed my man on camera while you over there jerking off your dick in the chat, bitch.
All right, so let's watch again. The captions is gonna show up right about. Y'all can't see my mouse.
Right.
The captions is gonna show up here. So it says this.
We come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life, never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in. He started being,
What he said was that him and his brother sat down and some kid behind them started talking, said something really out the way. Let me make sure I got this right. Hold on. I don't want nobody to say nothing. I got
He
this.
said something really aggressive.
Hold on. I got this. Give me a second.
Right. We come back. We sit down.
And
this kid
said
something behind me.
I've
never met this kid in my entire life.
I've never met this kid in my entire life.
Never knew who he was.
Don't know who he was.
Said something just inappropriate and
said something that was inappropriate.
Uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was.
Says
where was I misunderstood in what I heard then?
Clearly in everything. Because clearly
Wait.
I would love to answer it.
But wait, because he's not finished, because this is the part where he says his brother then approached him, not him.
Right. Let me go back. Hold on. Let me get through it.
Said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life.
He said, I've never met this kid in my entire life.
I knew who he was.
Didn't
Said
know who
something
he
just
was.
inappropriate and uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was.
I turned around and hold on, wait. He said something. He said something that was uncalled for.
And make sure we understand that he never said he was talking to them. He just said something.
There you
He
go.
just said something. So
wait.
Around. So like that means Karmelo most likely wasn't talking to any of them. So let's make sure that's clear. We want to try to
be
fair. That's fair.
Okay, I got that. So some kid said something behind him. He turned around and asked who he was. Now I got to go back.
Not even telling somebody to get up and leave.
That's what OG is here. Yeah, Ghost OG.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Really quick. OG Speed, come on camera, big dog. OG Speed.
His camera work just as slow as him.
OG Speed, what's up?
I will.
You don't have to come on camera, but I just want to make sure that that's you. That's you, right?
Yeah, that's him right there.
Damn. But as black as his goddamn
screen. Him clearly.
Okay, cool.
Give me a minute.
Okay, cool. Take your time because I've been waiting on you. I seen that shit that you were saying over there in Corey chat. I just want to holler at you. While you get your camera together, we'll get back to you.
Can I do an interlude while he's getting his camera together?
No, we can get back to this because this is more pertinent.
Okay.
So our stand, we put our tent up so all the bleachers were right there were not wet from all the rain. We come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life. Never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive.
Okay, so he turned around, asked him who he was, and the kid started getting really aggressive. We all got that part, right?
Mm-hmm.
My brother stepped in. He started doing, how he always does with me.
My brother stepped
right
in.
There. So pause
My
right there.
brother
So
stepped in.
that's two people addressing Karmelo, correct?
He turned around and asked him what his name was. The boy started getting aggressive, so his brother stepped in.
Okay, so that's two people again. So that's two people. I just want to make sure we are understanding, so this way we are not just
two people talking to someone is a threat,
right? Let's be honest. So that means
two people engaging with someone is a threat.
It's two people.
Why don't you answer the damn question, dude?
So your point is that both the brothers said something to Karmelo. That's your point.
They are the one that first addressed Karmelo.
Okay.
He said it. He said it himself.
Okay, cool. All right, cool.
For all we know, Karmelo was cheering about the goddamn track event. Hey, wrong, nigga, wrong. Some shit like that.
Okay, so when he turned around and asked him for his name, he said the boy got aggressive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
that's
cool.
according to him. Of course, they
so only one thing. So only one part of what he said. Wait, hold on. Only one
in
part.
agreement. Yes, Hunter said he was aggressive. We with you. Go ahead.
Hunter said he was aggressive.
Correct.
Incorrect. That's not what I said. Don't try to twist my words. Hunter said I turned around and I asked him his name. He said the kid got aggressive. That's what I said. Don't twist my words.
Right.
All right. So the kid got aggressive. The boy he was talking to, Karmelo, right? Okay. Just so we understand, I'll say it again. They sat down. The kid behind him was saying something crazy. He turned around and said, "Bro, who are you?" The boy started getting aggressive, and he said, "My brother stepped in."
Okay.
So now that we got that part,
yes,
because we're not about to twist words and say, "Oh, well, you said no." The brother stepped in to confront Karmelo.
Correct. Really?
My question is, when is there a two-person threat?
When
he said it.
The two person is when Hunter first turned around and he was talking to him, and then Austin he jumped in and said, "Hey." Whatever they said back and forth.
So you're saying
wait, hold on, Snowman. Wait, hold on. So wait.
What I'm saying is,
wait. According to his statement, I got a question. According to his statement, according to Hunter's statement, I'll go with that. According to Hunter's statement, who was the aggressor?
According to Hunter, Karmelo was aggressive.
Thank you. I'm so glad that you caught on to that. All right, now. Hunter, Karmelo was the aggressor. And when he started being aggressive, his brother stepped up. Continue.
Okay. And so, therefore, Austin started putting hands on him. He said, "Hey, don't do X." And we all know the rest of the story of what we got so far.
What is the rest of the story, Sharon?
We are all in agreement of the information that we have, right? So from that point on,
I don't think we agree on the information.
We cannot deny the fact that it was more than one person. So therefore, now that it's more than one person approaching him, now we can have an understanding that it's possible that that young man could have felt like his life was in danger.
Hold on for 1 second. Hold that point.
Yo, watching black men act like racist Jim Crow white men is just
real, man.
It's crazy. Just what I'm saying.
Shit, ain't it? Hey, bro, it's the funniest shit in America.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't
try to say some bullshit. Adjust what I'm saying. Adjust what Hunter said.
That's not bullshit.
It is because you're not addressing what I'm saying and the information. You just painting narrative. That's the problem.
I'm disagreeing with you and you can't handle it.
No, but you're not But if you disagree, then you go with your opposition.
The audio disagrees.
You're telling me that I'm doing something that I'm not. You're saying this.
What he just described.
Nobody does that to you.
What he just described. No, but you do it to all white people.
I do not. You don't have no proof of that. Maybe somebody else.
You're doing it right now. You're doing it right now.
I'm not. Stop saying what I'm doing when I'm not doing what you're
now.
saying.
What he literally described. Check this out, bro. Just because I don't agree with you does not mean I'm gaslighting anybody.
When you paint the narrative, you are.
I'm not painting a narrative.
That's because you start calling me things that I'm not doing. I'm talking about what this young man said, and you said you gaslight by calling me. You saying I'm being a racist person.
What you're doing
is telling the truth of what I heard.
This is what they all do. This is what every nigga on that side, this is what they do. They don't want you to speak because what they want to do is they want to silence the truth and they want to
talk about the subject instead of talking about everything else.
To push their narrative. See what he's doing?
Talking about the subject matter.
See what he's doing?
Talk about the subject matter.
Didn't you literally just go through this with Izzy?
Yeah, I just went through this with him.
I know.
It's the same shit.
No, it's not.
Now, going back to what he said in the video, what he described sounded like some normal shit that goes on all the time amongst teenagers,
especially at a sporting event.
Hell no, bro. You bugging.
See what I mean?
What you mean, see what I mean, bro? So you're telling me that one guy going to be the aggressor to
allow me to get the whole thought out? Can y'all allow me to get the thought out before you
don't have to scream, bro. You can just say what you got to say. You don't got to scream.
I know you was over there on the 20v1 too.
But I wasn't saying nothing about you. I actually told the niggas like, bro, don't care, don't bother what Anton Daniels Angry Men say. Bro, go watch it, homie. That's what I say, bro.
Y'all was on a panel with niggas calling me, Anton, and all of us coons
brother,
and shit, nigga.
And if you go back and watch it, I clearly said when you go back and watch it,
bro.
If you go ahead.
Look, here's the thing. Every one of us that have been outside, every one of us that have hung around people, all that, I'm pretty sure at some point there's been a situation where you was somewhere chilling with people you know, and somebody showed up or somebody came with somebody and they did some goofy shit, and you was like, yo, whose mans is this? In fact, we even have a saying for it as black people. Whose mans is this? Nah, fam, you're gonna have to leave with that bullshit.
Are you done?
That's never happened with y'all.
Plenty of times.
Never happened with y'all where you said, yo, man, you need to leave. And then the dude get aggressive. And your brother is like, hold on, fam. Your brother ain't never stepped up for you when he felt like somebody was being aggressive towards you.
Perfect. I'm glad that you admit that. So now you can say that it was two people on one.
So what I said, wait, hold on,
wait. He didn't say we both jumped.
Hold on, hold on, Poppy and Sharon, hold on. American Nacho, you like the most unbiased person here. Say what you just said.
I said his brother said that his brother stepped in for him. He didn't say we both started getting on him.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving us an unbiased perspective.
It's just like I'm in freaking high school. Somebody tried to get at my sister. I said, hold on. I pushed my sister out the way. That don't mean me and my sister about to jump this person.
Right, you want to put a girl in there. It's a boy. It's two boys.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. This is me pushing them out the way. We don't know the dynamic of them twins. The twin that stepped up probably is on some shit that his other brother ain't on. He may be the one that's more aggressive, more willing to get busy.
It doesn't matter what we think that the other person is. We talking about Karmelo, how he feel about it.
How does it not matter? How does it not matter? How does that not matter? But you can tell us the state of mind of Karmelo at the time that he was scared. Because hold on, no, stop. How are you gonna tell me the state of mind of the twins don't matter, but you're also telling me the state of the mind of Karmelo as if it matters?
Because Karmelo told the officer that he defended himself.
Against one person.
I'm going off the facts, not off of something. Let me finish.
Ron, you have yet to speak a single fact.
As well. I just like to finish what I'm saying as well. Let me finish what I'm saying as well.
The man was in trouble. Of course, he gonna say, "I'm defending myself."
Okay, his correct statement. Wait. His correct statement was his statement. No,
it's outnumbered.
Stop. No, that's not what he said. His statement was he put his hands on me. That's what his statement
And
was.
the other twin was approaching.
He did not say they put their hands on me. He said he put his hands on me.
Again, I'm didn't say, okay, so let me make sure I'm clear. So because y'all confusing things, right? Again, I said it was two people that addressed him. So therefore, Karmelo being the person
You
that
said two people attacked him.
two big people.
No, two people did not address him, Sharon. One person,
God.
he said, he turned around, he said, what's your name, bro? Hey, listen. He said he's starting getting aggressive. He said, then my brother stepped in. This is the clip that you I'll go back to the clip. Hold on. Stop.
Hold on. Please let me finish saying what I'm saying. We both heated, but let me finish saying what I'm saying. Just like
Go ahead, man. Because this is
I don't know why.
Before you finish saying what you're saying, let me say this right quick. Literally watching the same goddamn thing, you're telling me that I heard different from what you heard? No problem, my G.
That's what he's saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you're painting a different narrative than saying what actually happened. So what I'm saying, Hunter,
he's saying you heard different.
What I'm saying, Hunter addressed the young man first.
Yes.
And Hunter said, right, that Karmelo responded. We're gonna just
he said he got aggressive. Don't
change what you said.
No, hold on. So this is the problem that I'm having, right? So now if we're gonna believe 100% what Hunter's saying, then we're gonna have to believe 100% what Karmelo's saying. So therefore, if it was aggressive,
you're the one that said that he said it and he didn't.
No, wait, Snowman, he's about to paint himself into a fucking corner. Watch. Go ahead. If we're going to believe everything that Hunter say, we have to believe everything that Karmelo say. I got you on that.
Fine.
Now let's roll.
So now what we understand is that two people addressed goddamn Karmelo. And
according to Hunter, right?
It was two people that look exactly the same. So he know that that's his brother. They are identical twins.
According to Hunter, right? That's the statement we're going off of. I just want to make sure we follow him.
Yes.
Okay. So
now we can understand that it was two people that addressed him. So now Karmelo is the reason why he had to defend himself so aggressively, because in his mind, he's seen two people.
What the hell?
Bro.
Y'all playing too much. Like this is ridiculous. Wait,
crazy.
Let me show some respect to the money. Mayo Money with the $10 holler says she ran lacks comprehension. Continue.
Bro, check this out. I literally was in a very similar situation to this. Different circumstances, but very similar. You know how back in the day, niggas used to get a hotel room just to hang out and kick it or whatever and drink and all of that shit?
Yeah,
we got
parties.
We got a freaking hotel room, and you know, niggas back then, they used to go from room to room and freaking hotel to hotel. And these two dudes came in our room, and my cousin realized that one of the dudes did some messed up shit to one of our female cousins. And so he was like, yo, fam, what you doing in here? You can't be in here. You gotta go. And he was like, yo, I'm not going nowhere. And my cousin literally was like, yo, nah, fam, you gotta go. And he wasn't trying to go. And then my OG, he came out of the, he was in the bathroom. He came out of the bathroom. He's like, yo, what's going on? Like, yo, fam need to go. He's like, oh yeah, you so-and-so that did such and such. My OG stepped in, went up to this nigga like, nah, you gotta go, and grabbed him and put him out the room. Now, does that mean that my OG, my friend's supposed to lose his life because he did that?
I don't understand the question.
Oh, you
is he supposed to? We're not talking about what's supposed to happen. Nobody. First of all, nobody wants the young man to lose his life. Nobody wants this person to get stabbed. I'm just explaining to you the state of mind. So I just want to make sure that's clear. Nobody is saying that he should have stabbed him.
Fair enough.
Okay, let me say for me, because sometimes I know you get attacked a lot, so maybe I'm getting confused with other people. I'm not saying that he should have stabbed him.
Okay, so here's my thing. This is my thing, right? Because I want you to understand this. I want everybody watching to understand this, okay? The way I'm looking at this situation is I'm looking at it as kids doing what kids do, teenagers doing what teenagers do. I'm not looking at it from the racial perspective. I'm looking at it like these were teenagers that got into some shit and it went too far. But we cannot pretend like we got to stop ignoring the gravity of this. This is not light, and nobody should be proposing it in a way to this young man that what he did was light.
Right. So nobody. So my argument is to the law. Hold him to the law. And this young man said he was defending himself. And what I'm saying is that Hunter himself shows that him and his brother both approached this young man, and that gives the young man to have some kind of fear. And this is why he took it to the extent that he did, and possibly defended himself. Is what I'm saying. Well, if it's right or wrong, that's a whole different conversation.
Well,
I'm just telling you the mindset of somebody that's looking at.
Approach is the wrong words to use, because what they did is they responded to some other kid's actions.
The problem is, bro, the problem is that guy got touched twice. No once, twice. Okay? He got touched twice. Once.
Hold on, Poppy. When you say that guy, say names, because there's a lot
Carmelo.
of
Carmelo got touched twice. Okay? Once you put your hands on somebody, you don't determine how the other person got to react.
I don't disagree with you on that. I don't disagree with you on that.
Like Sharon said, nobody's saying that he's supposed to be like a clapping like that. But hold on. This is what I'm trying to say, because I did the same thing, bro. I told the story a couple of years ago, and on my channel and everything. I had to get jumped, bro, by 3 guys. Actually, I was getting jumped. I pull out my knife and I start 2 of them, bro. They keep me out of the whole county. You see what I say? I couldn't go to school there no more. They didn't die, of course. That's why I'm here. But the point is, bro, when you put your hands on somebody, you don't determine how the next person reacts, fam. That's how it is.
True, Poppy, but we're conflating things. What you're talking about is you being in the situation, in the physical situation. You're talking about, oh, somebody put your hands on you. You can't. If you put your hands on somebody, you can't determine how they react. I agree with that wholeheartedly. But when it comes to law, when it comes to legally, what the ramifications of that's going to be after everything is said and done is a different story. That's what I'm saying.
And I agree with that. Like he got to deal with that later. But the emphasis should be keep your hands to yourself, bro. It's not that hard.
I disagree with you. Poppy, do me a favor. I have a fucking headache. Please read these super chats.
My aggressive is not the same as the twins' aggressive. That twins' interpretation of aggressive might not be mellow.
Hey, could you read it in English, Pop?
She ran lacks of comprehension. Yes, I did, sir.
You read it in English.
2 people addressing you equal delete 1 now. Whoa. The 2 people approach him. Say that again.
I'm saying this is not what this statement is so stupid, because it's not what we are saying. We are just saying the fact that Hunter and his brother Austin approached this young man. It looked like a 2-to-1 to him being the person that people are talking to him.
But according to this, they didn't even approach him
for him to do it.
But according to this,
Carmelo's own
them.
story backs it up too. That the brother tried to grab his bag to tell him to get out. Not that both of them tried to grab his bag or grab him.
I got a question for you. So basically what you just said is that if you are by yourself and it looks like 2 people are being aggressive towards you, you kind of justified in defending yourself, right?
No, I don't know what's the confusion about. This is what I'm talking about with the narratives, right?
Speaking to the mindset. Are you speaking to the mindset?
Specific, right? I am talking to the mindset of this young man that was clearly scared for his life.
That's what I
grabbed somebody one time and ran. So I'm talking to what's possibly going on through this young man's mind, not what I think is morally right.
That's what Angry Man was saying. That's what Angry Man was saying.
Trying to add all these
other things. That's what Angry Man was saying. Hold on, Sharon. That's what Angry Man was saying.
Always stopping me when I'm talking.
That's what Angry Man was saying. That's all I'm saying. You don't have to go into a diatribe about it. I get what you're saying, right? But that's what Angry Man was asking you.
It's crazy. When I talk, niggas hear what they want to fucking hear. They hear what they want to hear, bro. You literally just repeated what I just said.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
I'm not in. You asked me. So Sharon, you are basically saying that you would do so. I'm not saying anything about me.
I didn't say you. I said what you're saying is that if someone is being approached by two people and they feel threatened, they have the right to defend themselves.
The right? Yes, the right to defend.
Okay, I'm asking for clarification. You know what?
Okay, so now I can explain why the fuck I just called a goddamn aneurysm. So, Sharon, don't take this personal, but it's not at you, but it's just at what niggas do across this motherfucking app all fucking day, every fucking day, right? We just watched this video, and the boy, Hunter, the brother that's alive, I'll give you visual representation. Hunter, sitting on the right, said, me and my brother sat down. When me and my brother sat down, this kid behind us got talking crazy. I'm paraphrasing. He said, I turned around and I asked him, excuse me, what's your name? The boy got aggressive. His brother stepped up and he got into an altercation with the young man, right? Can we finish watching the video before I say my next thing? Let's do that.
Bleachers right there were not wet from all the rain. We come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life, never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in. He started being, how he always is when he's just brothers, just having my back. And things started getting more like higher intensity. And the kid said some like aggressive stuff, like reckless stuff, and also try to handle the problem.
Austin was always one. Austin tried to handle the problem, and of course, we all know what happens next. This is my reason about spinning narratives, because I believe as men, let me take Raw down. As men, we can all agree that words matter, right?
Yep.
Somebody answer. I don't give a damn who.
Yes.
Okay. Words matter. If I say I approached you and I said I was aggressive to you, are those the same or different? Sharon, I'm asking you.
What was it that you're asking me?
If I approached you and I was aggressive to you, are they the same or different?
Off of just those words, I can't really answer. I would say no.
Okay. Is it to be assumed that one brother said something to him and he became aggressive and the other brother stepped up to engage the aggressiveness? Nowhere in there or Karmelo's statement or in any witness statement did anyone ever say that it was a 2-on-1 factor. It was a 1-on-1 factor. So where are we getting this? Two people was aggressive towards him when one person was hold on, I'm gonna let you go. When one person was asking him a question, he became aggressive, and the brother stepped in and he addressed the aggressiveness that was going on. Where is this second component of aggressiveness coming from? Why are we using the word approach? And this is why I just call that small little aneurysm, right? Because we're painting something on top of something that's not there. He didn't say that we approached him. He didn't say we was aggressive towards him. He said he was aggressive towards me and my brother stepped in. Why would you, Sharon, and anybody else say, well, both of them was approaching him?
Because they did.
That's so.
Win!
What?
Puppy, win!
Hold on.
I don't know where you're coming from.
Hold on,
Go ahead.
Let me understand. You just said approach and aggressive is not the same. So
correct.
So therefore, first Hunter approached them. And
how did he approach when they sat down?
He never says he got up and went and talked.
They were
to them.
sitting down. How do you approach?
How did he?
I don't know. Go ahead, bro.
There is absolutely no way.
This is crazy.
There is absolutely.
The young man sat down.
Will.
He says he was saying something in the air. He wasn't saying nothing to them. He turns around.
He's sitting behind them, and they're all
He
sitting
turns
down.
around.
Hey, Will. Hey, Will, check this out, bro.
What is it that y'all have a problem that? Okay, so
I'm gonna save you. I'm gonna save you some brain cells, right?
this is crazy to me. I
I'm
don't know
gonna
why we
I'm gonna
deal with what
save
he
you. I'm
said.
gonna save you some brain cells, right? He's not gonna like this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. If that was a white boy, and those were twin black boys, and he heard that explanation, he would be like, both of them didn't approach him.
You said the same thing. I would say the same thing.
It was only one.
Facts.
Okay, since when? And this is how, bro. I don't
Sharon, I'm not mad at you for making that statement. But I went and I said this early this morning when I went live. I said, I don't understand that why it is in the kingdom of niggardry, someone would hold a fucking bottle up to my face and say, this is not a bottle, this is a plastic bottle. And I clearly see that it's a glass bottle. But in the kingdom of niggardry, they would tell you, if you don't call this bottle black and glass, then you're a coon. That makes no fucking sense to me.
The bottle's not even there. That's what the truth is. It's not even there.
Okay, so are we saying that?
Let me say this for
Are we saying that Hunter and Karmelo did not have a conflict with each other? Did they have a conflict with each other?
He asked them a question.
Hunter and Karmelo, did they have conflict with each other?
He asked them a question.
Did they have conflict?
No. He asked him a question, and Hunter and Karmelo became aggressive.
Stay right there.
Wait,
Sell.
wait.
Sell.
So asking someone name is conflictious?
It can be in most cases.
So let me ask you this.
Don't victimize shit. Hold on.
We ain't talking about no victimized shit.
Back to your motherfucking ass,
bro,
OG.
we're just having a
Hold on, back to
conversation.
this. Now,
We're just
what the
having a
fuck was that shit
conversation.
you was talking in Corey chat earlier when you were talking about I'm
Yes,
over here.
it can be, and you can see it, and you can see it all up and down the
when you
internet.
said that I was over here having clan talk. What the fuck you mean by that?
I didn't say you. I didn't say
Yes,
you. I was
you did.
talking to. No, I said this morning I was talking to what's the name? I don't know what y'all be doing in
You
these spaces.
said Will over there having clan talk. That's what you said.
No, I did. Will. Slow down. Slow down, bro. I speak. I nobody on this panel and most people and Angry Man have known me long. I don't speak about anybody who's not on the panel. So if you seen Will, you must have seen something else because I was only speaking to the host of that show. I said, if you want to go to a clan meeting, whoever was in the chat or whoever's on the show, that's the only people I would speak to. Now, if you was in the, Will, I don't know you when you in the chat. I only know you when I see you on the panel. I see you with your queen. That's the only time I know you. But if I'm speaking to somebody in the chat, I'm just speaking to somebody in the chat. So what I'm saying is, I'm not surprised what I'm hearing because I understand it, but it is so sad. So first thing I want to do is show, and I'm glad that Diesel TV gave your queen some props about how she do her thing. But I'm gonna show you why I kick people like Diesel ass all around the courtroom when I testify. Would you put up, Sharon, my screen?
It's tell you like he has controls.
Oh yeah, okay. Can you put up? It's explaining exculpatory evidence. This happens all the time, and when y'all was saying, Sharon, what are you talking about? They put reports out. They do. Police reports are doing exactly what Sharon said. They're working towards a narrative, especially when they go in. They pressing charges, and a lot of cases, and we just seen a big case in Atlanta, Georgia, where this happened. It happens all the time. Exculpatory evidence is evidence leading to the defense as being innocent. But if they're trying to go for a narrative and try to press charges, and what they do, they highlight the ones that goes towards stateway. This is done in most all cases. So don't act like this is some surprise, okay? And this is what I want to call Diesel on, because Diesel, I understand Diesel is a police chief, and I understand he's been in law enforcement. But why you think somebody who haven't been in law enforcement kick their ass around a courtroom all the time? The U.S. courtroom, the Superior Courtroom, whatever. I have testified. I'm not talking about my troubles. I'm talking about as a key expert witness. When I come in, they better be shaking in their boots and have their shit together. Okay, I've been an advocate over 40 something years. Okay, let's just be honest about this thing. All right, let's just be real honest. This young man has not been indicted. And what's really happening when I was trying to cover up
Grand
on
jury.
my brother's show early this morning, you got a bunch of amateurs, and don't get offended about it, who has opinion like a football game Monday morning quarterbacking, or looking at a boxing match and say, I would have did this, I would have did that, or this or that. You shouldn't be in front of a goddamn camera in the first place or have a microphone. All right? If you don't work in this business, get the hell out of it. If you don't know what the fuck you talking about, get the hell out of it. So y'all can come up here and be these shade tree lawyers and all you want to. Prosecutors, all you want to. If you haven't spent hours in the fucking courtroom, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. If you haven't went no broadcasting school, if you haven't been to any place to train you how to be neutral, when you come on these channels and stop acting like some watered down, buck dancing, tap dancing ass Negroes.
Hey, check this
So,
out.
first of all,
Hold on for a second. Hold on.
I'm not talking about you. I already don't gave you your props.
Please put me on the big screen. Please put me on the big screen. Don't nobody give a fuck about none of that shit you just said, nigga.
Period.
Don't.
I ain't gonna be your nigga neither. Look, angry man. We could all be heroes on the goddamn. We could all be heroes on the screen. We could all be heroes on the screen, bro. And you know that. So I don't give a damn about what you say, because we could all anger man. You brought up the nation and I wasn't here. I'm still FOI.
Your piece.
No, I know I said my piece, but first thing you call me a nigga, bro. I didn't call you out of no name.
Well, excuse me, brother. You said your piece.
Yes, sir. So we're gonna respect each other. Wait a minute, we can still respect each other. Can we do that?
Brother, look.
I'm just asking the question. Can we respect each other?
You niggas being disrespectful then won't respect. Fuck all of that. So right here,
okay,
hold on, right here. You said, did they have on pads, helmets, and cleats? Yeah. Put Willie's channel in the chat if you want to go to a clan meeting. Don't tell me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking. No, fuck all of that. Don't tell me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. My channel is a fucking clan meeting. Nigga, get the fuck out of here. Try that shit again, bro. Try that shit again. Hold on, what?
I'm telling you, I'm talking. Will, okay, go ahead and get it out. Get it out. Go ahead and get it out.
Out of here, man.
Go ahead and get it out. Will. What I said, wait a minute, angry man, let me just put this in for a second. Just a second, please. A second, angry man. That's all I'm asking for. Hey, look, Corey asked. Wait a minute. In the midst of me and Corey talking, in the midst of
about that, you call my fucking channel a clan channel. All that.
Will. Hold on, OG. Will.
Yeah.
Will, bro. Remember that conversation we had before? You gotta remember, bro. You feel me? I don't want to see you. You feel what I'm saying? You gotta remember, bro. Like,
I'm gonna go smoke.
He is right, man.
Bring it down, bro.
I'm sick of niggas being disrespectful and then coming out asking for respect. Get the fuck
I'm not
out of here.
asking for.
I'm talking to
one person.
Backwards as fuck. I don't care what you're saying.
I still say I was talking to Corey.
Okay.
Holy Spirit, activate. Oh no. Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. 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 Holy Spirit, activate. Oh no. Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Activate.
Okay, now that we have simmered down, hold on a minute. Now that we have simmered down, first of all, Karmelo Anthony has been indicted. This is why he's on house arrest. This is why he got a $250,000 bond, because he has been indicted. Now,
you haven't got a grand jury.
Oh my God.
Oh, okay.
Now, the purpose of police reporting is not to push a narrative or an agenda. And if y'all feel like that, whenever you got something going on at your house, don't call the police.
whenever you get into a car accident, do not call the police if this is genuinely how you feel. Like, y'all be cracking me up because y'all sit there and utilize the protections of the police when it's beneficial to you. And then when it's something where they're collecting all the evidence and the data for the attorneys to mine out, then you'll say it's to push a narrative. Like, that's really nuts. Go ahead, Angry.
Robbie, wait a minute. Robbie, you are the person who always put facts up there. Let's stay with the facts. Being charged and indicted is two different things, especially when you have to go towards a grand jury. You know that as well as I do. I can go before a magistrate right now, and they can say, yeah, you have enough evidence to charge the person. But you still, in the state of Texas, you got to go, what? To be indicted, to move forward. So let's put it all out on the table. So it's not a pick and choose thing. And I like to tell you, Beans, thank you very much to bring some sense to this conversation, because they was beating up on people something badly. And I'm glad you came in calm. No, not you. I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to Beans now, Raw B. I'm speaking to Beans now. When he came up, he kept his calm. He asked direct questions. You can like him or not like him. And he was able to piggyback on the questions and the answers that you gave to go forward with it. And that's the kind of approach. That's how every case is won in the courtroom, by asking questions.
Okay. Beans came up here and asked a couple of irrelevant ass questions. Okay, that's number one. Now, I'm going. You know what? This is what I'm gonna do with you, OG. Salaam alaikum.
Alaikum salam, sir.
Okay, so now let's have this conversation.
Yes, sir.
So, brother, this is my argument about this whole situation, because I see something happening with our people and I don't like it. We as much as our people have fought for racial justice, as much as our people have fought for everything that we fought for, I'm starting to witness our people displaying behavior that is extremely similar to the very same behavior that we fight against. And it is very frightening. Now, I'm talking about this court case. I'm not talking about it from a racial standpoint. And I keep noticing that everybody that look like us are talking about it from a racial standpoint, but pretending like they're not talking about it from a racial standpoint.
Facts.
That is alarming to me. That is
is it more than, let me ask you a question there. Is it more than one race that we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So anytime you have them elements, regardless if it could be racial motivated, just to have the difference of the two races in contact with each other with anything, everybody's not like Stevie Wonder. They go see it.
Well, of course, but here's my thing, OG. I'm not disputing that. The problem I have is with the disingenuousness of the argument, because
I give you that.
You have individuals pretending like they don't care about that fact. And I know they do. And my thing is, just be honest. Just be honest.
I give you that, but that don't take away from the root of what we're actually seeing. That could fog the conversation, but actually what we're seeing, I think Beans did it very eloquent. He brought up different cases, the different outcomes. You started with the Rodney King, came back up with something else. And he did it so that you can actually see there's laws on the books, but there's juries, regardless of what you may think, what I might think, might see something totally different. A lot of time we come from our assessments of a case by evidence was never heard in evidential court. That means that you have to have an evidence hearing, and it determines what goes into that case. Now, we might be hearing everything, but it's never heard by the jury what we actually had heard. That's why a lot of the OJ stuff was, we heard one thing outside in the newsroom, they heard something else different in the courtroom, and we had already made up if he was guilty or innocent by the information that we was hearing from the media. Had nothing to do with the damn case. So what I'm trying to say is, We just have very limited evidence. We have a police report. We haven't did the investigation. Totally investigate.
You know what we have as evidence?
I think we all are jumping the gun. Wait a minute, on both sides.
No,
I
ain't
think
nobody
we
jumping
all
the
are
gun,
jumping the
OG J Speed. When the police said the alleged suspect, and the alleged suspect said, ain't no alleged, I did it.
He said I did it, but he didn't say. Wait a minute. He didn't say I did it. Wait a minute. I did first degree murder. He said what?
He
said I did it. So they decided if it was first degree murder and went forward to a magistrate to get him charged, but he still haven't been indicted for it.
Now here's the thing I'm gonna ask you, right? And I'm gonna see where your bias really lies.
Yes. Go ahead. You know right there. I'm a historian, so go ahead and do
If
what you
the
try
alleged
to do.
suspect was white and the person that was the victim of the crime was black, would you be having the same level of passion and the same perspectives on this case?
Most certainly, I have respect for both sides because this is a tragedy on both sides. The family.
Then why did you say in the chat? Then why did you say in the chat earlier that this is a Klan meeting?
What I say is the Klan meeting. The way. Listen, what I'm saying. There's some black people. You understand what boule is, right?
I do.
It's gatekeepers, right? The conversation is having on both sides. I can say there should be some correction on both sides. But what the other side don't want to understand, they're sound like boule, gatekeepers. And that's what gatekeepers do. Gatekeepers do what Klansmen do.
But
so that's why you got that statement.
Honestly, that's disrespectful because
there's not disrespectful. If you were saying the same, if you saying the same thing that I would hear, this is why no disrespect to Angry Man, but I'm gonna say Angry Snowman. This is why we don't let white people in the meet, especially when families talking. So I'm just telling you, we don't let white people in the meeting when families talking. Because sometimes we have to clean house. Sometimes we have to respect each other. This has no disrespect to you, as Angry Snowman. But see, this is the way families do. We don't let outsiders come in and tell us how we should feel about one thing or another. Because when it's all said and done, Roby, we gonna work this out.
No, but this is the problem, right?
Well, if they were both black, we wouldn't even be talking about it at all.
Hold on a minute. This is the problem. It's infighting. And to be quite honest, those that feel that Karmelo Anthony shouldn't be held to the highest degree of the law are actually the boule. They actually the ones gatekeeping. They actually are trying to build the case that because he's a black man in America, he deserves to get a pass. The reality is the free thinkers, the ones that y'all call conservative douchebags and everything else, we are looking at the aspects of the case. We are looking at the evidence as it is unveiled. Y'all are sitting there creating all type of narratives, trying to create stories. Even the clip that Sharon wanted to show. Even the clip that Sharon wanted to show, that interview has been done by that same boy in multiple scenarios, and he's not kept the same story, right? So Sharon and others like him are now trying to paint the narrative that Karmelo Anthony was jumped by two brothers when even in his own initial statement to the police, he said one person put their hands on him. How does that turn into, well, two people attacked him?
Because there's other people in that report who's saying something different.
There's other people in that report that said what different.
What I'm saying is, if you go side by side by the police report and go with what he said, there's some what in that story. Okay. There's some what in it. Just read all the different people who are in that report, and you'll see.
If you go by what Hunter said in the interview,
no, I'm just saying if you can't make the white man eyes more colder. There's other people in that report who's saying something totally different.
So we could go through the whole police report, right? Because
we don't have to. We don't have to.
No, I know we don't have to.
It's insignificant. You know why it's insignificant?
It's not because there's people that have said the same thing happened.
Because a lot of do you know a police report is not admissible in a trial?
So wait a minute, just hold on 1 second.
Do you know that?
They don't know that, OJ.
First of all, I
do you not know that police reports are not? Go ahead, B.
First of all, what the police are doing is they are taking witness statements. It is the parameter by which the attorneys verify what these witnesses say to them when they are under oath in a court of law. So the police statement itself is not admissible to the trial. However, it is a corroboration tool. Now, Angry Man, you was trying to say something to me, was you?
That was me, actually.
I was.
Well, Angry Man and then Beans, and then back to OG's.
I was trying to say something
Call me
like,
OJ.
Like, here's my thing, right? Here's my thing. I gotta keep saying it. If this was a white boy that went to that tent and it was black kids under that tent, and that same situation happened, and a black boy that was a twin lost his life, and the white boy said, I was defending myself, y'all would call cap. Y'all would say it's bullshit. Y'all would say that every single time that somebody white kill a nigga, he always is in fear of his life. Like, that's what y'all would say.
Yeah.
Why are we capping?
If my auntie had a dick, she would be my uncle too. Though.
Here's my thing, Robbie. I really wish I could have a genuine conversation, right? Because I want to know how is it possible. It can't be a coincidence that all of the people who are taking the stands that you taking, that Angry Man is taking, just so happen to also be conservatives. Do you really want me to accept that that's a coincidence?
Hold on a second.
And it ain't no coincidence that all you niggas that's backing them up is a bunch of race baiting hustlers.
Right, and to be truthful, I'm not a
the only person who ain't did a show about the shit. So
hold on. I'm not a conservative.
How about that?
Okay.
I'm not a conservative.
So,
and I still believe that he should be prosecuted under the full extent of the law. He took somebody's life.
Absolutely. So now 1 out of 100. So
but that's
a coincidence.
No. See, that was to illustrate a point. You're making an assumption that people. No. We're having a genuine.
That. I've already acknowledged it, Robbie.
No, but you just said 1 out of 90. No. You just said 1 out of. No, you just said 1 out of 99.
Yes.
The point is you're making
what about the other 99. You don't know
but
that.
The point is you don't know that. You don't know that the other 99 are conservative. You don't know that they're conservatives, though.
Robbie, listen, we can have this conversation. You could tell me you're not conservative, and the more I talk to you, the more conservative you sound, and you know it's true. I just don't want to argue it. You said you're not. I don't want to argue it. So I'm saying, but what about the other ones, though? Right? And I'm saying particularly from our space, right? So I'm saying the ones that are having a conversation who are speaking the way that they speak.
Excuse me, I have a point to make right quick.
They acknowledge themselves as conservative.
Excuse me, I have a point to make right quick. Hey, Sharon, you still there? You remember what kicked off our beef? When we was talking about the percentages of black fathers who is and or not good fathers, and we said that you cannot cherry pick a stat and you do not know what the actual other stat is. That same argument applies to everything that Beans is doing right now.
How?
Now you're trying to cherry pick an argument, Sharon? You're going against your
own.
Not Sharon.
No, not Sharon. I'm talking about Beans.
Right.
No. What I'm saying is Sharon's point was that you can't cherry pick stats because you're unaware of the unknown. So therefore, when Will is saying that you're doing the same thing, and now Sharon is saying that that's not true, you're talking against your own point.
Wait, but hold on real quick, so we won't have to bounce back and forth and confuse people. What stat am I using, Will?
You are saying that 99% of the people are conservative.
I think he can answer. It's okay for him to answer. I think he can answer.
What stat am I using?
Okay, cool. I'll answer your question. What's your question?
What stat am I using?
I don't know.
So how are you making a point about something you don't know?
Because I'm stupid.
Thank you.
Now he's telling you, that's basically him telling you to kiss his ass. The statistic that you're using.
He can say that all he wants to. He's wrong.
Let's read the super.
He's not wrong at all. You literally just said 99% of people are conservatives that are covering this story. So what are you talking about? What stat are you using? That's the stat that you're using. That is exactly what you said. You said, what about the other 99? So what is 99 of 100? That's 99%. Are we really?
But you just added on covering the story, and I never said that.
You did. You said especially in this space. Yes, you did.
In this space. There you go. Checkmate.
You said covering the story in this space. Checkmate my ass. Boy, go ahead with that dumb bullshit. You be trying to come up here with these
what I
semantics
mean?
and you be mad as shit.
I know a bitch that's mad, waking up sad, cause a bitch can't fuck with me. I know a hoe that's pressed, waking up stressed, cause a bitch can't fuck with me. I know a bitch wanna fight, and I'm just like, bitch, you just can't fuck with me. I know a bitch that's pressed.
If you want to have a genuine conversation, we can have a genuine conversation. I don't give a fuck about you showing that chubby ass little finger, nigga. Who give a fuck about that chubby finger? Put some lotion on that shit. Now I'm gonna let you sit back here a couple minutes more. Dry ass nigga.
Let me read these super chats. It's been a minute, and I have a fucking headache. Thanks to Sharon. Sharon, it's your fucking fault. Just to let you know, I don't give a fuck about you. You need to go put some goddamn lotion on that motherfucker too.
And some Vaseline on them ashy ass lips.
Always putting on motherfucking Carmex, but you don't never put on no goddamn lotion. Shake you fucking up. Anyway, HQ React.
Wait, look. OGJSP too. They got something going on with their whole cult. That whole cult over there, they on dry.
I mean,
wait, you goddamn minute. Hold on. Brace a little bit. Then again, 4 years from 70, and I look a lot better than a lot of you motherfuckers up here.
I got you. Then again, every time you come to my channel, hold on. Now, let me get the money. Every time you come to my channel, it's a clan meeting, right?
Well, I will apologize to you. When I was talking to Corey this morning, you know I called in. We was telling jokes. We were having fun. All right. So look, you know I called in. I apologize to you. If I had known that was you, I wouldn't have dug that deep. But you know what I'm telling jokes?
Listen, we ain't got to go through it.
Hey, listen what I just said. If I had known it was you, Will, could you just take me on face value? If I had known it was you, okay, I wouldn't have dug in like that, bro.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. This morning,
the echo chamber is real around this.
Yes, it is. So let me ask you a question. This morning when I was on Corey Love's channel, you thought I was a white man?
No, I just thought you were just somebody in the chat doing some shit, and I cussed out Corey too. I called him from the light skinned, watered down Negroes. So what I'm just telling you, it was some truth in a lot of things I was saying, and was some jokes in a lot of things I've said. Come on, Will. You know I don't get down like that.
You got a white heart today, Sal.
Yeah, I know.
I don't get down like that, Will.
And we go, of course.
If I knew it was you, I would have never dug in like that.
No, that's fine because you even made a boxing reference after I got my ass knocked out by Fantastic. But you know what? It's 400 people watching.
No.
It's all right. I don't care. I don't care. It's okay.
Don't worry about it, Will.
Listen,
You're gonna learn today.
Y'all don't think
that aneurysm gone now, Will. I want you to be healthy, bro. We need you around.
No, y'all don't.
We need you around.
No, because you know what I'm told? I'm told that niggas don't watch my bum ass channel. All I'm told is I'm a fat motherfucker with titties and no one cares about my channel, right?
So I can't stream this, you said, right?
Yeah, you can stream it. I don't care.
I haven't had a conversation.
I've been in this shit ever since 2012. I can't get 3 people on my channel, so I understand what you're saying.
I'm not a victim. It's okay. HQ Reactor $2
I wonder then, would you?
His defense. Appreciation. Truth and Reality undefeated with $2 says Karmelo never even said 2 people aggressed him. That is true. Bad Duck with $2 says, Can I just give y'all a hug? Yeah, you can give out hugs. I got my wife in there. I get a hug from her. I'm gonna solo myself out. I need to see his avatar. Marcus Antonio Castillo with $2 says, because if Karmelo is found guilty, people will riot.
I don't think so.
Shit, that's what the George Floyd. You know what? Nope. Feed through you with $2 says, Play Hunter first interview on WFAA. I'll see if I can find it. Marcus Antonio Castillo with $2 says, OG out of pocket because Americans were deleted. Exactly. Drip Show TV with $5 says, Drip Nation, let's go. Good conversation. Sharon, I think these are coming from your chat. Or that one I know came from your chat. Truth and Reality undefeated with $5. He says, what does being conservative have to do with anything? Nothing, because that's what niggas do when they don't have anything else left to argue. They just like to call people conservative.
Let me read it.
Go ahead.
What's this no neck ass niggas point? Logic and understanding the law has nothing to do with that. Now, please, Truth and Reality undefeated said you don't got no neck.
Damn. Shots fired.
Yeah. Truth and Reality undefeated with $5 more says, of course a felon ass street ninja gonna defend degenerate behavior and mindsets. That nigga little podcast hates anyone that lives right. Zach with $4.99 says, the ability to say the N-word is the second reason I wish I was black. First is obviously fast twitch muscle fibers. Damn.
What the hell? Y'all affiliate these damn super chats.
Bad Duck with $2 says, Will, I love them fat black titties of yours. First of all, I will cuss your ass out.
What? That's Paul. That's a nigga too.
Is that the rainbow coalition coming after you, Will?
No.
buddy.
First of all, I don't understand why y'all looking at my chest and talking about you love my titties. Second of all,
You live a freestyle life over here, OG.
It's all right. They was over there on Sharon's show when they were talking about that nigga got more titties than me. He fat. He got titties. And Sharon was over there jugging and he was jumping up down clapping. Yeah, Will got titties. Yeah,
Sharon got titties too.
Sharon ain't got no titties. He bird chested in the bitch. He ain't got no damn titties.
He a negative A cup, but he still got some titties. He's skinny ass, skinny fat ass nigga.
That's fucked up.
That's real.
Anywho.
Skinny niggas' life matter, man.
So, can you ask me a question, Will?
Can I ask you a question? Yes. Why are you here?
Can you answer me a question? Can you answer me a question?
Answer your question? Yes. Your question.
How did I, at any point in this conversation, defend Karmelo?
What?
Are you asking me because I asked you that question? Or are you asking that question because Truth and Reality Purpose brought you that super chat?
Well, I'm pretty sure you know it's the latter. I don't understand why that matters.
I couldn't answer you why Truth and Reality Purpose said that you.
Yeah, I'm asking you from your point of view. Have you heard me defend him?
Because niggas love felons.
But he's not a felon yet, so
yeah, absolutely correct.
Innocent to proven guilty.
In the kingdom,
and you are defending it.
Who love our president? Who love our president? Then
I'm answering the goddamn question. Shit.
Who love our
Niggas
president?
in the kingdom of what you say?
Who love our president? He's a felon.
He's a felon. Oh, damn, amazing. All right, so in the kingdom of niggadry, niggas love anything that is dealing with degenerative negative behavior.
Oh God.
They promote.
I wish I was rebroadcasting this shit.
Yeah, you can't. I don't know why you haven't, motherfucker. Sharon over there.
I'm lazy, but bro,
Sharon, how much money you done made a super chat so far?
It ain't even about the
$10.
It's just
Sharon lying over there at the Sharon Malay.
Of what I be talking about. This is how difficult it is for him to just say no because you know the answer is no. Even OG just said all I did.
This is why Angry Man now see what the fuck you don't have
even OG Speed when he came up said all I did was ask questions.
No, what you always do is you say it's because you conservative douchebag.
I didn't defend the dude one time.
Yes, you did. You said y'all defending him because y'all douchebags because you defending him.
Beans, you think anybody with more than
why would you
think
say
anybody with more than you is a conservative dude?
Your fucking money.
Beans, you think anybody with more money than you is a conservative douchebag? Literally, that's your words.
No, literally not my words. So I mean, again.
So let me make sure I got this right. You didn't tell a nigga to catch a flight because he think he got more money than you and he's a conservative douchebag. Is that not what you told Angry Man about a year and a half ago?
Damn.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Mischaracterize the shit all you want.
Angry Man, has he ever told you to catch a flight?
Me and know how I talk, so I don't give a fuck about.
Hold on, Angry Man, has he ever told you to catch a flight?
That's not what you just said.
Yeah,
we gonna break this down in pieces. Has he ever told you to catch a flight?
He has told me to catch a flight. He has told me to drop the Addy. He said he's gonna make my mouth bleed. He said
together.
Has he ever called you a conservative douchebag?
Absolutely.
Yes, he has. On numerous.
Has he ever said that all you niggas with money that's conservative douchebags? Have he ever made that statement about you?
On numerous.
I'll rest my motherfucking questions.
No, because you said that I invited him.
Look, I want to thank everybody here. I'm about to get out of here. Hey, listen, all I'm saying, hey, let's just deal with the facts at hand. Hey, Hunter approached the man. He spoke to the man. They had a little conflict. His brothers picked up the conflict after that. So therefore, in Karmelo's eyes, he might have seen as it was 2-on-1. Not saying that's what actually happened, but from Karmelo's standpoint, he might have felt that way. It's all I was trying to say. And Hunter
before you go,
do his saying.
Might have.
See you later.
No, wait,
yes, that's right, because that's how that young man felt.
Sharon,
Wait.
And I hope Bangladesh get a 200% tariff so you can't buy no more hats to hide your bald ass head.
Wait a second. Well, guess what? I'll buy hats from whatever other sweatshops they make, nigga, and we'll enjoy the shit out of them after I do. Now, going back to Papi Blanco. When he said,
wait, before Sharon leave, hold on, Angry Man, just 1 second. Sharon, I didn't know that you was a damn what is that? You had the ability to make puppets speak out this bitch. I didn't know that you was a motherfucking telepathic. I didn't know you jumped inside of Carmelo Anthony's body in his mind, so you know what the hell he was thinking about. Get your black ass up out of here.
No, wow.
Cutting through the impossible life. The docile masses sit mesmerized.
Why didn't no vegetarian had them gifts?
Why didn't what I want to know is when Sharon made that ridiculous statement a second ago, Papi, why didn't you chime in and say if your aunt had a dick, she'd be your uncle?
Right.
Because
you full of shit.
No.
Yes, you are.
I'm telling you. You see, Angry Man is, I don't know what's going on with Angry Man today.
Let me tell you something. You full of shit.
Yeah, okay.
Beans been full of shit.
I'm the realest, bro.
And for some reason, I don't know why OG wants to toss his hat in the ring with the rest of these full of shit niggas. But you're full of shit.
If that's the case, here's my question. Why the fuck y'all won't debate us on neutral ground? Why do we got to keep catching you on these biased ass panels where you get to do and say and cut off and do everything else?
Dr.
And
Ben.
we don't ever get a word in edgewise.
Because according to Dr. Hendrik Clark, I only debate my equals. All others I teach.
Because
don't be stealing my shit, Will. I got that from him personally.
The honest answer, Beans. The honest answer is because I'm a conservative douchebag that's a member of the Boule.
That's a fact.
That's why.
And that's why you niggas don't ever actually answer the question. Right? That's why Raw B did what she did, because there is no real answer except for the fact that yes, we take this side and we take this opinion because of the fact that we conservative.
That's Angry Man, I got one thing to say to you. I got one question, Angry Man. I know you're gonna have to tell the truth about this one. Angry Man, you're gonna have to tell the truth about this. In the nation, you found out in supreme wisdom who is the hardest person to fight. It starts with an S now.
Self.
A scared motherfucker.
Because
a scared person would do anything. See, when you got somebody who want to knuckle up, they'll knuckle up. But a scared person who believe,
you
got me, Beans? You got me? I have always been taught that I don't care how much skill you got, you don't want to fight a scared motherfucker.
Yes, but OG, I'm sorry, Angry Man. Just let me,
go ahead.
I want to show that I can be rational, Angry Man. You're right. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Because he was talking directly to you. My bad. Go ahead.
Here's the only thing though, Beans, with your conservative point, with your point of view about conservatives, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is what contradicts that. If I was that, I would have taken the side of that cop over George Floyd, and I didn't.
Well,
take your time. I said earlier, so niggas is gatekeeping the black community because conservative black Americans don't agree with the narrative that the black community should not be celebrating the death of Austin Metcalf. When we talking about gatekeeping, how niggas is firing up live streams, drumming up the war drum of the black community, saying that these niggas is snakes. They drawing a line in the sand that these niggas is unintelligent. They drawing a line in the sand that we are not actually black because we just want to see Karmelo Anthony in jail, even though he killed someone. So when we're talking about gatekeeping, we understand exactly where it is.
But Will, y'all won't have a real conversation about it.
You don't have
drug dealer. Is a drug dealer. Is a drug dealer.
Yeah, the doctors and the street people, you're both.
Is the nigga on the corner who's dealing drugs a drug dealer?
Same as the one with the white coat. Yeah, you're right.
I got
somebody. Wait.
I got a better question. How is
deal
it
drugs?
How is it you niggas can call me a coon or a sellout and hold me to a black standard?
I never call you that, boss.
You don't even want to give me the label of black.
Damn.
You have to address the ones that's doing that. But that's
But
what I'm
this
saying.
whole that's what happened. I fired up a whole live stream when the whole goddamn space wanted to turn on Anchorman.
Something?
Who's scared?
I never call you that, boss.
Excuse me, bitch. Wait. Before we get into the scared thing, Bees, you had addressed me, so let me tell you something. Literally have content up where I said I'm not going to take a side on this because both of these families are at a loss, and I find the majority of you utterly deplorable that you're sitting there celebrating the fact that this family lost life, and you don't really understand the severity of what is going on with Karmelo Anthony, and that they are going to have to, in fact, lose access to their son, and their way of life is changed irreparably for the rest of their life. So to sit there and make assumptions is insane. Just because people are able to call this shit down the middle and you don't like it because you're a black man in America doesn't mean that other people are conservative or anything else. It's murder. Now, the circumstances behind the murder, however this murder gets adjudicated, it is still fucking murder. And you know what? It would be great. It would be a really fucking great day in America if we could hear from Austin Metcalf to hear the other side of what happened, but we can't because Karmelo Anthony killed him. So anybody that's sitting there and trying to find a justification theory for murder and taking someone's life and someone not having the ability to even have their day in court is stupid to me. They're fucking dumb. They're fucking dumb.
Like, at what point do any of you content creators ever say, damn, you know what? The conversation would be dope without the narratives. Like if we just have the conversation with the person on the panel,
that would be amazing.
Not these other people, right? I ain't did no show about this shit. All y'all are doing shows about it. I ain't did
not
one.
me. No,
I haven't done a show about it either.
So what I'm and see how I never get to actually even finish a statement ever nowhere.
Yeah, we gonna finish the statement.
So what I'm saying is that why can't we just had a conversation with the people on the panel? I ain't celebrating shit. I don't feel no good or bad about this kid losing his life or about this kid. I'm just trying to understand how people reconcile things in their head. If I could look over here and I could see a situation where this happened and this person didn't get locked up, then I'm like, well, why are we clamoring for it over here? Or if I could look at a situation where somebody actually went down for something, then I'm like, well, why are we clamoring for innocence over here? I'm just trying to figure out how people reconcile shit. But because y'all don't, y'all only go with whatever you're prescribed to. I'm a Christian. I'm a Muslim. I'm a liberal. I'm a conservative. I'm black. I'm white. You're not actually thinking or processing for yourself. Because if you was, you would be willing to just have the conversation and say, damn, we know what is. I know Raw B could tell me what is. This girl does research better than anybody I know. Within seconds, she had that George Zimmerman case up on the screen to prove the point to the people in the chat who was saying she was wrong. Cool, I know you can tell me what is, but we're talking about what ought to be. Because maybe, just maybe, there may be some way to set a precedence.
Hold on, Angry Man, I got this. I got this, Angry Man.
They set precedents all the time in cases.
Let me address.
So why not set it in this one?
Hold on, Angry Man. I'm gonna address him and then I'm gonna put you in a box with him. So here's the logical fallacy of your argument, right? Nobody on this panel said that they believe what they believe because they're conservative, because they're Muslim, because they're this, because they're that, because they're the third. In fact, it was you that introduced narratives by saying, because our understanding of the case, our perspective of the law is not in alignment with your perspective and your ideology, that we had to be conservative douchebags. So if you want to sit there and throw out the narrative that anybody that believes in the aspects of the case in regards to the fact that Karmelo Anthony is in fact guilty from what they are interpreting from what is available on the case as a conservative douchebag, the narrative spinning in fact is you. Now I'm gonna let Angry Man get your ass. Go ahead, Angry Man.
You stated, why can't we have the conversation without the narratives? Definition of a narrative is a spoken or written account of connected events of a story. So we quite literally cannot have the conversation without the narrative, because the narrative is the facts of the situation.
No, but you bringing in shit that don't.
Hey, Beans, read my super chat right quick because if people's in the chat saying, "Will you missing super chats?" Can you just read these 2 super chats?
You said me?
Yeah, you don't know how to read?
I don't.
Reading is one of these weapons that will be used against the Negro. Read, nigga.
I'm not right. Like I don't even like me and Buddy. Not even cool right now. I'm definitely not reading the super chat.
Reed's from Philly. You've been quiet the longest, bro. Go ahead. You got the flow. Read the
What up,
super chat.
Reed?
You got it.
See what I mean?
I don't know as much about this.
Scared to have the
I'm
conversation.
learning as I'm listening, dog. I really don't give a fuck.
Right.
Oh, y'all can't follow directions. This is
Hey,
why
Marcus
niggas don't
Antonio
like-
Castillo with $2.
Make impulse decisions.
Marcus Antonio Castillo with $2. You make impulsive decisions. Consequences can happen.
It's Castillo.
I already read it.
MetLife
Goddamn.
81 with $5. Thank you for that as well. Damn, y'all still on? Went out on a date with the wife and y'all still live. Let's go.
That life.
Thank you.
There was a lot. There was a lot of super chats.
See, that proves my point. When
Hey,
I
something
read it,
like, you know
y'all
what?
didn't pay
I do
attention
wanna
to
say
it till the
something
white
real
man
quick.
said it. No, I'm just kidding, slow man. Go ahead.
You know what?
That's all right. I'm used to the racial jokes.
We chosen by the media, dog, just to gaslight everybody. This kind of shit happens all the time. They chose this one for a reason. And don't be
Right.
surprised if this kid go to jail and Derek Chauvin come home in the same week.
Well, it's interesting that this happened in another case similar to it after 2 years of waiting. Finally got started the actual court hearings the week of all this shit going on.
Yep.
That's a coincidence. That's coincidentally
That's
ironic.
gonna take a while, man. Super while.
So wait a minute, guys.
Those and Rob B, I get the point that you tried to make, but it's fucked up that you took it out of context when you know I made a general statement. I made a direct statement to the people in this space who are announced as conservatives, right? And they all seem to be on the same side of it. And I'm saying, if we saw, nobody would be surprised if we saw a bunch of liberals taking a specific position either, right? But that's what I'm saying. At what point do we have the conversation and say, well, look, this is that situation and woo, woo, woo. Maybe it could be this, maybe it could be that. We're doing a lot of that when to me, I think that's irrelevant. I think it should just be, hey, look, the man, he said he did it. Everybody's channel's been talking about what the white boy been saying. Why ain't nobody talking about what the kid said out of his own mouth? And then when they do, they take it out of context. They don't say it in full. They use the words that they think can paint the narrative about him instead of saying what he said in full. Right. So that's what I'm saying. It's no, I don't know these people. It's no skin off my back. But I'm saying for real, at some point, do we as black people, whether we liberal or conservative, need to hold the law to some form of consistency?
Now you are a conservative douchebag because what we have said on this panel is he said, I did it. Right? That's been the central premise of what we have been saying on this panel. So you say that he said he did it is the main bite of it means by your own logic, you are now officially a conservative douchebag.
You're still taking it out of context. He said he did what?
That he caused the physical harm to the person, which was murder. He
Those
said
the
it's
words
not
that
an
he
alleged,
used? I caused
it's
the
not an
physical harm.
alleged,
No,
it's not an alleged suspect.
Right.
He said, I'm not an alleged suspect. I did it.
Yeah. What was the rest of it?
He caused harm. He caused the loss of life.
Well, now you're not saying what he said. You're saying what he did. So I'm asking you, what was the rest of what he said?
That is what he said. He said he did
First,
it.
he said he put his
He
hands
never
on
said
me.
I caused the harm of life. He never said that. What did he say, Ro?
He asked
What,
if he was
he
okay.
didn't? Okay, so he said he was defending himself, and he said he's not an alleged suspect. He did it.
Right.
So his defense allegedly was to take somebody's life. What the fuck are we
He
talking
said
about?
I was defending myself. Why is that not relevant?
That's who said that it wasn't relevant.
And he
saying
said,
that,
is that self-defense?
right? He asked if it was self-defense, which means it wasn't self-defense. And again, the
Well,
overarching
you can ask
point,
when you don't have clarification.
right? But the overarching point is that he was a provocateur.
Oh God!
It was provocation.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Even if hold on real quick, Angry Man. Even if I agree with you, that's what I'm just saying. If I'm looking at other situations, that's why when I brought up the Zimmerman case, I was saying he was a provocateur, and the other guy in his situation didn't have a weapon, and yet he's still walking right free. So that's why I was saying. That's why I was trying to ask Angry Man and and the police officer guy. I'm blanking.
Diesel.
Like, how do you explain that? Well, Diesel said, yeah, on the jury side of the game, you can get, whatever you can get, right? Which to me, nobody don't think that sounds kind of crazy though. So you're saying that the jury does not have to make a decision that is consistent with the law.
What the jury has to do is make a decision predicated on how the prosecution and the defense attorney presents the facts of the case.
Right.
There is a burden of proof and a measure of evidence that the prosecutor has to uphold. And unfortunately, in that court case, there was a lot of sloppy work being done on the behest of the prosecution, which is why George Zimmerman was able to walk free on that. And you know what that evidence was predicated upon? Police reports, body cam footage, CCTV footage, and some more shit. The same thing that this case will be.
Do a show on that and break that down. I would love to see you break that down.
Sure. The same thing that this case is going to be tried on. The witness statements, the footage that is contained in the 40 phones that the police officers confiscated, the CCTV footage, and so on and so forth. Like, what are we talking about here?
See,
he's charged with what he's, hold on a second, Angry Snowman. He's charged with what he's charged with. And it's good to get everything out in the open because now his attorneys know what they have to defend against. And the prosecution is sitting there and they're clarifying what they're going to bring to the table to prosecute him.
Okay,
period.
But for real, Rogie, you do know that the whole job of a prosecutor is to create a narrative. True or false? That's their job.
No, the job of the prosecutor is to piece together the evidence and present it in a chronological order. Now, that is not creating a narrative. But if, let's say, I concede the point to you and say that, okay, prosecutors is creating a narrative, so is the defense attorney. The defense attorney is also creating a narrative on why the facts of evidence that the prosecutor is presenting is not accurate.
Yes, but that is under the assumption that the person is guilty. They don't have to create a narrative if the person is innocent.
What do you mean? Of course they have to create a narrative. They have to create a counter narrative. Are you okay?
No, I see what you're saying.
It's storyboarding. So
look at that though. The truth ain't good enough.
No. If we're going to concede the point, right? Both sides of the aisle are storyboarding. That's what they're doing. You're a content creator, so you should know what storyboarding is.
But Rogie, but I shouldn't have to. Is my point. I'm saying let's go under the premise that I'm actually innocent. But guess what? My lawyer can't just give the evidence of my innocence. We have to create some narratives ourselves to try to go against what the state's attorney.
What is he innocent of?
That's
what is he innocent of? So wait, guys. Wait, guys, because Beans needs to answer this for me. So are you saying that Karmelo Anthony did not kill Austin Metcalf, right? Because this is what no, we're not. No, we are talking about the Anthony Metcalf case.
So we're not going to put in right now in this particular part. We were just talking about whether or not the state's attorneys create narratives. That's it. We weren't talking about.
But we're talking about the Carmelo Anthony case.
We are
right.
In order, I'm just saying this particular point of the conversation.
Okay, got it. Listen. Let me.
Come on, we're going in circles. There's other people on the panel, like
right. And at the end of the day, in order for police to arrest you, they have to have evidence that a crime has been committed. They can't just arrest you because they want to. Now, your justification theory for the crime that has been committed is a different ball of wax, but they have to have evidence that you have committed some form of a crime.
Suspicious of you have committed.
Yes, suspicion.
Anger Man was trying to get in. I believe
reasonable
American
suspicion, actually. Thank you. You're right.
Yeah, Angry Man, Angry Snowman, American Nacho, I believe, and then OG, J Speed. Go ahead, Angry Man.
Dude, I was the only thing I was going to mention earlier is the fact that I'm really kind of surprised that these cops were able to confiscate 40 cell phones and nobody say anything about it being a violation of their rights.
Appreciate that. Go ahead.
Part of the investigation.
Yes, absolutely correct, Poppy Blanco.
You're
American
right,
Nacho.
Black Lexicon. Let's say homicide instead. Homicide.
Thank you.
Okay. American Nacho, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back on some stuff that was said earlier too, because people were up here saying about it being like gatekeepers and different things like that. I mean, the fact that he's been letting people up all day, I don't even know. He just replied to a comment that I was putting on X, and that's how I saw the live stream. I've been here for a couple hours off and on now, and there's been all kinds of people up here. But the biggest problem is that everybody's coming in here saying from the one side, this defendant Karmelo saying that, oh, well, you guys are just saying a bunch of stuff without having the facts, and then going on to say stuff about him being bullied, the two people pressing him. There was this back and forth. There was this history between the twins. There's all kinds of narratives been spun up about, the interactions or what was happening between them. And all of that is based on hearsay. None of it's actually part of it. And what we're doing here is we're just talking about the report that we have so far. What do we have so far? We're just looking at that and we're saying, this is what it looks like. This is what the law says the state. These are the penal codes. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a discussion about that. You know what I mean?
Absolutely true. Angry Man, the Angry Man. Sorry, because I say Angry Man last time, Snowman went, but the Angry Man. Go ahead, OG.
My bad. I didn't mean to step on your toes.
Okay, so I didn't. Nacho was very well spoken, but I didn't understand the gatekeeper thing. But I'll move past that. Look, only thing.
It's funny.
Stop it, Abi. Only thing I can say is my whole thing is I look at for what we got, and I see it on both sides. And I think when I came up there, I spoke about both sides. There's unprofessional. Nobody's been trained, but we all have opinion. We live in a new world now where everybody can be a news anchor and everybody can be a spokesman and everything else. But it don't take away that a lot of people don't have training in this. And so I take it with a grain of salt, what I hear. Because when it's actual facts, when it's all said and done, we already don't put the cart before the horse. The guy haven't not been what? He's been charged. A lot of times we be charged and the DA rejected. So now we know he has to go through a panel now. So I'm just trying to figure this shit out. So we all just having a discussion of it. And I say we all should have the right to do it because we do live in America where we have the right to express ourselves and we have a right to say what we want to say as long as it don't affect somebody like in a theater and say it's fire. So yeah, we go get heated a little bit. And when it's all said and done, we all go be on channels again with each other and everything is going to be all right. So I just take it with a grain of salt.
No, we not. No, we not. No, we not. Because these niggas said I'm conservative douchebag. So I'm gonna keep my conservative ass on my conservative ass channel. Fuck these niggas.
Well, Robbie, I can understand how they could put fire on your toes, but I'm a conservative too, so I still take it with a grain of salt.
I'm just joking. I like to mess with Beans because he's silly. But
I'm
here's
sorry,
the thing.
Marcus said I missed it. OG YouTube is a OG YouTube or OG White is a public platform for all bridge the gapless.
Ooh, now he calling you a white man. He said, wait, I'm money 2027 because I can be. If you don't like it, you are free to click the fuck off, son of a bitch. But at the end of the day, it goes like the bigger picture is y'all don't see how this shit is not a win for black people either way. If this boy get off, right, on self-defense, now it's gonna be a target on black children. Because now the white people gonna be able to say your black children is a threat. And if they feel like they're in danger, they're gonna kill you. So now everything they do is going to be self-defense against you. If he
sets a precedent for high school too. I mean, I don't want kids being able to stab each other in school, bro.
That's what I was saying. American Nacho.
At a school
Do y'all
event
not see the? Do y'all not see the?
All right, well, Warriors? Wait. Why is everybody jumping in? And we trying to get to the Angry Man. We can't just pass up on the OG. Go ahead,
Nobody
baby.
cares about Angry Man.
Motherfucker. I care about the Angry Man. No, hold on. I care about the Angry Man. My wife cares about the Angry Man. You know why? Because when I don't give a fuck when everybody in the space tried to shit on him, saying that he wasn't defending black people. Motherfuckers was jumping out the window to do everything. Motherfuckers put up thumbnails, had a whole live streams, did video uploads, and all this, that, and the other. And actually, at the end of the motherfucking day, he just a dude, but y'all like to treat the motherfucker like he just some off, what y'all call it, a bald-headed, red-headed stepchild, some shit like that. Guess what? At the end of the day, that ain't me. So I respect him.
Yeah, he the darkest redheaded stepchild I ever seen.
Ain't shit.
First of all, you're gonna leave. You know what?
You gonna leave my OG
You know
alone.
what? That's okay.
Better scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet, nigga.
Ooh, that brother's floating in the air. How could his hands do this? Oh, someone get him out the air.
Period. That's my OG. Go ahead, dude.
So the narrative that niggas like to push is that Angry Man talks over everybody and interrupts everybody. The reason why I interject when I can was just on full display. Sel said my name 3 times. Go ahead, Angry Man. Somebody else started talking. I didn't say nothing. Another person started talking. Another person started talking. He said, okay, Angry Man, go ahead. Someone else started talking. That's why I interject. Because if I don't interject, when the actual host says, Angry Man, you got the floor, other niggas start talking like their fucking name is Angry Man. But when I interject this, oh, Angry Man, you talking over everybody. Angry Man, Angry Man, Angry Man. And on that note, I'm going to holler at y'all later, man.
Appreciate you, OG. Much love to you, dog.
Appreciate you, Angry Man.
Hey, Angry Man. One of them times you were wrong. He missed up and called me Angry Man and then said OG. So
No, I didn't.
It was only
I
2
said
times.
the angry. I said the angry man, my OG.
In my defense,
okay.
you non-reading motherfuckers always call me Angry Man, so that was my bad.
Yeah, I know it happens, but you know, I mean, what he said is not incorrect. Everybody's always saying that he's an over talker, but yet when I try to give him
That's the white privilege, angry snowman. I'm just playing
Fuck
with
up that foul.
So every time, you know, and I'm not going to not speak up for him. I'm going to speak up for him, right? Because at the end of the day, it's too many motherfuckers that sit around and try to push that whole rhetoric that all he does is overtalk people and he try to dominate the conversation. And then usually this is how it goes. They try to dominate the conversation. He overtalk people. He's rude, disrespectful, and all that and the other just because he got all these subscribers. That's the shit that pissed me off the most. Stop bringing up his damn subscribers. If his subscribers don't matter, why you mentioning it? But, you know, people every fucking day, every time that man makes up a panel visit, every fucking time, everyone makes it a point to fucking disrespect him. But because I give him the respect that I think that he deserves to have, now people want to come over here and try to think they're going to do it over here. So I'm going to give him the floor if I say he got the floor. It's just that simple. Just like I would give anybody else that respect. If I say, Beans, it's your turn to talk and somebody gets a chopping in, I'm like, hey, yo, it's Beans' turn. If I say Poppy's turn, it's Poppy's turn. If I say Reese's turn, it's Reese's turn. If I say it's Angry Man's turn, the Angry Man, it's the Angry Man's turn. So people love to do that shit.
You see who didn't get a turn.
Who didn't get a turn?
Reese from Philly. Reese from Philly didn't get a turn.
Neither did Snowman either. Snowman didn't get a turn.
Well, I'm getting
I haven't got a turn.
But the thing is, I'm getting to that. But originally, I said the Angry Man, my OG, and OG Speed went to talk.
But you said before that, OG, you were next.
I got you.
You said OG is older
too. Okay.
But my thing is this though.
I got you.
My thing is this.
My hearing aid might have just cut out when you said the Angry Man OG. I just heard the OG part.
Did you just admit you got a hearing aid?
No, he didn't. No, he did not.
He did.
OG is 175 years. He should go first all the time.
I signed the 10 Commandments. I should be always first.
175,000 years more like
Call
it.
embarrassing me in front of my friends. Don't like to call me a fucking deadbeat.
Listen.
There you go, Snowman.
Now we're gonna reset this and start back over, right? And we're not gonna be up here for very much longer. But
Everybody's gonna have their moment to speak about whatever they got to speak about. I just think the conversation is insane because even though Beans be like, let's have an honest conversation. Whenever we're having an honest conversation and people disagree, and they disagree on penal codes and measures of the law, like it has to resolve into all of this. Like it doesn't really make any sense. Like if you want to be emotional and you want to think that it's okay, cool beans. But when it's your child, or if the person that was deleted happened to be Black, I would hope that everybody would keep the same energy. And truth be told, I really don't believe everybody would. Now, I'm getting down, babe. You stay up here as long as you want to, but you know, I would let everybody have their final thoughts. We've been up here for 8 hours and 19 minutes. So everybody, honestly, I'm gonna put an edict down. You can overrule me because you're the king in the household. But unless we get $60 to extend the show, y'all got about a good 11 more minutes, and then we up out of here.
That's how long until the salmon get done? Bet. Okay, cool. Well, if y'all want me to miss out on dinner, y'all gotta hit $60. Appreciate you, baby.
Bye-bye.
Bye, baby.
Probably getting Chipotle.
Chipotle? No, my baby cooks. We don't do the ordering out. Hell no. Hell with that shit. No. We don't do DoorDash. Listen, Murder, you got a echo.
Yeah, somebody got an echo.
All right,
I said
so
DoorDash.
I don't know what DoorDash is, but I don't know what he said. But no, my thing is I have a stance on delivery, such as DoorDash and Uber Eats and all that and the other. I don't want to get into it with one of you ignorant motherfuckers on the internet, and then I order some shit, and then next thing you know, you delivering the shit to my house. I don't need that in my life. You see what I'm saying? Nobody thinks about little shit like that.
Sorry, Chipotle don't come on there.
Yeah.
Nah, I've been impressed if you were taking the hook out of the fish mouth. But you
that looked like some processed salmon meat, is what that looked like.
Yeah,
why is that uncooked? That's the better question. Why is it uncooked?
Why it ain't a fish you just cleaned?
Why then? Because I didn't go fishing.
I've
been up here for 8.5 hours with y'all niggas. Where the fuck am I go fishing at?
Lake Michigan.
You said bye. You said bye. Okay, well, American Nacho said he was about to send us $60. Damn.
Hey, I gotta go to church, man.
Final statement.
Yeah, let Pablo Escobar send the money, man. He got all the money.
Pablo Escobar. Why are you calling this man Pablo Escobar?
He look like Pablo.
Hey, it's a fair comparison. It really is.
He do favor.
Man, Jesus Christ. Yeah. All right. So
Pablo looking motherfucker right there, yo.
Yeah, it is. Reese, I'm gonna go to you first, and then I'm gonna swing back around to you for your final thought. But Reese, you've been up here all this goddamn time, man. You barely got a word in, so I want to get to you, man. How you feel about the stream? What's your thoughts about it?
Niggas have turned Carmelo Anthony into a fucking stock. Everybody on this fucking panel knows somebody right around the corner from them that been through some bullshit. Nobody went out and GoFunded $500,000 for them or made videos about it or none of that. Niggas do what the news tell them the fuck to do. And I'm tired of these dumbass back and forth arguments. I'm going to let the conspiracy theorists handle this one.
Appreciate that. Y'all go ahead. I'm going to handle something right quick. Bring your ass here. Come on.
Okay. It's my go.
Read the super chat.
Big Bad Bull with the $20 says, thanks for showing my comments. Love the show. This channel is also a breath of fresh air from all the selectivity, fake black hypocrites. And I read that wrong on purpose.
You did. Appreciate you, Big Bad Bull with the $20 super chat. Thank you very much. Omni, you just got up here, so you're gonna end up going last. I hope you're okay with that. Beans, you've been very argumentative. You had a lot of good points that you brought up, but you also brought up a whole bunch of rhetorical bullshit. So I'm gonna go to you first, even though you get on my nerves sometimes. And you're about to go fire up a stream and talk shit about me, which I don't care, because I'm just a conservative douchebag, and that's all you about to make your stream about. Or is this gonna be another episode of Stupid Detention? Am I gonna be on the thumbnail this time?
Oh, you closing out the show?
Bro, she about to cook. What you mean?
Oh,
unless y'all about to send $60, then I'm not about it. Well, Big Bad Boy already sent 20, so you ain't gotta send 40 more.
She can put it in the microwave.
Put it in the microwave.
I'll put it in
your food.
Shit.
Did Murder just say put my food in the microwave? He better be sending $40.
Nah,
go ahead, man.
I knew a white lady that cooked a turkey in the
He's gonna do
microwave.
his show about me because he like to argue with me, and I ain't coming.
No, it's not. it's not that I like to argue with you, bro. You know what it is? It's the fact that at least with you, I can expect for you to use some sort of research and not just all your feelings. So it would make for a better conversation, just not when you over here with your husband. The narrative shit, like soon as I hit the stream, it's ridiculous, bro. But I can't expect much more than this from black people. On the topic though, since I never actually gave my opinion, I will give my opinion. I don't think jail is the answer.
What?
I don't actually know anything about the young man. I don't know anything about his history, his background. I don't know anything
You
about.
do know he murdered somebody though.
Yo,
right?
let him go, man.
Let him finish.
No, you just let the disrespect flow so people could see it, right? So that way, when I'm talking, people know I'm not actually creating a narrative. I'm talking about what actually happens. But I don't know anything about him. But it's in my opinion that for some reason,
Then why you talking?
Jail.
No.
Fucking cocksucker,
Like,
yo. Shut
real.
the
Come
fuck
on,
up,
man.
yo.
Like, let him get it out. Like just like I would go after anybody else that was cutting after anybody else, and then people be like, "Oh, well, Sale is showing special treatment to the angry man." I ain't showing special treatment to the angry man. I have respect for that man, but I also have a show, and I also like for people to have their moment to be able to do they spiel fairly. So if you want to have a back and forth with him and throw low blows and shots, just understand that you're dealing with Beans. Now, I'm not saying that Beans is just like the meanest motherfucker around, but you got to understand that's not a stupid motherfucker, even though a lot of people say that he's stupid. So let him get his shit off. Unless you just want to be in a
tonight that make any sense or that's relevant to this case.
How so?
He never said anything that was relevant to this case tonight.
We couldn't get there because we had to deal with Sharon. Then we had to deal with
all
OG.
right, we'll do it another day then.
Damn.
We could do it right now if you want to.
That's not going.
It's not going to go good for you. I'm just warning you. It's not going to go good for you. But if you
Tell
want
him
to,
ask
I'll let
Poppy
you.
Blanco.
Shut your bitch ass up, bro. Like, you been talking shit all night, bro. Like,
Poppy want to beat me up.
Man,
That don't mean you right,
that's,
Poppy
and that's
Blanco.
what I'm saying. Like,
I always slap the dog shit out of you, bro.
That don't mean you right, Poppy Blanco.
Yeah, but you won't be right by the ass whooping.
It will make me feel good. It will make me feel real good. I promise you that.
That don't mean you
Man,
right.
send this
Does that
man
mean
the
you right, Poppy
$40,
Blanco?
bro. If y'all finna do this shit, give him a reason to walk away from the stream and leave us up here by ourselves for a little while.
Y'all go ahead, man.
All right, cool. Go
No,
ahead.
like
no one's going to pull a knife out, Con Shiner, or pull an Izzy Bands and put a blicky out on the stream.
Niggas want to stab me in the chest.
So anyway,
come
go ahead.
on, man.
That was hilarious.
Okay, but no, like I'm saying, I just think for Western culture, man, I just think we normalize jail, bro, for some reason. I think most of the time it's people that ain't never been there that don't know what it's like, right? From the very first moment when they slap the cuffs on you into that door roll behind you. That shit ain't for everybody. Everything don't require jail, bro. You know, some shit, like in my opinion, I don't even know how old this kid is. I don't know what's going on with him. But he gonna need some help behind this. He took somebody's life. That's gonna affect them too. Even if he get off, it's still going to affect them, right? So I don't know what the answer is, to be honest with you. I just don't hear enough. I haven't heard enough to suggest that he should be thrown away into jail. I just can look at too many cases of people, especially all these people who love guns. All these people who love guns and tell you with every breath they got, if you run up on me, I'm shooting you. Like the same person who you just mentioned say that same thing all the time. I'm too old to fight. If you run up on me, I'm shooting you, right? Like, and we know stories of it. So I'm just saying, damn, how do you determine that? How do you determine, yeah, it was okay for him to shoot, but not him. It was okay for him to stab, but not him. Like, I just don't get how we do it.
In a civilized society, how we do that is equal force under the law.
When we
If
ever
I
lived in
touched you,
civilized society.
Wait, but Raw B, even if I can see to that, it's not exercised that way every time is the point. Because we got people walking around free where that statue would have had them in jail. You see what I'm saying?
But this is the thing with the law, right? And this is why law is beautifully amazing.
if you have a good enough attorney, you can get away with a lot of shit under the law. It depends on how your lawyer can craft a narrative, to your earlier point, to get you out of trouble. If you can pay for an adequate defense, you can do anything in America because there are loopholes in the law. Now, with all the money that Karmelo Anthony has received, hopefully his mama don't go get a BBL and no Botox, don't get her titties done, and actually puts that money into his legal defense and gives him a stellar team. But unfortunately,
hey, I'm sorry. Was that black man who was speaking for the family? Is that the attorney?
No, it's not. He's a
preacher. Oh, thank God.
He has a nasty criminal record, including abusing and beating little children and women. So he should not be their spokesperson.
So
that's
go ahead, Beans.
She ain't lying. We looked it up tonight on this live stream.
But the reality is him admitting to doing something before he even knew what the police was going to charge him with is a detriment to him. The eyewitness statements are a detriment to him. Whatever footage is encapsulated in those 40 phones is a detriment to him. And
not
all
really.
hinged now.
Not really.
It's gonna make him or break him. One of them.
But she might be right, but do you at least see the hypocrisy of the equal force law?
No, I don't. And that's
God.
because I'm going to tell you honestly, I've been in a situation where that was applied to me. Equal force under the law allowed me to be free.
Marcus Antonio Castilla with the $20.
We
Thank
need
you for
one
the
more
$20, sir. He says, here's to continuing the stream. Jail is needed for certain crimes and punishment. Can't reward bad behavior. Man, punctuation would really be nice, Marcus. Makes you realize how to value life. If you don't, even in hardship, you are the problem. Get the fuck out of the USA. Go live somewhere else. Dr. Steele with the $10.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry. If you want to read it, go ahead.
Metcalf did not have a weapon. Anthony did. Was it really self-defense? Or was it a disadvantage in Anthony's favor? Anthony made the wrong decision and should be held accountable.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just want to point out
Zimmerman had a weapon.
But this is what I mean, Robbie. Now, am I assuming here? I can acknowledge that I'm assuming, but this will be the same person where we'll pull up a case and it'll be one person had a gun or something and one person didn't, and it'll be like, oh well, but in that case, right? And it's like, wait, no, you said weapon, no weapon. This is it. So it should be that way across the fucking board. Weapon, no weapon, right? Period. Point.
Right.
Well, a lot of it has to do with imminent danger too. Like, is what the person doing? Do you really, or does it even look like your life was really at harm?
Right, and this is the thing too, right? So let's just quarterback it from another perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say Karmelo Anthony has no consequence for this bad behavior. What is the overarching message that this teaches high school children?
Nothing.
Especially
better start carrying a knife.
No.
Especially young boys that are already being taken to task and held to accountability for being masculine. It now puts all young men under the banner of toxic masculinity.
No such thing.
He's not going to change anything.
I'm just saying, Rob.
He's not going to change anything because after Trayvon was he was filing because he had a hoodie. Do you think people still wearing hoodies? Nah.
Yes, actually.
Steelers and T.
Everybody wearing hoodies.
Actually, a lot of young
Ice-T
men
sales went up, really.
Actually,
go ahead.
Actually, a lot of parents did not allow their children to wear hoodies.
Oh my God. Jesus
well,
Christ.
Believe it or not, Raw B, there's more college student whites wear hoodies than blacks anytime.
But that's not what I'm speaking to. What I'm speaking to.
I'm just saying, if we're just speaking on hoodies, that's what I'm talking about. This is what Bean just got through saying. If it's going to be across the board, let it be across the board.
Well, here's the thing, right? What I want to know is where was all of this energy and vitriol for Tamir Rice and the police? Because that was a 12-year-old little boy playing with a little toy gun, and he got his life taken away from him.
That's
So
a great question.
if y'all don't have this type of energy for Tamir Rice, Philando Castile, Sandra Bland, and so on and so forth, the ever-growing list of people in our community that have been harmed, then keep that same energy when it comes to Carmelo Anthony. Plus, there's also 2 other mass deletions that have happened since Metcalf got his life taken. But y'all stuck on this one note and on this one case. It is fucking ridiculous.
And one of them was a knifing.
We all are here, and in all them cases you are just naming was outrage in the community. Depends what side of the street. I guess it's okay. Wait. I guess it's okay to be pro-black one moment, but it's not okay to be pro-black another moment. If you on that side of the street where you're not listening, okay, I know you listening, but you know there was people out there on the pro-black side who pushed back on all the cases you just named.
Yes,
right, but this is not a pro-black situation.
And I understand, but what I'm saying, you asked the question of the victory all for them cases, and I'm telling you, if you're on that side of the street, you would have heard
that
it.
side of the street, it exists. Yes.
No. Hear what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm listening.
The pro-blacks, the blackity blacks, the black powers, that was out there protesting, marching, they still did not have the level of vitriol that is being espoused against the Metcalf family right now. And this is not a pro-black or pro-white situation.
I got it, but you brought it into the conversation.
Hold on, would you suggest that the pro-blacks that you're speaking of didn't have anything to do with the defund the police narrative?
I'm saying it wasn't to the same level. Are the police defunded? I'll wait.
No, but I'm saying I don't know if they did or they not. That's why I'm genuinely
asking. They didn't.
Initially they did.
It was the white groups that really was pushing to defund the police narrative.
Yeah, it was crazy white liberals for the most part.
Yes.
Right. So what I'm saying is where was the black people? Where's the black outrage?
Where's the black outrage when that black kid got killed at a hazing at a fraternity? Where was the black outrage? Where's the live streams?
What about the outrage of the black kid that was knifed
most
again?
Most of those cases happened years ago, and most of it was on the internet.
Oh, okay, that just happened not too long ago. That's not too happened not too long ago. Where was the outrage where those 4 black boys had
when
shot?
Tamir Rice happened?
No, I'm not talking about Tamir Rice. We're talking about the black kid that got killed at a hazing in a college fraternity. That wasn't too long ago.
Yeah,
I'm talking about Tamir
Rice fucked me up way worse than Trayvon.
Yeah. Where was the black outrage? Where was the black outrage? Where was the black outrage when those 4 black boys over there in Florida shot up a neighborhood and ended up killing a 7-year-old little boy? Where's the black outrage? Where's the pro-blacks? Where's the FBA's, ADOS? Where's all of them people at? Where they at? Where they at?
I guarantee you they was there.
Yeah.
And again, I get tired of people with their fucking marauded addle-brained minds. Oh, well, they never did anything before, so you want them to be guilty? The boy took somebody's life. The boy blood was on his hands. Fuck you talking about? Of course, I don't want him to have been the one to have took that boy's life, but he took that boy's life. What the fuck? He took somebody's life and the blood was on his hand, and you want him to be not guilty because your kid don't have a 3.7 GPA? Because your kid ain't never did nothing good in life? So because he did some good thing. Hold tight a minute. So because y'all can't see your children being black excellence because he has a good GPA and he was a real good boy, that means that him taking somebody's life is fucking excusable. How many times have you seen somebody get arrested? How many times have you seen somebody get arrested for murder, right? And they go and do the witness interviews around the neighborhood. He was such a good guy. He never did anything wrong. I can't believe that Tom had 3,000 bodies in his backyard.
But you're making your own case. You're making your own case.
That's not how it usually happens. Are y'all okay?
You're making your own case. You're going to vilify people when they want to in the media, and you know that as well as I know this.
No, so, black people. No, black people.
No. This is what I'm saying.
Black people vilify actual victims, and they make themselves who are the actual criminals.
Listen, what I'm saying. When the Trayvon, since we have that case in front of us, and we were talking about it. So they made this guy out of the greatest person that since Jesus Christ came, but they digged in Trayvon's and made him the worstest person in the world. So don't act as if this don't go on both sides. So
No,
let's
if
just be.
if you don't listen to mainstream media, you don't have to worry about that. Just stop listening to the news.
Well,
there was a lot of people saying a lot
But
of things about Zimmerman.
but let's talk about this. But let's talk about this. Austin Metcalf had a 4.0 GPA. He was
That's
a really
good.
good kid too. He was the captain of some teams too. So it's really a wash when we do it a 1-to-1 comparison. Throwing
I'm
that
not
shit
gonna-
in there, what is that supposed to mean?
I'm not going to speak on a person who lost their life. So what do
No,
you
not
get
person who
into
lost their life. Person whose life was taken.
Okay, well, either way, the life is lost. I'm not going.
Oh no, it's not lost. It's taken.
Okay, well, okay. So I understand that y'all really wants to get all bent out of shape and everything, but there was a man who said, "I personally." Wait. There was a man.
Hold on, OG. Hold on, OG. Beans. Did you see what just happened, Beans?
Yeah, but I see it when all y'all do it though.
Okay,
but don't just make me acknowledge it when OG do it.
Beans. Words matter, right?
Yes, words
matter.
Words do matter.
Like lost.
Yes.
No, listen.
I'm asking Beans. What's it like taken or what's it like lost?
His life was taken.
Thank you.
And when his life is taken, Bean, is it lost?
Yes, for the family. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
my God.
Thank you. Do you want to play? You want to play this word game with me? If you want to play this word game with me, we can play this all night.
Just a little killing.
Wait. Raw B already said there's loopholes in the law, so you should have.
So much.
Okay,
but what I'm saying, Beans, Beans, is
the judicial system is imperfect. What's your point?
My point is, what I'm saying is, we all having discussion and we all have our way of looking at things one way or the other. I did not come up here and dismiss that there was a lost life, taken a life, or anything like that. I said this is a bad situation on both sides. However you want to look at it. And let's have the discussion. That's how I came into the door.
Right.
But why we not like? But we should. This is what I'm saying. Like, Robbie made a specific statement, right? So, like, respectfully, we should be addressing specifically what she said. I think it's a bad argument. Again, and I hate to reiterate it. I really don't want to. But if we can look at cases where lives were lost and people are still walking, then that can't be the measuring stick. The measuring stick for somebody going to jail can't be that a life was lost. Because it's too many people walking around.
Each case,
after lives were lost.
Each case has to be litigated, though. That's due process of law. Though. We don't say this is the standard for every case.
It's about the adjudication of the facts of the case. However, when you sit there,
that's my point.
When you sit there and you admit to anything. You put yourself in a disadvantage and it makes adjudication much easier. If anything, this is a lesson that you guys should be teaching your kids. Shut the fuck up. If you do something wrong, shut the fuck up. Don't say nothing to the police. Just simply shut the fuck up.
Right.
But
wait,
are you
a fan?
Robbie, that could be held in his point of view, could be held as he was honest about it. Wait. I know.
Are you okay with precedents?
In what capacity?
Like every time they introduce something new in a case to get somebody off or get somebody convicted.
I think as new information is discovered, as long as all attorneys have access to it to properly vet it and assess the merits that it has for or against the case, yes, all new information should be introduced.
So there should be something said for the fact that the kid didn't leave the scene of the crime, acknowledged that he was the one who did the act, but also stated that in that moment he believed he was in defense of himself. Even if I agree with you that what the law would say, right? I'm saying there's room for precedence.
Well, that's not precedent.
That's not precedent.
It's set every time like cases are ruled on them.
Right.
No, you're saying
so
that's
you can't really have an opinion on it. I guess.
Why? But why shouldn't it be? Because you're saying that his words are going to work against him. We know the saying, everything you say can and will be used against you. We understand that. But that's the point. if my words are I was in defense of myself, how the fuck does that not work for him? But it works for a grown man over a kid. You see what I'm saying?
Full grown man.
Sense.
That
How it
overpower
doesn't-
anyway.
It's
How
not
it
a
doesn't-
one-to-one though.
Right, and how it doesn't work for him is it was questions being asked, right? Is this self-defense? Whoop, 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 and whop, whop, whop. And he should not have been talking to the police.
Agreed.
See, George Zimmerman didn't say certain things to the police when they were arresting him.
He did, but he was on the phone saying, I'm following the kid.
And they told him not to. They told him at the
following a kid is not against the law.
They told him not to do it.
Who told him? Wait. Who told him not to follow? Wait. Who told him not to follow? Who told him?
The 911 operator.
Dispatch.
Okay, so it's dispatcher. You talking about the 911 operator or the police dispatcher?
The operator.
But some places, 911 operators are police officers.
Okay, so in this particular case,
I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you. That was the beans. Thank you for teaching me that. There's three answers: yes, no, or I don't know. So in this case,
and I gave it to you.
In this case, was the dispatcher a police officer or is just a 911 dispatcher in the George Zimmerman case? Question.
Oh, I thought you were talking about another case.
It was a 911 operator.
911 operator. Does 911 operator have the authority to tell someone what to do?
No, but they are trained to tell you how to handle those situations.
Got you.
Do they have a direct order?
Okay. No. A direct order. Do you have to follow that direct order?
Why that cat
say no? Let's just say no. Let's just
say no, Pablo.
It's easier to say no instead of question it. We always stick with the facts, not the what about it.
It's okay.
Bobby
Let's
Blanco.
just say no. Go ahead.
Bobby Blanco. Does a 911 operator have the authority to give you a directive?
Yes.
No.
You don't have to follow, but they have the authority to give you a directive.
So we can get the point of his argument, though. So let's
Okay,
say no, they don't. Right? Let's just say no, that they don't. Then what? Right? Because the only thing we're saying is that we're not saying that the 911 call is a directive that he didn't follow. What we're saying is there's evidence to show provocation. Right? The same thing that's being argued about this young man. That what we're saying is there was no weapon on one side, but there was a weapon on another side. Right? Like we're saying that there was too much in this case to suggest this man shouldn't be walking around. But for some reason, we're going to ignore those same kind of factors in this particular case. And that's what I'm always asking. How do people reconcile that? How do you say, nah, fuck that, this one got to go? And unfortunately, it seems like, and everybody heard me say seems like, so when they give their disingenuous response, it seems like it's always when the quote unquote antagonist of the story is a black person. Then it's always like, well, no, let's not worry about the precedents that was set over here. Let's just stick to the law.
Yeah, but the guy was on top of him, supposedly beating the shit out. It's not exactly the same.
Hey, my man, like, I don't know who you are. Real quick, I understand what you're saying. I don't know who you are. If you come follow me right now, I'm gonna be on top of you too. The fuck you
I don't necessarily disagree. I mean, but he couldn't flee the scene. Supposedly, he's like this fat, overweight guy.
Right, but
so
wait,
he's
time out.
Getting
Thank you for saying
he's
that.
getting the shit kicked out of him.
I'm sorry. Thank you for saying
that.
And beat up.
But he didn't have a weapon. You're not making that argument.
You also agree with the statement that Rob B made about equal force?
Yeah.
So do you believe that? How old was Trayvon Martin?
I believe 15, 16
years old. So do you think 15-year-old Trayvon Martin had equal force to grown-ass George Zimmerman?
I mean, if he's got him on the ground and he's beating the hell out of him, I mean, I guess he did.
That's actually a good answer.
Did he have a gun in his shoe though when he was beating the shit out of him, kicking him?
I was just saying, man. I mean,
I just want to know that. We had some kind of secret weapon, James Bond shit, that he was actually shooting him out of his damn shoe.
No, but I mean, at some point after getting his ass whooped for long enough, I guess he felt it was necessary to defend himself.
But you're making his point. Do you not understand why you're making his point?
I'm not making his point because he's trying to compare these like a 1-to-1 and they're not necessarily a direct one.
But no, he's making his point is weapon versus no weapon.
I don't wrestle. I beat bitches up. I don't fight. I don't wrestle. I beat bitches up.
Final thoughts. Go ahead, witch doctor. Jesus Christ.
I'm saying I think that it's unfortunate that the young man in the story, I was hoping we got back to it. It's unfortunate that he lost his life. And I don't think the kid who took his life, I don't think he intended to do so. You know what I'm saying? I think he intended to defend himself. And I hope he doesn't have to do a lot of time because he doesn't seem like a bad kid. I think doing a lot of time will actually make him worse. I think he got a good future ahead of him, and I hope they give him a fair trial. That's all I want to say.
Thank you very much for coming up here. Do dirty shit. Do dirty. Come to my channel. I think you got a link on my a wrench on my channel. Come to my channel and drop your link so we could all do the redirect. I'll put it in the back chat. We gonna go to Beans. Go ahead, Big Mouth Beans. Say your final thoughts.
I'm gonna go off camera while I say this. R.I.P. If y'all know Miss Jenny, her husband passed away in a car accident like a day ago. And it's just been a lot, bro. It's just been a lot. I don't understand what's going on, bro. Miss Jenny husband, Uncle Tom with the house fire. It's just been a lot, man. I've been beefing with a lot of people in this space, and I just want you to know that all of y'all that I'm still beefing with, it's still fuck you, but I hope don't nothing bad happen to none of y'all, bro. Like this shit is just, it's been a fucked up year, man. I'm gone.
Thank you for coming up. And it has been a messed up year, but shout out to your friend. Condolences. Thank you for coming and joining us today. Papi Blanco, big head ass. Say your final thoughts.
Yeah, I look good though. Don't forget that. Yo, I believe they overcharged my young boy. First degree is too much. But the reason what I think they did that so they can go ahead and get him to plead out. That's what I believe. And the right charge is criminally negligent homicide. That would be the right charge for him. And that's something that he probably can do. They're probably going to hit him with a 5 to 10. Since he got such a good record, he will be doing like 3 years, 2 years in some camp. That's what I believe is going to happen. That's it.
Well, thank you for coming. American Nacho, American Woman. I'm just joking. Don't take personal, please. Go ahead, say something.
That sounded good. Well, first of all, I appreciate y'all letting everybody up. That was pretty cool. Enjoyed the panel. So thanks for letting me have my word. Yeah, I don't necessarily think the kid deserves, life or something like that, or the death penalty or something. I think he's got to go to jail for some period of time. He's got to do some kind of time. We can't set some kind of precedent for, kids being able to carry around, any kind of weapon at school. They got to do some kind of time. Just like, I wouldn't be up here defending a school shooter just because he's white or just because of whatever. I mean, it's crazy. They got to do some kind of time for doing that, just for carrying a weapon around a campus, using it on campus, etc. And I guess we really got to see how it plays out. And yeah, I mean, making everything about the race isn't doing anybody any good on any side. So I hope we can keep having some dialogue.
Well, thank you. And the chat wants to know, do you have a channel?
I do, but I haven't been streaming much right now. I just had another baby at the beginning of the year, so I'm taking a little hiatus for a while.
All right. Well, thank you for coming. We would love to have you back anytime. Appreciate you. Reese from Philly, you finally get to talk. Go in and give them the smoke.
I want everybody to remember that evidence is not proof. We're getting emotional over the evidence. Nothing's been proven yet. All we're talking about is what's coming, from either side, and all it is evidence so far. Nobody knows the truth about anything, and emotions are flying already, and everybody's ready to go to war. We all got to remember that these are kids at the end of the day. Impressionable mind. Everybody remembers what their brain was like when they were 17 and 18 years old. But, we're on top of them and coming down on them as if they're adults. We should be more concerned with this living kid that's alive and his emotional state instead of his family out doing a bunch of bullshit and gaslighting at press conferences and shit. They should be trying to work on his emotional state. Me, personally, I think the two families should get together and merge and do some talking and become friends, because I've seen things like this happen in the hood. And when that happens, sometimes the outcome is good. And, some people even get married in situations like this. But everybody wants war. We need to get up off of that and try to find a positive solution to all of this. And stop feeding into the media. The media is going to twist this shit around and try to fuck everybody's head up, get everybody angry, and push them to violence and all this other stuff. But we know that's not going to happen. It's all just a dream. But that's all I got to say.
All right. Well, thank you for coming in. Appreciate you.
Got you.
Angry Snowman, come on, Powder. What you got to say?
Well, I agree a lot with a lot of what everybody else already said. One is we can't say that it's all right for a child to get away with doing this. We can't say that it's okay to go from 0 to 100 over something trivial, because it sets a bad precedent. And then on top of it, you look at us on these panels, we're adults. We are adults, folks. Most of us anywhere from 30 to some of us 60 years old, Reese. And the thing is look at how we're behaving up here. Think of what kind of message that's sending our kids. And if you don't think that they ain't watching this stuff, that's all they do is live on these social media apps. So they're watching and listening to everything we say. We're the ones literally creating these little killers by the shit that we say and the things that we do and the way we act and conduct ourselves. I think we need to do better. Stop putting out narratives. Stop spreading lies. Stop saying that everything's fact when you don't know for sure if it's fact. Stop pretending like you have all the answers when you don't. Just be honest about shit. Just be honest. That's all I got.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Omni, final thoughts?
Man, too. Probably gonna look at 5 to 10 years. I would also, they might actually they'll likely also harp on the fact that he brought a weapon to school grounds. So, well, a school event, which is essentially the same thing. Yeah, he's not going to be home for Christmas. I don't think. Well, depends on how fast the case is, but if he is home, it's going to be a different Christmas, because he's got to. Something has got to happen when a life is taken. Something has got to happen when the life is taken. So he's not going to get away. He's definitely not going to walk. He's not going to have a super reduced sentence. The only thing that he has on his side at this stage is the fact that he hasn't committed a crime before. And the fact that he was somewhat remorseful. He showed remorse after, confessing. So we'll see. But yeah, that the trajectory of the family is never going to be the same.
Well, thank you very much for coming. I appreciate you. OG Speed.
Well, the first thing I'm gonna say, thank you, and appreciate you and your significant other letting me up here. Second thing I would like to say is, I predicted this stuff back in 2015. What we're actually seeing now, and I told everybody, and I got receipts, that 2025 will be the year. I would just like to piggyback on my final statement on what Angry Snowman said. It's just not us up here on this meteor that's driving this hatred throughout this land. We had a president, somebody called him a wimp, and we went over there and killed over 1 million some people. babies, women, and children. And we forgot about that there like it was a bad movie. So the example is not just coming from the way we are carrying on up here on this channel. There's things pre-perceived that this country has been guilty on it, and it's, as Malcolm said, the roosters, and I won't finish that statement, but we got to look at the totality of where this country is going at. And then not just this little incident. This is opening the door to a lot of things y'all gonna see in 2025. And I've been trying to preach this for the last, ever since 2015, 16, 17, 18. And the people who have had patience enough to listen to me on these different channels, from Raw Bees to a lot of other people, I've been consistent. What you're seeing right now, it's the opening of Pandora's box. And I told a friend that 2025 will be the year, and me not knowing that Trump will be president, or all the things that are happening. It's just amazing that a lot of you all can't see it. We see incidents, but we don't see the totality of what's really happening in this country. So peace, love, and always strive for the truth. And, pray. That's all you can do.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. And I appreciate you. Sel has stepped away, so I'm going to end out this show. We've reached the final chapter in this show. And this is a moment where justice must rise above excuses, above manipulations, and above the noise. We are here because Karmelo Anthony's actions were not just reckless. They were deliberate, calculated, and ultimately devastating. Throughout this show, we've laid bare the facts that we have available. Not speculation, not assumption, but facts. And those facts showed that Anthony's choices were not the results of a momentary lapse or an unfortunate accident. They were the product of willful disregard for what is right, what is legal, and what is human. He had choices. He had warnings. And he had opportunities to stop. And yet he chose not to. His decisions weren't made in the dark. They were made in the full view of their consequences. And now those consequences must meet him, whatever they are. Metcalf, by contrast, became the victim of Anthony's disregard, a name that will be forever linked with pain, loss, and violation. And while the Metcalfs must carry the weight of what Anthony did, it is the court of public opinion's responsibility to talk about this tragedy in truth. We should want Anthony to carry the weight of what he caused. We're not looking for vengeance. What we are looking for is accountability. Real accountability. Excuse me one moment. The kind that speaks not just to this case, but to every person watching, to every person listening, wondering if justice still means something. The kind that sends a message that no one, literally no one, Black, white, Puerto Rican, Asian, purple people eaters, nobody is above responsibility. No matter how clever their defense, how rehearsed their apologies, or how polished their image. So I ask you, do not let this moment be swept away in doubt. Don't sit there and feed the narrative that lets Anthony walk away with a slap on the wrist when the damage that he caused demands more. Hold him to the highest consequences, because that is what justice demands. Y'all want to hold women to accountability. You want to hold Black fathers to accountabilities. You want to hold interracial relationships to accountability. But when it comes to a Black boy that took somebody else's life, you just want it to all be swept under the rug.
Bad Duck, and I appreciate you. And I'm not here for that. And if that makes me boule, if that makes me a gatekeeper, if that makes me a conservative douchebag, so be it. But if it was my black child that had lost his life because he asked someone to get away from his space, it would be hell to pay. I don't know that I would be the better person to be able to forgive. It would be all out war. And stop saying that you're holding people accountable when you're sitting there trying to find ways to wipe away what Carmelo Anthony has done. That being said, we thank y'all for joining us on this very long stream. We appreciate all of the financial support for all of the platforms and everybody that restreams. Bye-bye. Have a nice day.
Leave that dope alone.
You haven't. So
He need to leave that dope alone. Leave that dope alone. Leave that dope alone. Leave that dope alone. Leave that